AMD CEO. This is Bloomberg.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage.
The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. More travelers can start coming to the United States again now that the U.S. has lifted entry restrictions for more than 30 countries, allowing fully vaccinated people to fly from places including countries in Europe, along with China and India. Shares of Tesla were under pressure in pre-market trading this morning because followers of Elon Musk on Twitter voted in favor of him selling 10% of his stake in the electric car company. Musk himself had initiated the survey and said he was prepared to accept the results of the vote. Disney's Eternals debuted at #1 at the box office over the weekend, with ComScore saying it brought in $71 million at North American theaters, but that fell short of some estimates. Dune came in a distant second in its third week out, while the Bond film No Time to Die was third in its 5th week on the big screen. Overall, box office revenue is up almost 51% on the year so far. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
The business and market news of Asia.
China is urging the U.S. to mend ties.
It's more important than ever to global business, to finance, and to your portfolio.
We're seeing mixed markets here in the Asia Pacific.
This is where you get it.
We're still struggling with these worries over the slower growth scenario.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia, tonight at 6 Eastern.
Let's head over to Hong Kong for a market check.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Markets. You can't predict them.
The Delta variant is ripping up the playbook.
Investors being in a bit of a fog at the moment.
But when you listen to us, you'll come pretty close.
Let's take a look at those small cap stocks.
We're taking a look at some of the sector winners, the sector losers. Is this bullish or is it bearish?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
I think the markets are pricing in inflation, which is going to be with us for some time.
Right now, we're moving towards inflation is the risk for markets.
We are in the process of normalization, but it's just painfully slow.
Central banks are not getting bullied by the market or not getting bullied by inflation risk. That seems to be persisting much longer than what anyone forecasted.
The runway for growth, both in the U.S. and even more so globally is huge here.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance, or good afternoon if you are in London like me. I am Danny Berger alongside Lisa Abramowitz. Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney are off today taking a much-deserved break, but they aren't missing much. It's a little bit of the same old song and dance this morning. We're looking at S&P 500 futures up 0.2%. That would be on track for the 7th all-time high in this equity market. A bit of a pop when it comes to Russell 2000 futures. That happened Friday, continuing today. We have the infrastructure bill finally passing the House. I just also should say we're looking at 10-year yields rebounding after Friday's move downwards. It's 3 basis points, but still pretty firmly below 1.5% where they fell yesterday. But multiple speakers today, which includes Powell twice. So definitely some potential for Fed to move the market. And despite all the chatter that Biden may open strategic petroleum reserves, with OPEC refusing to ramp up its output, we're still looking at higher oil today. WTI up 0.7%. Let's, though, take a look at some of the other movers in today's market. Kriti Gupta joins us. Hi, Kriti.
Hi, Dan. Well, let's just start off with the big story. It might be a little boring on the index level. Under the hood, though, Tesla really stealing the spotlight. Shares down 5% in the pre-market after Elon Musk posted a Twitter poll about whether or not he should be selling 10% of his Tesla stock. Twitter voters say yes, so those shares are down 5%. We should stick with electric vehicles, though, because they are actually up broadly with that infrastructure package you just mentioned. EV charging stocks up quite a bit, $7.5 billion spending on building out those EV charging stations. So Volta, ticker VLTA, shares up a whopping 17%. You got EVgo, shares up 20%. ChargePoint, ticker CHPT, shares up 16%. Even companies like Proterra, ticker PTRA, up 13%. This one picked up by the LA Department of Transportation to install an EV charging grid. Stocks to watch there in the EV space, but you also have them in the materials, in the industrial space. Caterpillar, for example, ticker CAT, shares up 6% in the pre-market. Still that infrastructure bid staying strong, even in materials. US Steel, tickers X, up 5%. But we have talked about Bitcoin. We have to talk about crypto. Bitcoin is up on the day. Crypto stocks up as well. Shares of Marathon and up 9.7%. MicroStrategy up another 7%. You get the picture. Coinbase up as well, 5%. Even Backed Holdings, that SPAC that focuses on those digital assets, up a whopping 4%. We have some earnings stories I should mention. Cody up 9%, surging after full year adjusted EPS forecast beats estimates. People are in the makeup business once again as you start to see that reopening trade come up. Trade Desk as well, ticker TDD. Trade Desk gaining 22% pre-market after the advertising tech company forecast fourth quarter revenue that's above expectations. Lisa, I have a little bit of a sad story here. Live Nation Entertainment, a deadly Astroworld event over the weekend in which a crowd surge killed 8 people. Ticker LYV. Those shares are down 3.4%.
Yeah, that was a terrible story. Thank you so much for being with us, Kriti Gupta, for all of that. I love that makeup is a reopening story as people decide to go out there and actually try to make themselves look presentable in front of other members of offices and the rest of the world. Danny Berger and Lisa Abramowitz here, as she said. Paul Sweeney and Tom Keene both taking well-deserved vacations. Before we get on to one of the biggest stories of the day, which is Tesla, I do want to just make a note of some headlines. Danny, did you see this about Fed Vice Chair Rich Clarida saying that he thinks the necessary conditions to raise rates will be met by the end of next year, pretty much in line, perhaps a little bit later than some people in the market seem to expect. But Jim Bullard, who has been a little bit more on the hawkish side earlier in the day, came out basically saying he expects 2 rate hikes next year. Why is the market not responding to any of this? I do not know. But it seems like the Fed officials that have spoken so far very much on board with rate hikes, at least in the pretty near term.
Yeah, it's definitely a head scratcher. I think the quote from Bullard is this was one of the hottest labor markets we've ever seen. That is some pretty strong language if he's going to use those types of superlatives. I have to say, one thesis put out by Andy Brenner over at Not Alliance about why we're not seeing bigger moves is just that so many people were caught off sides in this bond market. You have this massive short unwinding last week. So currently, his thesis is that the moves at this very moment have nothing to do with fundamentals. It's just rejiggering your portfolio after a surprise hold by the BOE last week.
This does seem to be a theory that is gaining some steam. We will dive into it throughout the show. We've got Bloomberg Surveillance brought to you by CohnReznick Advisory, Assurance, Tax. Let CohnReznick's managed services and outsourcing teams support your critical accounting, compliance, finance, risk, and technology functions. Visit CohnReznick.com. We were talking at Tesla, and over the weekend, we had Elon Musk come out on Twitter and take a poll and say, if you think that I should sell 10% of my stocks in order to pay more taxes, vote here, and I will. Twitter spoke. They said sell. And we had Matt Miller this morning talking about how this is a very convenient way for him to liquidate his holdings without really taking any flack for it, for perhaps having a negative view on his company or anything like that. Joining us, Keith Naughton, Bloomberg auto reporter in Detroit. What do you make of that, Keith, of both the antics from Elon Musk and the potential sale and the bond fall, the shares falling in response?
Well, this is par for the course for Elon, of course. Just last week, you might recall, after the big news about Hertz buying 100,000 Teslas for its rental fleet, then Musk tweeted, well, we don't have a contract. So he has obviously a very long history of provocative Twitter actions, and this is just the latest one, but it's having a big impact on the stock. If it stays down when trading opens at 9:30, it'll be the biggest drop since the spring.
I do have to wonder to what degree he had planned to sell before. And this thought comes courtesy of Matt Maley over at Miller Tabak, who basically says that, look, he probably knew the outcome of this and he had already planned to sell. And here was a way for him to sell some shares without spooking the market as much as it might have otherwise. Is this something you're hearing as well? Is this a common thought around Elon Musk's Twitter poll over the weekend?
I don't know, down 5%, the most since the spring. That seems pretty spooky to me. So I'm not sure that's working. This comes amid the debate in Washington over a billionaire's tax. That's what this is about. Elon Musk famously does not take a salary. Most of his wealth, and he's the richest man in the world at $338 billion. More than $200 billion of that is Tesla stock. There's a move afoot to tax billionaires for unrealized gains in their stock. So he's trying to get ahead of that political debate and using a Twitter poll as a way to make it populist. But, of course, Twitter polls, we can all do them if we want to. They're unscientific little fun exercises. But he is Elon Musk, and he gets more than 3 million people to vote in his Twitter poll. So it'll be interesting to see if he actually follows through. There have been many times when he's tweeted things that he did not follow through. Let's not forget when he said he was taking the company private and he had funding secured. He didn't and have the funding secured or take the company private, and he got in trouble with the SEC for doing that.
Well, Keith, just before we let you go, how much is Tesla in a fantastic spot as the United States passes the latest infrastructure bill, given that they are the front runners in the shift to electric, and there are provisions in there to support that transition?
They're in a great spot, and that's the actual real concrete stuff that should be focused on by investors when they're investing in Tesla. They are far and away the EV leader in the United States. They've taken leadership positions in Europe and in China. They're in great shape thanks to that infrastructure bill, and that is part of the reason that Tesla stock is up 75% this year.
Keith Naughton, thank you so much for being with us. Bloomberg auto reporter joining from Detroit. Right now, let us turn beyond Detroit, beyond New York, and get world news. Michael Barr.
Lisa, thank you very much. Former President Barack Obama called on the importance of protecting island nations most vulnerable to global warming as he started a two-day campaign to convince world leaders the U.S. never relinquished its fight against climate change. Obama said today in his first public address at the COP26 Climate Summit in Glasgow, Scotland, islands are the canary in the coal mine in this situation.
It's a reminder that if you want to paddle a canoe, you better all be rowing in the same direction and at the same time. Every oar has to move in unison. That's the only way that you move forward.
The former president says they are sending a message now that if we don't act and act boldly, it's going to be too late. The first international and vaccinated tourists are touching down in the United States this morning, ending a long 20 months of travel restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This man runs a gift shop in New York's Times Square.
It's a move in the right direction. The only thing is the result. Question is if they're going to come.
He might be in luck. At New York's JFK Airport this morning, a flight from Tel Aviv landed. Later this morning, 2 flights from London will arrive. Pre-pandemic,
The New York to London route was the most profitable in the world, bringing $1 billion a year for British Airways. A man who suffered a severe arm injury when prosecutors say he was shot by Kyle Rittenhouse during a night of protests against racial injustice is expected to testify this week. Prosecutors are close to wrapping up their case in Rittenhouse's murder trial. Rittenhouse is charged with shooting Gage Grosskreutz and fatally shooting 2 other men in the summer of 2020. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios, this is Global News 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Lisa Nanny.
Thank you so much, Michael Barr. Rich from Westchester writes in, and he says, you are going to be sports free. I know you will because you don't know anything about sports. So you should really ask about the fact that there were a lot of upsets in the NFL that experiences the United States American football. This is my attempt at sports.
I got knocked out because of my survivor pool, because every time I trust the Saints, I've been washing my mouth. Every time I trust the Saints, I get messed up, and that's what happened. This is the second time this season when I trusted the Saints, and both teams got knocked out.
Thank you for representing the sports talk of the morning. Michael Barr, thank you so much. Danny Berger, I got to say, when we're talking about and listening to all of these discussions about reopening the cross-Atlantic corridor, I actually think about you, because I know you have family back in the United States and you're living in London, and I do wonder, how much discussion there is for something that has so profoundly affected so many families, especially heading into the holidays.
Absolutely. I mean, there are plenty of people who maybe are married to an American that want to go overseas, see families. There's a lot of demand there. There's business demand. But Lisa, just purely selfishly, I could always travel to the U.S. because I have a passport. And I think I'm going to miss reliably never having anyone sit next to me. I have a feeling those days might be gone.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be pretty packed going forward. It does sort of speak, though, to the reopening trade that seems to be gaining steam. The idea that not only do you have the reopening of a number of important travel corridors, but you also have the advent of this Pfizer pill that could potentially keep people out of a hospital. I mean, you just get the sense that all of these things are gaining steam, and yet I don't feel this sort of end moment the way that there used to be, that we're all going to just cast off our masks and feel like we're back to the way it was.
Yeah, I think we've had enough head fakes at this point that it seems, a little overly optimistic to think things will ever get back to normal. I guess the question is, with the pill and these various treatments, is can we live with it? Can we have some form of normality, despite the fact that we will always have potentially some type of variant or COVID simmering in the background?
Yeah, I will say that my kids have stopped asking at this point, when will this be over? And they just kind of have gotten, sort of, or else resignation. Right now, there is no resignation in equity markets, grinding to new highs. S&P at 47.01, the NASDAQ at 16,357. I mean, it's just amazing to see just every day incrementally higher. Bonds selling off just a touch, but still under control. I'm Lisa Abramowitz alongside Danny Berger, Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, both off. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seizechange.
As a research university,
NJIT makes smart technologies even smarter. That's why NJIT graduate and civil engineer Anya O'Dwyer says the university is so important for her industry.
Construction and civil engineering is always going to have cranes and, people and movement, but how we're designing and implementing things, that's what's changing. We have millions of data points now that we never had before, and that's allowed us to think about planning and design in a way that we haven't done so before. NJIT is very much at the forefront of that. Collecting data, understanding data, manipulating data, having access to a facility like NJIT, which is constantly focused on research and innovation, is so important for the industry and what it means to be designing for smarter systems.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Danny Berger.
Let's add another smart voice to the mix. Joining us now is Kieran Ganesh, multi-asset strategist at UBS Global Wealth Management. Kieran, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. So what is your initial reaction to Powell yesterday? How would you characterize his statements in that press conference?
Thanks for having me on. And I think if we compare what Powell was talking about yesterday to where he's been at previously, then we have to interpret this as a slight hawkish surprise. Of course, announcing the tapering, a bit of a change in language about the inflation and whether or not this is transitory or to what extent it's transitory. And of course, opening the door to rate hikes if necessary next year. So I think if we compare to where Powell was, this was relatively hawkish. But this has been so well telegraphed that the market was already there. And therefore, if you look at the reaction in bond markets and equity markets, well, not a lot happening in bond markets, to be frank. And in equity markets, they moved higher, particularly with small caps and value. I think as they've taken note of the timing being confirmed of the tapering, and now they're going to be looking ahead to other things like the magnitude of those rate hikes. How is the labour market recovering? How is the economy doing?
Hear more conversations like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg mobile app. Or check your local cable listings.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Karen Moscow, and stocks are gaining. The dollar is steady as investors keep watching how price pressures impact monetary policy and the pace of the economic recovery. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. S&P futures up about 11 points. Dow futures up 149. NASDAQ futures up 7. The DAX in Germany is little change. 10-year Treasury down 3/32, yield 1.46%. Yield on the 2-year 0.41%. NYMEX crude oil up 0.7% or 56 cents at $81.82 a barrel. COMEX gold up 0.5% or $9 at $18.25.70 an ounce. The euro 1.1577 against the dollar. British pound 1.3546, and the yen at 113.15. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa and Danny.
Thank you so much, Karen Moscow. We've been talking about the idea of the pandemic, when it could potentially end, amid a backdrop of ongoing progress. Danny Berger, I got to say, as the mother of 2 kids, one of whom had not been vaccinated yet, I was cheering last week at the prospect of being able to vaccinate my younger kid. I do wonder, though, how much it will move the needle.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. We still have adults that need to get vaccinated as well. I mean, I'm here in the UK, and the take-up rate still could be better, too. But, Lisa, I don't have any kids, but I really do feel for you and all the parents out there. It's been a very difficult year, and that's also reflected in the economic data and the labor market data of the need to stay home and arrange childcare.
Yeah, and we spoke earlier this morning with Dr. Joshua Sharfstein, Vice Dean for Public Health Practice and Community Engagement at Johns Hopkins University, about how much it would take to move forward, especially in light of the new Pfizer COVID drug. Take a listen.
Well, it's a pretty impressive result in a very controlled clinical trial. So what's going to happen is the FDA will review it really carefully, and then if it is authorized, which I think is a pretty fair bet, then we'll see how it performs in the real world. A really important thing to keep in mind is it does have to be given in the first few days of illness. And so that really means people need to get to care to know it exists. And it's kind of similar in that sense to monoclonal antibodies, which are very effective also, but many people can't get to in time.
Dr. Sharfstein, this goes to distribution as well. In other words, how much are drugstores, pharmacies, actually the first responders when it comes to some of these viruses, if they could test and then distribute these drugs in short order rather than waiting to go to the doctor and get a prescription, some of the rigmarole that keeps people from getting certain medications quickly?
Totally fair question. And I think as we, understand the data on this medication, that may be an approach to take. I mean, it's not necessarily too hard for people who have doctors to get in touch with them and get prescribed things quickly, but you're right. A lot of people don't have doctors, and this may be a case, depending on what the evidence is, that where it would make sense for there to be rapid approaches, standing orders, pharmacy prescribing, but have to take one step at a time.
This is one notch on the reopening moment that we seem to maybe be in. There are some people talking about a fourth or fifth wave, but it's diminished relative to where we were earlier in the year. And you are seeing travel reopen, certainly with the corridor between the U.S. and the United Kingdom. How much does this indicate a reopening versus perhaps introducing danger? In other words, was there a reason for this to be as closed for as long as it was from a virologist point of view?
Well, I mean, from a public health point of view, some of the travel restrictions really haven't made a huge amount of sense because there has been so much virus inside the United States. So restrictions such as restrictions at the border, have always been a puzzler. The real challenge has been within the border and controlling things. And we still have 75,000 infections a day. So I do think that we're moving back towards a new normal. The new normal is not going to be the same as 2019, but I do think it's going to feel a lot more like we have our lives back.
Does this reduce the urgency to vaccinate the remaining population, this pill?
Well, see, here's I think one of the big challenges, that the same population of people in many places, not in all places, who are reluctant to get vaccinated may be reluctant to go and get tested for COVID in the first place and find out that they need the pill until it's too late. So, the best thing by far is to get vaccinated. The other thing to keep in mind is that viruses can adapt and can actually escape from some of these antiviral treatments. So, what looks good in one clinical trial now might not look good a year from now as the virus mutates. It's actually, in some respects, easier to mutate away from a pill than from a vaccine. So I think that, I would not take my foot off the accelerator for vaccination.
Speaking of mutations, Lisa made a great point earlier. We're never going to be at a zero COVID again. But when we had the Spanish flu, that eventually mutated into the flu that we all got before the lockdowns here. Is this going to mutate into something much easier to live with?
Well, we certainly hope so. There's some theories that some of the pandemics in the late 19th century actually were coronavirus and turned into the common cold we have today. So, that's possible. We're really not going to know what happens for a number of years. In the meantime, we should do what we can to protect ourselves.
That was Dr. Joshua Sharfstein of the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health speaking with us earlier this morning. Danny, I can't keep really track of where we are in the pandemic, especially as we get some of these numbers of the number of cases diagnosed, of the number of deaths. Have we gotten over the hump, or are we just sort of managing it better? I don't know.
Yeah, I was talking to SocGen's Coco Aglablua today, and he mentioned the Gamma variant. So even as we're trying to get our heads around the numbers, the variant question still exists. I mean, that's something that, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the Delta variant, how pervasive that is, what the treatments look for it. But it is one of these things that continues to be quickly moving.
Meanwhile, quickly moving our markets, the idea that we're dealing with the longest streak of gains for the S&P going back to August of last year. There are an increasing number of people who are getting a bit more nervous. I do hear this, Danny, when I speak with people, and it's not just because John Farrow calls me, the persistent bear who won't stop discussing anything. No, but just in seriousness, I wonder how much people are actually expressing concern that maybe anything could derail this if it's unexpected and comes at a time of such elevated valuations.
Lisa, I love the contrarianism. I think it's so important, regardless of what your co-anchors say. But call option volume is off the record. That makes me think also that perhaps people don't want to put cash into this market, but are playing it via options where they know they have more protection because of some of those nerves.
Yeah, and actually that's a good point, the idea that people are renting positions more and more rather than buying them or selling them rather, simply because they've done really well holding on to stocks, and if they let go of them, what price are they going to buy them back at? In other words, how do you quickly move your positioning without letting go of some of the dynamism that you've seen in the equity markets? What are you watching this week, Danny?
Well, I, for one, am watching the travel corridor, but I mean, it has to be about PPI and CPI, right? I mean, it's all about the economic data. It's all about what it means for the Fed after those jobs number. But I want to know, will it move the bond market? Because I don't know, it doesn't seem like the jobs numbers, as positive as they were, had that much of an impact.
Yeah, and now you're getting Fed officials coming out. Rich Clarida, Jim Bullard saying that they do see rate hikes next year. Of course, Clarida coming out with a bit more of a tempered view than we're hearing from Jim Bullard. Again, we are seeing stocks with a lift today. Bonds selling off just a touch. I'm Lisa Abramowitz alongside Danny Berger. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi. Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Richard Goldstein, Senior Principal and Co-Leader of Burden State and Local Tax Practice.
COVID-19 pandemic state and local government restrictions have caused many people to shelter in place outside their primary state of residence. The new normal of remote working has proliferated potentially costly state and local tax residency issues. For example, if you live in Manhattan but have been residing and working in Connecticut because of the pandemic, you may be a resident of one or both states and potentially taxed twice on the same income. At Burden, we help clients develop a plan to address double residency concerns and non-resident income allocation to minimize their overall tax liability. If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The nation's borders are reopening for many international travelers. Beginning today, fully vaccinated people from more than 30 countries can enter the United States. The cybersecurity provider McAfee will be taken private. McAfee will be acquired by an investor group that is led by Advent International and Permira Advisors. It's an all-cash deal valued at $12 billion. Gasoline prices are still rising. The Lundberg survey says the average nationwide price of regular gas is up to $3.49 a gallon. The price has jumped by a nickel in the last 2 weeks, and it is $1.30 higher than it was a year ago. And this could be a game-changing few weeks for Starbucks. Employees at company-owned shops in the Buffalo metro will start getting ballots in the mail so they can vote on whether to unionize. The voting will go on for the next 4 weeks. A yes vote would make the Buffalo area stores the first in the U.S. to be unionized. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. It's not just work. It's an unfolding, ever-changing universe of characters.
Can we get out of the pandemic?
Bloomberg Business Week.
It's the app that made trading hard to resist.
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
And good morning. I'm Karen Moscow, along with Lisa Abramowitz and Danny Berger. And the opening bell brought to you by SEI. Since its founding 50 years ago, SEI has provided investment managers and asset owners with robust infrastructure platforms and flexible outsourcing solutions. Go to SEIC.com/IMS. And stocks are higher at the open. The S&P 500 up 0.2% or 10 points at 4707. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.5% or 189 points at 36,517. NASDAQ's up 0.1% or 22 points at 15,992. 10-year Treasury down 5/30 seconds, yield 1.47%. The yield on the 2-year 0.41%. NYMEX crude oil is up 0.25% or 20 cents at $81.48 a barrel. COMEX gold up 0.4% or $6.90 at $18.2380 an ounce. The euro 1.1576 against the dollar. The yen is at 113.17. Lisa and Danny.
Karen Moscow, thank you so much. And Tesla, the stock that we've been talking about so much today, down 6.2% in initial trading. So that was the response to markets to the prospective sale of 10% of Elon Musk's shares. I am so glad, I got to say, Danny, this is to me a really important conversation to be having right now at a time when bonds and stocks seem to be sending starkly different messages. Dean Kernet joining us right now, Macro Risk Advisors founder and chief executive officer. On Friday, we got great news from the labor market. Seems to go getting pretty strong. You have equities responding by getting a lift, and bonds also get a lift. Bond yields lower, which doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense if you think that the Fed is going to hike rates as they say that they're going to do next year. Dean, what's your interpretation of the moves that we saw on Friday?
Well, I think that it's difficult to really have a strong read because the central banks are such a part of markets and market prices. I think the signaling of these prices is critical, but it's difficult to interpret. One of the concerns, Lisa, that I have is just that markets tend to respond to risks at different speeds. And I think these markets do talk to each other, but it's certainly not a perfect line of communication. And I think right now the bond markets are certainly telling you via the pulling forward of expected hikes, certainly in the U.S. and very much the case in other developed markets as well. And then what the volatility surfaces are telling us in addition about just the speed with which rates could rise. And so far, and perhaps optimistically, the equity market is just saying, listen, this is a normal part of a normalization process. It's going to be a little bit bumpy, but equity markets have obviously been able to skate past it just well. But back to my interpreting things or reacting to things at different speeds, I am worried that the equity market is just behind the realities of the bond market.
It's behind the reality. So what does that mean? Are you expecting equities to fall at some point, maybe reflecting some of the moves we have seen in the bond market?
I think that's really the risk. And if you look at the equity market, it has become very much, in some ways, a proxy for the bond market. We have these assets, and they're very much tech assets. They're growth assets, and they comprise such a heavy percentage of the market cap of the S&P, and particularly the Qs. They are particularly sensitive to higher rates. That's definitely the case. And because these are the high flyers, it's the NVIDIA, it's Tesla, these stocks have added such a degree of market cap. In just the past month, both of those stocks are up just about 50% each. That's just an unreasonable amount of addition to market cap in such a short period of time. And, the other signal I think that's just critical for the equity market investors to understand is what's coming from the derivatives markets. It's been well covered for the last year and a half, this idea of gamma, this second derivative, where a group of investors buys call options, the dealer, the hedger, has to buy the stock, and then as the stock rises, the requirement for the hedger is to buy more stock. And so you have this virtual feedback loop, and the demand for these upside calls, and names like NVIDIA is so outstripping the demand for puts, and certainly the supply of options is being tested. You're getting into one of these feedback loops. It's sort of self-fulfilling. George Soros has got this famous quote. He says, when I see a bubble forming, I rush in to buy it. I feel like we're in that phase, so I would certainly not be surprised to see prices go higher still, but it does set up for potentially a disruptive unwind. Again, linked back to the reality that the market, the central bank tightening cycle is here, and it could be here in a form or a fashion that is fast. That's the risk.
What's the trigger?
The trigger is inflation. It's just that this idea of transitory is it's getting to be something that's I think folks will ultimately have to learn that it's not transitory. I mean, everything's transitory over an incredibly long period of time. But the Fed is so far behind in their sequencing of policy where we've got a first taper, we've got to do it $15 billion a month. That's going to lead us to the middle of next year. Then we're going to decide to hike rates. So those rates, and we're going to do it in probably 25 basis point increments, maybe every 6 weeks. It's going to be a long time before we're even at 1% in the funds rate, and inflation's running, 400 or more basis points above that for now. So the potential is that policy remains very stimulative at a time when inflation is already high and it gets exacerbated. The biggest risk to equity markets is a Fed that's just not market friendly. We haven't seen that in 27 years. It's a long time. You got to go back to 1994 when the Fed surprised the market on the negative side of having to hike rates, and I just think we're unprepared.
I wonder how prepared we are in the bond market. A lot of the moves over the past month do seem to have caught investors by surprise, especially a lot of hedge funds. Before we saw the action over late last week, we had speculators the most net short 10-year futures since 2020. And of course, bonds ended up moving higher. Do we have any sense of where the pain trade is at the moment, of whether it's higher or lower yields?
I find that it's a difficult one to derive. And, we certainly at Macro Risk Advisors pay attention to futures positioning. We publish reports on it. I find it's really tough to disentangle, truly. But I do think, if I were to step back and think of what the pain trade is, a Fed that just has lost control of its ability to guide the market. The modern-day central bank philosophy is always about transparency. It's about telling you what the playbook is going to look like. And when you do that, the markets derive a certain classification of trades that's based on essentially the expectation that the future will evolve in a gradual, slow path. And when you lose that capacity to do that from a central banking standpoint, and I would just argue that is just grounded in data. If inflation is so uncomfortably above target going forward, you just lose the capacity to guide markets forward. You remember, every time we've had a little risk off in markets, I would say, again, over the last 20 years, the Fed's been able to say, look, we'll do more policy. We'll be accommodative. And that accommodation has always been because inflation's below the 2% target. We're in a different regime now, potentially. And again, this is just, I don't think markets, and specifically these very, very highly valued tech stocks that are geared towards low rates and low rate volatility, I think that's where I'm concerned there's a lack of preparation.
Dean, just real quick here, what does the disorderly unwind look like?
Well, it's tech stock centric. It's a valuation decline. And when I look at what can make markets fall, there's a number of things. Earnings can fall, but also the valuation can fall off a cliff. And that valuation, again, I think it's geared or it's linked to very low interest rates, low inflation, and I think that's where it's coming undone. And again, that's where these indices like the S&P and Qs are so top-heavy with tech stocks. So I do think it's tech stock-oriented.
Just real quick, Dean, how much of a drawdown are you looking for?
I think in the Qs over the course of 2022, and this will be a thematic trade for us. It's been a widowmaker. Certainly, not being long tech stocks. God forbid you're short them, or you're paying option premium. It's been very difficult. I do think you can spend some premium over the course of 2022 smartly, and take a view that tech stocks will decline. I think you could you could easily see 15%. We just saw an 8+% drawdown. Obviously, we recovered it, but 15% would be very easy for me, to arrive at.
Dean Kernet, thank you so much for being with us. Dean Kernet, Macro Risk Advisors founder and chief executive officer. Let's go to the man himself who has been watching the Lions and getting concerned, Michael Barr, with world and national headlines. Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you, Danny. Former President Barack Obama says nations have to row together to fight climate change. The former president takes the stage to deliver remarks to the COP26 summit on island sustainability. He's talking right now. Obama in Glasgow instructed the world to act now on climate change, including urging wealthier nations to take on a larger share of the burden.
An essential element of anything that we're going to do collectively on the climate crisis, a recognition that all of us have a part to play, all of us have work to do, all of us have sacrifices to make.
Obama says it's important for us to recognize, as was true 5 years ago, we have not done enough and our islands are threatened more than ever. An investigation is underway into the 8 young people who died when fans at a Travis Scott concert in Houston suddenly surged toward the stage. They range from 14 to 27 years old. The first lawsuits have already been filed by those injured. Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi escaped unharmed from an assassination attempt in Baghdad yesterday. A number of the prime minister's security detail were injured in the attack carried out in the so-called green zone containing government buildings and the prime minister's residence. Former Marine pilot Colonel Steve Gagnier tells us why armed drones are a formidable threat.
It's cheap. The drones are easy to find, and obviously in a place like Iraq or the other places where this is being used, it's not hard to come up with explosives or rifles or weapons that you could use to assassinate senior leaders.
Colonel Gagnier spoke to ABC. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios, this is Global News, 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Lisa, Danny.
Michael Barr, thank you so much. Danny Berger here alongside myself, Lisa Abramowitz, Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney, both off today, enjoying a long weekend, perhaps going to the beach. Probably Tom Keene is taking a road trip since that's what he craves every morning and tells us all about it. I am wondering, Danny, what you think of this call that we just heard from Dean Kernet for a 15% drawdown in some of the rate-sensitive areas, basically big tech, next year. I mean, is that sort of consensus that at some point we're going to get a 15% drawdown among the Qs heading into next year, or is that sort of the outlier?
I feel like maybe not that extreme, but there's definitely a lot of nerves. But I think the issue is even if you believe that, are you bold enough to actually put on the position? There have been plenty of times, not just in the last year, but, really the last few years where you could say, okay, things look really richly valued. We're due for a correction, a healthy pullback. And if you were to bet on that, you probably would not have made money.
Right. I mean, honestly, betting against the stock market right now has been a fool's errand. And you do wonder when you asked about the pain trade in the bond market. It was a great question because we saw that the pain trade was actually yields higher because you had all of these bullish positions in the short end for hedge funds, for levered funds. And then now perhaps it's the other way around. I mean, it's hard to get right. How do you sort of trade tactically markets that operate in a much fuzzier world?
Yeah, and then especially when you have these buildups of positioning, as we were talking about earlier, do you get some technical moves that could also exacerbate what is already a move that's happened against you?
Yeah, and meanwhile, right now we are seeing an ongoing lift, at least in the S&P, at least across the board. Everyone's happy. Everyone's winning. How long can we keep this going, Danny? This idea, day after day. S&P up 0.25%, 47.01. Michael Purvis over at Tabak and Capital saying that we're going to reach 5,000 by the end of this year. From New York and London, this is Bloomberg Surveillance.
This is a Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Suits, look at luxury. The holiday season has barely begun, and we already have some major philanthropy news. Chef Jose Andres and his World Central Kitchen have announced a $1 billion climate disaster fund, partially using Jeff Bezos' money. The fund's first action is to earmark $50 million of that to feed people impacted by extreme weather. The Amazon founder gave the activist chef a $100 million Courage and Civility Award earlier this year. Ford's plan to spend $30 billion to develop electric vehicles is kicking into high gear thanks to new models like the electric Mustang Mach-E, the revived Bronco SUV, and the F-150 Lightning, the electric version of the top-selling passenger vehicle in the U.S. The automaker plans eventually to issue a green bond of at least $1 billion with a 10-year maturity, with proceeds earmarked to help with the push. Visit BloombergPursuits.com for more. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Accounting professional Liam Cohen, CPA, a trustee of the Jewish Communal Fund, and Sephardic Beaker Holem, talks about why he uses JCF's donor-advised fund and recommends JCF to his clients.
JCF is an organization that I've worked with for many years, both personally and in my accounting practice. The ease of giving and managing my donations through their website is very effective. Using it for tax planning and managing all of my charitable giving through one place. JCF's endowment helps support Jewish organizations throughout the tri-state area, and that's very important to me and my clients.
JCF's donor-advised fund is the smarter way to give back. Let Jewish Communal Fund maximize your clients' charitable deductions and streamline their charitable giving. Since JCF handles all the administration, get started now at jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277. We have a gift for giving.
Business, finance, and the latest news affecting world markets. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, a global news update.
Airports are expected to be extra crowded today as the U.S. ends its international travel ban. Scott Carr with more.
Borders are now open again after nearly 20 months to passengers vaccinated against coronavirus. The same for drivers coming from Canada or Mexico. Meantime, today begins strict new COVID rules in Los Angeles. Proof of a vaccine will be required in all indoor settings. That means restaurants, movie theaters, malls, gyms, museums, spas, and salons.
President Biden says he plans to hold a signing ceremony soon for his infrastructure bill. He called it a monumental step after the House passed it Friday night. His plan includes $550 billion to improve roads, bridges, railways, airports, and broadband. And several NFL coaches aren't happy. Their teams were apparently held to different COVID protocols in the Green Bay Packers. Quarterback Aaron Rodgers didn't wear a mask on the sideline as required from unvaccinated players during preseason games. He tested positive last week and admitted he wasn't vaccinated. I'm Michael Kastner.
When unprecedented events are unfolding, it's important to let history teach us.
Do you think it's a different world for the Fed?
Bloomberg Balance of Power with David Weston. Weekdays at noon Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm Karen Moscow. Stocks are gaining while the dollar is steady as investors keep watch on how price pressures will impact monetary policy and the pace of the economic recovery. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 0.2% or 10 points at 4707. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.3% or 123 points at 36,448. Nasdaq's up 0.3% or 48 points at 16,018. 10-year Treasury down 8/32, yield 1.47%. Yield on the 2-year 0.42%. NYMEX crude oil up 0.6% or 47 cents at $81.74 a barrel. COMEX gold up 0.4% or $7.60 at $18.24.30 an ounce. The euro 1.1573 against the dollar. The yen is at 113.17. We are watching shares of Tesla down about 4.5% right now after Elon Musk's Twitter followers voted in favor of selling 10% of his stake in a poll set up by the electric car chief. And airline stocks are rising as the U.S. relaxed travel restrictions to fully vaccinated foreigners. Watching shares of Delta, they're up about 2.25%, and United Airlines is up about 2.9%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa and Danny.
Karen Moscow, thank you so much. Well, earlier this morning, or actually overnight for us, here in the United States, excuse me, something got caught in my throat. We saw the beginning of the 3-day plenary over among the Communist Party over in China. And they will be discussing the road ahead, in particular, the betterment of the broader population, but also the path forward when it comes to foreign investors. And I do wonder what the U.S. backdrop will look to that. Arthur Levitt joining us now, former SEC chair. And we did get a move closer to potentially banning Chinese companies in particular on Friday. Can you tell us a little bit about why this is a big deal?
Well, the Securities and Exchange Commission on Friday approved a rule aimed at implementing a law banning foreign companies from U.S. exchanges if their auditors haven't been inspected by American regulators. In the past, the quality of regulation in China with respect to accounting issue has been far behind the rigorous standards imposed by American regulators. But the rule that was put into effect by the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board had an oversight mechanism for U.S. audit sector. And the Accounting Board plans to use the framework to decide whether it's able to investigate auditing firms in China and Hong Kong, for instance. The SEC, which oversees the PCAOB, could then require disclosure from companies audited by those firms or take other actions.
Does that go far enough? Does the ability to investigate auditors, is that enough to protect American consumers from repeats of what we've seen over the past year, like Luckin Coffee, of issues with these foreign companies?
Probably not by itself, but it also, the provision also lets firms take other actions, such as implementing a trading ban. And that puts some muscle on the rule that I think will be far more effective than what we have today.
Given your tenure at the SEC, Arthur, did you see a lot of shady types of accounting practices disproportionately represented among foreign companies?
Yes. I couldn't quantify that, but I would say it was a continuing issue and something that had our auditors working overtime.
Is there any concern, though, that action from the SEC against potentially Chinese or Hong Kong companies listed in the U.S. could really reduce appetite for any listed in the U.S. and then sort of ironically cause losses for investors when, again, trying to protect investors is sort of the cornerstone of this action?
I think protection of investors is a function of oversight and regulation. And I'd far rather see excess in terms of oversight than I would see the dangers that come from inadequate oversight. I think Chairman Gensler is moving clearly in the right direction. He's a new sheriff and he's acting that way. He's a tough regulator and it should be that way. He's absolutely the best person for that job.
Arthur, several years ago, people were talking about the crisis in public markets, how public markets were shrinking in the United States and companies were opting instead to finance themselves through private markets. And there was a certain aspect of the public markets that were disincentivized many companies from going that route. We are now in a glut of IPOs. Have people gotten away from the root problems that led to the decline in public listings? Or are we just in a place where people get money anytime, any way they want, and this is just another avenue?
I think the latter is the case. People will get money any place they want. If this is the easiest way, that's the road they're going to go down. And I think that's a function of what's going on in the markets at that time. We're in a market expansion. We're in a period of time when taking that extra chance is worth it for companies that seek listings or seek additional funding.
Arthur Levitt, thank you so much for being with us, former SEC chair, joining us. And I got to say, Danny, this is interesting to me, especially in light of the ongoing plenary over in China, the idea that there frankly is more willingness among the Chinese government officials to not have companies there list in the United States. I mean, it's not exactly counter to what their goal is as they embark on this annual meeting.
Right. There certainly is a desire to bring these companies back home, have them list in Hong Kong, have them list in China. And it's as China tries to look at their financial markets, things like Evergrande, and potentially clean things up while not putting too much pain into the market. So it really is a careful balance that it seems China is trying to walk at the moment.
And especially at a time when you talk about Hong Kong, I think about how isolated they have become as a result of the COVID zero policies. And you see a lot of companies pushing back and saying to the Hong Kong authorities, come on, guys, just loosen up. You know, you've got the United States where so many people get diagnosed every day and people just say, oh, it's a good day, you know, and there 2 people get diagnosed and they put the alarm bell on. So basically, how do you move to a new environment that accepts that COVID isn't going away? And there's increasing friction in the business community, at least in Hong Kong. I'm guessing in the mainland too, but we don't have as much visibility into that.
I have to say, thinking of zero COVID policies, I was really struck by some of the lines coming out of Singapore today. They talked about COVID cases stabilizing, easing some curbs. But Lisa, one of the things they're going to put in place is if you get COVID and you end up in the hospital, you have to foot the bill if you didn't get a vaccine. That is really quite the stick. Yeah.
Interesting. I've heard a couple of nurses in the United States discussing something similar, although I don't think that would fly here. This has been a joy. Danny Berger, Lisa Bromwitz, neither of us are normally on this. Normally it's Paul Sweeney and Tom Keene who will be back. Tom Keene will be back tomorrow. Paul Sweeney off all week. You are stuck with me. Apologies in advance. Coming up, we'll discuss more about markets continuing on that grind higher as you look at a new normal of low rates. Old normal, this is Bloomberg.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A lot of people will have an additional financial burden in the new year. 4 out of 10 consumers surveyed by creditcards.com say they are willing to go into debt or add to existing debt for holiday spending, though the majority of respondents say they would like to find ways to cut the cost of their gift giving. Parents, on average, expect to spend about $276 on each of their children. Men expect to outspend women on gifts for significant others. The Disney Plus video streaming service debuted 2 years ago this coming Friday, and Walt Disney is throwing a birthday celebration. New and returning customers can get their first month of service for $2 starting today. Some new content will be added, and Disney's U.S. theme parks will admit Disney Plus subscribers a half hour early on Friday. The Marvel superhero movie, The Eternals, from Walt Disney, was the weekend's #1 movie. Wall Street is open for business, and stocks are starting out higher. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
The market news you need.
Rates are low, earnings are pretty good.
Along with the insights you didn't know you needed.
When I'm walking my dog, when I'm taking Steve around the block. Steve is the name of your dog? Yeah, Steve.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
My dream scenario is that Paul sells his house, then the bubble bursts, and then I can find one.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern.
Never met Steve?
I have not met Steve.
He's been on TV a lot.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
How do you kind of view the volatility in the marketplace here?
Everyone's focused on the vaccine rollout.
Companies across industries really trying to shore up their balance sheets.
These equity indexes just keep going up.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
The strong dollar policy, I think, is a lot of its rhetoric. Because of all the dislocations, there's always relative value trades that you could be doing.
The only issue is how hot can home prices go?
It's the uncertainty, I think, that is really spooking everyone.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets this morning. Matt Miller here with, I believe I've got Ed Ludlow with me, which is pretty exciting.
Good morning.
On a Monday. Ed, how are you?
I'm okay. Long time.
It's been a while. I'm psyched to hang out with you this morning. We got a lot coming up. Marcus Moore joins us, portfolio manager for Zeo Capital Advisors, on markets as we hover around all-time highs. We're going to talk to Phil Orlando a little bit later, chief equity market strategist and head of client portfolio management at Federated Hermes, with his market outlook. But first off, I want to get over to Greg Jarrett. He's got your Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg?
Matt, is this the all-male review this morning? Oh, my goodness.
Didn't think about the horrible lack of diversity, but we'll try and fix that.
Let's do that. Right now, I've got a hot headline for you. Alphabet has hit $2 trillion in value after a 72% rally this year. The stock is now up 0.6%. The rest of the stock market is in the green as well. The dollar's steady. Investors are keeping watch on just how price pressures will impact monetary policy and the pace of economic recovery. Treasury yields are up. Dennis Gartman, former publisher of the Gartman Letter, tells Bloomberg the bulls will rule the market for the foreseeable future.
Well, the catalyst will be the Fed completely stopping its expansionary policies. When's that going to happen? It's not going to happen until mid-year next year, so we can continue to move higher. I've tried time after time to pick a top. It's proven incorrect decision on my part. It'll continue. Write this down. It'll continue until it stops, and it won't stop until it stops.
Let's check these markets. The S&P's up 0.1%, up 5. The Dow's up 0.4%, up 145, and the Nasdaq's up 0.1%, up 22. The 10-year is down 8/30 seconds. The yield is 1.47%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil, if I can find it on my new ticker here. Yep, there it is. It's up 0.4% at 81.61 a barrel. COMEX Gold's up 0.4% at 18.2420 an ounce. The dollar yen is at 113.10. The euro $1.1575. The British pound $1.35.53. And now, from all over the entire world, we're on the radio with Bloomberg Markets, Matt Miller, and today, Ed Ludlow.
Thank you very much, Greg Jarrett there with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Now, we are at, I believe, I guess we've hit a higher intraday level on Friday, right? 47.14, spot 92. But we're pretty darn close at 47.06, I should say, right now on the S&P 500. Dave Wilson joins us to tell us what's going on in the markets. Dave?
And there hasn't been a close above 4,700 yet. So, if you get there at the end of the day, that's what counts as far as record setting goes. And yes, there has been plenty of that lately. And you look at what's moving higher, and you could say most stocks. We can start there. 7 of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500 up, with the commodity producers leading the way. Energy with crude oil higher, and materials, which is really being influenced by the passage in the House of the Biden plan when it comes to infrastructure. So, you look at stocks like Martin Marietta Materials and Vulcan Materials, they're higher. So are the steel makers, Nucor, Steel Dynamics, U.S. Steel. So, they're the kinds of companies that stand to benefit, ultimately down the line, clearly, not tomorrow necessarily, as the bill is signed, becomes law, and the money is distributed. So people are looking ahead with a fairly positive view on those groups. And you can throw in Caterpillar while you're at it, another company that stands to benefit. It's up more than 3% at the moment.
8 straight day of gains on the S&P 500, best streak since October 2017. Dave Wilson, any specific names to the downside you want to talk about? Tesla, wink, wink.
Yeah, okay, fine. We can talk about Tesla. That's what happens when, Elon Musk says, should I sell some of my stock? And, the folks that he polled on Twitter said yes, as a group, overall, at least the 58% majority there. So you've got Tesla down more than 4%. Also, Live Nation, affected by the tragedy in Houston over the weekend, where at least eight people were killed at the Astro World Festival. So you have that stock taking a hit as well, down more than 4%. So there are some examples. And in terms of what's down within the industry groups, it's some of the more interest rate sensitive areas of the market, utilities and real estate, as well as consumers more broadly. Though the discretionary part of the puzzle, the one that's sort of tied into confidence about the economy, among other things, would actually be higher were it not for Tesla.
Nike is also down 2.5%, a little bit more. One of the biggest losers in terms of weight on the S&P 500, but we don't really know what's going on there, do we?
Not at the moment. I would just point out, that Nike, they're kind of in between earnings periods at this point because, they don't follow the calendar. We're not looking for another set of numbers out of them until mid-December. Although clearly Nike is the kind of company that's been affected by the supply issues, which have really been front and center as companies have, talked about their third quarter results. So, it's a matter of what's influencing the stock at the moment. And you're right, we don't have a whole lot of reporting on that score, but we do know this is a company that has had its challenges of late.
You got UBS, Goldman Sachs out with their S&P 500 calls for the coming period, 5,000 by the end of next year in terms of index points, according to UBS. What's the market paying attention to this week?
Dude, I think it's 5,000 by the end of 2023.
2023, I correct myself.
Not next year.
Right.
Which makes it even more depressing. They think we're only going to get another 300 points in the next 2 years and 2 months.
I apologize. It's Goldman saying 4,900 by the end of next year.
You're speaking like a true optimist. I saw a report out of Bank of America running numbers and basically figuring that you won't get a return on the S&P 500 except from dividends. If you look at sort of, his history and, kind of run some analysis, they're talking about the index being down 0.5% a year for the next several years. So dividends becoming more important in that situation. And they figure that payouts are likely to go up because by historical standards, companies aren't paying out all that much of their earnings in the form of dividends, more like 30% as opposed to a historical 50%. And if you get back there, the S&P 500's dividend yield, which at the moment is less than 1.3%, would get back to 2%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but by recent standards, it would be.
I should say, and Matt's absolutely right, it's 5,000 by the end of 23, according to UBS, but Goldman saying we could hit 4,900 by the end of next year, which is why Matt's so cheery or gloomy, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, 200 points. And even that is a little bit depressing. But we've come so far so fast, right? We were only at 2,500 even at the end of 2018. We gained, I think, 28, 29% in 2019. We gained another 16, 17% last year, and we're up another 25% this year. It has been, what's an expression for that? On fire.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been the second half of the 90s on that score where you had even bigger gains on an annual basis. I'll tell you, though, if you're a stock investor, though, you have to be feeling pretty good about how the S&P 500 has performed, especially this year with all the records being set.
We don't go back to the 90s. When Ed's on the show, it's strictly a 2000s show. So.
Well, that's too bad. I go back to the 90s, Matt, so that's my frame of reference.
Dave Wilson from the 90s, thank you so much for joining us. Dave is our senior stocks editor. He's in his silver years. As opposed to me and Ed, we're just kids, All right, what are we going to do now? I think we're going to go way down to the 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. John Tucker is standing by with your world and national news. John?
But I'd actually be right here with you, so...
Yeah, I didn't know if everyone knew that.
Okay. Anyway, flights, Matt, for many international locations being allowed to back in the U.S. starting today. It's been nearly 2 years. And for passengers like Dan Godwin at Frankfurt International, the lifting of the U.S. ban couldn't come soon enough.
My wife is American. I'm German, and because of these restrictions, it has affected the family. But now we can move, interact, and we know that business will flow. So we are happy, we're excited about the whole thing.
Travelers headed to the States must show proof of vaccination and provide a negative COVID test. Barack Obama faulting China and Russia for what he calls a dangerous absence of urgency in cutting their own climate-wrecking emissions.
An essential element of anything that we're going to do collectively on the climate crisis, a recognition that all of us have a part to play, all of us have work to do, all of us have sacrifices to make.
He's at the UN Climate Conference in Glasgow, Scotland. President Joe Biden hitting the road to sell Americans on the merits of the $550 billion bipartisan public works bill that won congressional passage Friday. Bloomberg government reporter Emily Wilkins says the infrastructure bill had to be separated from Mr. Biden's larger economic agenda.
The bills were connected in a way, but after Democrats' crushing loss to last Tuesday in Virginia and in other states, there was just a lot of momentum to get something done, to accomplish something, particularly before this week when lawmakers were out of town.
Bloomberg's Emily Wilkins. Concert organizers and Houston city officials knew that the crowd at a music festival planned by Travis Scott could be difficult to control. The New York Times reports that's what happened 2 years earlier, the last time Mr. Scott held his Astroworld Festival. The worst fears came to pass Friday as the crowd rushed to the stage. 2 teenagers among the 8 who died.
Your business landscape.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
It is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
The president's saying that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
Let's bring you some breaking news in terms of earnings. Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Your business landscape is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
The president's saying that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
Let's bring you some breaking news in terms of earnings. Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love has no labels, and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one-small-step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
When Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller bring you the day's market news.
How do you think investors should view Bitcoin?
You can count on some frivolity.
We've never taken them to Disney, so just failure on so many different fronts.
Bloomberg Markets. Extensive, essential, and endlessly entertaining.
I'm not a pet person. I'm a financial analyst. By the way, someone writes in and says, I didn't realize Paul hated American values.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Mom was always very organized. But my sister and I noticed she started to forget things.
Telling my girls about my Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard.
But Mom's early detection gave us time to make a plan.
My sister and I were there for Mom and each other.
If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. For more information, visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically. Yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
When was the moment you discovered that you were meant for the business world?
Have you been getting a lot of inquiries from employers?
And then you started looking for the best sources of information.
Technology is challenging the regulators.
Doctors use kind of a virtual reality look.
I feel like the world is courting Elon Musk.
Which is how you got here.
How are other bankers restricted now?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Greg Sauter is president of WGI, which provides engineering solutions for public infrastructure and real estate development projects. He's also on the board of overseers for New Jersey Institute of Technology and sees firsthand the intense demand by companies to hire NJIT graduates.
It's become almost cliche to say, but a large percentage of the jobs required in the not too distant future have not even been identified yet. What that means is we need graduates with problem-solving skills and an understanding of technology, technological dexterity, to be the leaders and innovators of the future. NJIT is rising to that challenge. It's not just about the engineering and the science, but it's also about the application of those in problem solving. Understanding how to apply is something that NJIT is outstanding at. And that's one of the reasons that their student body, that their graduates are sought after.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Up and away for session number 8. That's the S&P has advanced for an 8th session and has had only 2 down days in the past 19. Small caps, energy producers, and materials companies are leading these gains as investors pile into companies that benefit most from a strong economy. Let's look at the S&P. It's up 0.25% now, up 11. The Dow's up 0.4%, up 158. And the Nasdaq's up 0.25%, up 40. The 10-year is down 9/30 seconds. The yield 1.48%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 0.9% at 82.03 a barrel, while COMEX gold is up 0.4% at 18.2340 an ounce. The dollar yen 113.12. The euro $1.15.89. The British pound $1.35.67. Homeowners are taking advantage of a global housing boom by pulling equity out of their homes at the highest volume since the financial crisis. In the U.S., homeowners withdrew $63 billion in equity from their properties through more than 1.1 million cash-out refinances in the second quarter of the year. Now, that's the largest quarterly volume since mid-2007. What happened in 2008? That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets continues now. Mac Miller and Ed Ludlow.
Greg Jarrett, thank you very much for that. Greg Jarrett giving us the Bloomberg Business Flash. Now I want to get over to Marcus Moore. He's an assistant portfolio manager at Zeo Capital Advisors. And let's go over the data that we've had and the data to come, Marcus, starting with the jobs report. What do you make of the, strong numbers, but still weak, I guess, relatively participation amount there?
Thanks for having me. I thought the jobs number Friday was encouraging. You definitely saw a beginning of, people coming back. Well, not from a participation rate standpoint, but the hiring is taking place. You have 531,000 jobs added, 235,000 in upward revisions. Very strong wage growth, 4.9% over the last year. I think that's up from anything we've seen over the last 10 years prior. And so there were some good things in the jobs report. I think, to your point, one of the things that is somewhat discouraging is that the participation rate has stayed relatively flat. And one of the things we think about as we think about these jobs numbers is the role of the Fed. And you saw underrepresented minority employment lag relative to the larger index. And so that, for us, causes a question in terms of where the Fed is willing to step in, right? Because obviously they've already acknowledged, and Powell did so last week, that inflation is going to run hotter for longer, even longer than they initially anticipated. But their focus has really been on this underrepresented minority employment. And if you look at the jobs report that came out Friday, there's still a ways to go there. And so the question I think that's on the top of our minds is just how long and what does the Fed need to see before that full employment test has been met? Because I think throughout 2022, they can easily say that the unemployment test will be made in terms of the net, in terms of their ability to raise rates.
Mark, as you mentioned, the wage data, I think it's something like 5% gain year on year. And, wage inflation is kind of representative of stickiness in inflation, right? But at the same time, you have the Fed betting that we see this mass return to employment that will help ease inflation in the long run because the supply side of the economy comes back on. Is the Fed reading this data right in the interpretation in the context of inflation?
Again, there's so much noise. And I think I do not envy the job Jay Powell has right now in the Fed, largely because so much of big picture, I think they're right when they try to say transitory. Because, we parse the word transitory 500 different ways. But what they're really trying to say is there are inflation factors that are just abnormal. And if you think about it, we started with a complete shutdown of the economy when the pandemic hit. The federal government provided significant amount of stimulus. The Fed has provided significant amount of monetary stimulus to businesses. And then when we reopened, everyone had pent-up demand. Everyone had been sitting in their house for anywhere from 6 months to, a year, not traveling, not having access to the goods and services that they're used to. And so you took a supply chain that, was starting from zero, but a demand curve that was, well beyond where we would have, started, where we would have ended before the pandemic because there was so much pent-up demand. And so the Fed understands that a lot of the inflation we're seeing is simply is relation to this really strong demand, matching up with basically the restarting of supply chains. Throw in the fact that you've seen additional disruption overseas and in the U.S. as virus cases have spiked, the Delta variant, et cetera. And so there's an element of the Fed that's sitting there saying a lot of this inflation isn't real. Now, yes, I do think that the wage inflation that you're seeing is going to be a real element that is going to continue on. But there's still parts of this that the Fed wants to parse out to figure out, like, what's real, what's fake. And I do think once you get supply chains fully online, you will start to see some of those pressures ease.
Right.
But again, that could be well into 2022.
Right. And
the demand picture. Oh, go ahead.
And wages aren't keeping up. Right. What's your view on the markets then? When we look at right now, 4,700 all-time high, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of room left to run. Ed was talking about Goldman Sachs. They think we're only going to 4,900 by the end of next year. UBS says we're only going to 5,000 by the end of 2023. What do you think?
Over the last few weeks, we at Zio have been kind of bouncing around this idea of peak everything, right? And it just feels that everything is at a peak. You've got wage growth at a peak that we've seen over the last 10 years. You've got the stock market at a peak. You've got inflation at peaks we haven't seen in a really long time. It's a challenging market, but you also have a backdrop in which, companies are going to, to date, I think the S&P 500 has generated 30% higher earnings on a year-over-year basis. And even if you go back to 3Q 2019 before the pandemic, I think you're up about 16, 17%, which is a solid growth rate. So, I mean, there's a lot of competing forces in the market. Right now, the focus, I think, is on the Fed that has basically said we're watching inflation, but we're not worried. And then you have this strong earnings growth. So you are seeing these kind of record highs. But I think, our focus at Zio really has been on what are the risks to the downside. And I think the biggest risk to the downside is continued inflation, continued supply chain disruption, higher interest rates as we run a fixed income portfolio. And so those are the things that we have been staying very mindful of. And, as we look at companies, one of the things we've liked to do is, as we've talked about this very tight wage environment, we've been looking at companies and how they historically have treated their employees. Because I think in this environment, those companies that have historically paid their employees well, treated them well, and they had a high level of morale, have a significant competitive advantage going forward.
All right, Marcus, thanks so much for joining us. Marcus Moore there from Zio Capital Advisors. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
And what could be a game changer for Starbucks? Employees of the coffee shops in and around Buffalo will start getting ballots in the mail this week to vote on whether to unionize. The vote on whether to establish the first ever unionized locations among the chain's thousands of corporate-run U.S. stores will take place over the next 4 weeks. The elections involve only about 100 employees, but a vote to unionize would be among labor's highest-profile organizing victories in years. United Airlines is celebrating the turning back of clocks to standard time by rolling back some fares. Travelers can buy one-way basic economy tickets for as little as $39 for travel between November 21st and March 9th. But you'll have to hurry. The offer ends today. Wall Street's record run is still running, with all three of the main indexes at all-time highs. Dow up 151, NASDAQ gaining 31, S&P 500 up 8. This follows strong corporate earnings, strong hiring data, and the COVID treatment breakthrough bolstering economic optimism. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
What is dedication? My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Introducing Bloomberg Quick Take. Our global stories take on tomorrow today. Watch live news on the events changing your business and your world, and go deeper with original shows on business, technology, politics, and culture. Don't settle for a news network built for yesterday. For a global view and an informed take, Bloomberg Quick Take. Now streaming free on Bloomberg.com/quicktake. Brought to you by Accenture, American Express, and AT&T Business.
Where are today's real testing grounds for the latest innovation? Places where advancements in health, transportation, and business happen every day. Cities. Today, cities lead the way, taking local solves and turning them into global solutions. Now, introducing Bloomberg City Lab, a new platform covering the present and future of global cities. Learn more at bloomberg.com/citylab. Brought to you in partnership with Hyundai.
Hey everybody, it's time for today's STEM tip. Want to know how to make your selfies even better? Okay, let's use science. The best time for photos is golden hour. That's the moment right before the sun sets, when the atmosphere scatters blue and violet wavelengths, making perfect, soft, and golden selfie light to show off that beautiful face of yours. Click. Check out Chic and STEM for more inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Mayor Mintz, partner and co-leader of Burden's real estate practice.
Whether it's because of the COVID-19 pandemic or not, it is essential for anyone negotiating a deal to understand the underlying economic assumptions and the current market. From buying or selling assets to forming a joint venture, it's important to work with a sophisticated tax advisor who understands how the changing tax law may impact the structure of the deal. At Burden, we leverage our more than 100 years of transactional experience to help guide clients through the complexities of these structures and ensure that they understand any potential tax impact. If you're a high net worth individual or business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I think it's just vapor.
Vaping is safer than smoking, isn't it?
There's really not even that much nicotine in them, right?
One vape pod has as much nicotine as one pack of cigarettes.
My kid
knows it's dangerous.
5.4 million American kids vape, and most think it's harmless. Get your head out of the cloud. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutvaping.org. That's talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
It's the closest thing you can find to a masterclass on how the world works.
The United States has lost a tad of credibility.
Bloomberg Balance of Power.
Are we fulfilling those commitments at this point?
Weekdays at noon Eastern.
Can you give us the priorities?
On Bloomberg Radio. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
This is Bloomberg Markets. Matt Miller here in New York with Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. Paul Sweeney is hanging out in college this week. I think he's at his college, at his alma mater. So I'm a little bit jealous. But we have still got a lot coming up for you today. Phil Orlando is joining us, Chief Equity Market Strategist, Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes. And Greg Jarrett is back in the seat. Also, I believe, in San Fran. with a little bit of Bloomberg Business Flash for us. Greg?
Yep, we're back in the green, and we're staying there. Stocks have extended records, Matt, with the S&P on its longest winning streak since 2017. After corporate earnings, strong hiring data, and a COVID treatment breakthrough bolstered optimism in the world's largest economy. That would be the United States. Let's look at those numbers. The S&P is up 0.25%, up 12. The Dow is up 0.4%, up 160. The NASDAQ is up 0.3%, up 44. The 10-year is down 8/30 seconds. The yield 1.47%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 0.5% now at 81.70 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.4% at 18.24.10 an ounce. The dollar yen 113.12. The euro $1.15.91. The British pound $1.35.73. Who likes beef? Hold up your hands. Where is the beef? Evidently, it's in Brazil. Meat packers there have shut out the Chinese beef market or finding some relief at the U.S. butcher counters. Exports of Brazilian beef led to the U.S. soared 183% during the first 10 months of the year, according to Economy Ministry figures. Such shipments have been rising for months, and the trend has intensified after China restricted imports of Brazilian red meat in early September due to 2 atypical cases of mad cow disease. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Hold your hand up. Do you like beef from Argentina, Brazil, or the USA? Just think about that for a minute. I'm Greg Jarrett. Now, Matt Miller and Ed Ludlow continue with Bloomberg Markets.
Out of the city that knows how, the Golden City, the Paris of the West, Baghdad by the Bay, Ed Ludlow. Did you know that was a nickname for San Francisco Bay?
I didn't. And then you get the British voice that comes straight away, and the global audience is confused by that, Matt. It's a very hard transition to pull off.
Well, I mean, yes, you are British, Welsh, used to work in the Big Smoke, and now you're in Fog City, covering tech for us, covering EVs, covering rocket ships, and it's great to have you on the program today, Ed. We also have Abigail Doolittle here. She covers the stock market for us in New York City, the Big Apple. Abigail, we're looking at another record high today.
We are looking at another record high, the longest winning streak for the S&P 500 going back to 2017. So the bulls are really in charge. And I know that you and Ed have probably been talking about Tesla and that poll, which we'd love to talk about too. But something that comes to mind right now, if you think about it, Matt, just a month ago, 6 weeks ago, it was all about the sky is falling. I know some strategists were saying we're going to have more than a 20% drop, but we make it through earnings season and we make it through the taper, and here we are, another record high. The bulls just continue on.
Well, on Tesla, Matt, you were talking about this earlier, right? It's one of the biggest points laggards on the S&P 500, but it's now down less than 3%. And you know, this is a company that has a $1.2 trillion market cap. And that's a less than one standard deviation move. And you kind of made this point on TV earlier. So what? You know, What does it matter?
And I think now, I'd love to hear what you think about it, Ed, but in my opinion, Musk wanted to sell some stock. He needed a decent excuse for that, and he wanted to soften the blow a little bit. So the Tesla poll, I think, was a stroke of genius, frankly. And you play it as if it's political. Hey, man, people think billionaires don't pay their fair share of taxes. Should I sell some of my unrealized gains? And you're shaking your head, Abigail. You agree?
I am with you completely. When I first was talking about this earlier this morning with Pete DeTerras, our market producer, I was saying exactly the same thing. He wanted to sell some stock. He wanted to make it look a little bit better so that it wouldn't be an all-out panic. And, you know, the unrealized tax gain issue, that is a serious issue. If there is some kind of law put into place where at some point people have to take gains that they've never even made pay for those. I will point something out, though. I agree. In terms of today's move, it doesn't mean all that much, but you guys know that I love charts, and I'm taking a look at the Tesla chart right now. And needless to say, the move out of late October into November, parabolic move, today's drop is on a gap to the downside, so that tells you about complete surprise. It would not be shocking to see this thing go round trip to where it was in October. Now, is that because of Elon Musk potentially selling 10% of his
Which is what you mean, like an $800 billion company rather than a $1.2 trillion
exactly.
company. Yeah.
Luxury problems.
it wasn't that long ago that it was worth, a lot less. But it doesn't.
It wasn't that long ago that people were wondering whether this was going to be a going concern. Literally two or three summers ago, there was that question: would Tesla make it as a going concern? And here we are having this conversation.
Well, now they have rental car companies fighting over their fleet.
True. More luxury problems.
It's like Elon's casual relationship with Twitter, right, where he runs this fine line, and you're never quite sure if he's joking or he's not joking. But the numbers that he proposed, in this poll was something like 80% of Tesla's average daily trading volume over the last 3 months. That is, from a market structure point of view, a very serious thing to declare on Twitter, that you're going to sell that volume of stock, flood the market. Although, a lot of the buyers of this stock are people that do it because they believe in Elon and they believe in the story, and they don't seem spooked by it.
Yeah, well, I mean, imagine if he hadn't done this little Twitter stunt and then just unloaded 10% of his stake. People would have thought he was cashing out, right? And now he can do it. He's got the backing, not just of faceless, anonymous Twitter mass, but also some of Tesla's biggest shareholders have said, yeah, this is a good idea. He needs to do this, right? Who's that South Korean billionaire who is big into Tesla and has doubled down? Ed, you know what I'm talking about.
I do know who you're talking about. This is a guy that built like a $7 billion net worth in it. Count Koguan.
Exactly,
Koguan. This brilliant profile of him that you should go and read. But he was a retail investor, right, who just built up huge wealth.
He was already super rich.
Okay, he was quite rich, yeah.
Yeah. But, Abigail, what else are we looking at here? Ed and John Farrow both were talking about the UBS forecast for 5,000 on the S&P by the end of 2023. So a long way out and not that much higher.
Yeah, not that much higher at all, especially for a year and a half out. I think that what catches my attention the most is just this continued melt up that we were just talking about moments ago, but also bonds. It's interesting because last week and the week before that, you had this huge rally in bonds, which of course means yields went down. So the 10-year yield back below 1.5%. That's certainly, at least in my view, one of the reasons that we have stocks going higher. It's just the just right bond yield. I mean, historically still super low, but it's not at the 2% that could cause some kind of real problem for stocks, but lower yields good for valuation, especially good for growth stocks. And then on the other side, you also have the cyclicals doing really well because that infrastructure bill passed. So you have the materials and you have the industrial. So it's a just right day in so many ways.
Yeah, a lot going on. Abigail, great to have you on the program. Thanks so much for joining us. Abigail Doolittle, they are talking to us about the stock market. Let's get over right now to John Tucker. He's got your world national news. John?
All right, Matt, thanks a lot. More Americans and Europeans could be taking to the skies. Today, the U.S. opening up travel for other countries. We get more from Bloomberg's Renita Young.
Travelers to the U.S. are now back in the air. The U.S. is lifting restrictions for more than 30 countries, allowing fully vaccinated travelers to fly from places like Europe, China, and India. But after more than 600 days of being shut out of the country, a few things are different for international travelers. Documentation required at the airport now includes a proof of approved vaccination against COVID-19. Renita Young, Bloomberg Radio.
White House cheer over the passage of the infrastructure bill may be short-lived as President Biden struggles to pass his bigger spending package. A House vote was delayed until lawmakers reconvene, and the Congressional Budget Office gives a cost analysis. Clearer pictures may begin to emerge of some of the 8 young people who died when fans at a Travis Scott concert in Houston suddenly surged toward the stage. A spokeswoman for Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner's office says their identities are expected to be made public today. They ranged in ages from 14 to 27. Satellite imagery shows the Chinese military is using mock-ups of a U.S. aircraft carrier at a weapons testing range. Satellite images depict targets in the shape of a carrier and 2 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers. Both types are vessels deployed by the U.S. 7th Fleet, which patrols the Western Pacific, including the waters around Taiwan. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg.
For the Jewish communal fund.
If knowledge is power, The Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Fund. Barbara Novick, investment professional and philanthropist.
I think JCF has one of the best funds out there. It's very reasonable in its pricing. It's very flexible in its investments. And I give them an A+ for client service.
A fund may be opened with a $5,000 contribution of cash or appreciated securities and can be used as an alternative to a private foundation. At any time, you may suggest which charities you would like to support and in what amounts. Choose from the menu of high-rated investment options, and your charitable fund can earn tax-free income.
It's a very client-centric organization. They have a very user-friendly website, and I find they make my life easier.
Let the Jewish Communal Fund be your personal connection to charitable giving. Open a JCF fund now to lock in this year's tax deduction. Call 212-752-8277, 212-752-8277, or visit jcfny.org.
What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms, in turn, need to rely on their custodian to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interest and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work with Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC.
We used to take our freedom of movement for granted. Not anymore.
It's not just the people who work for the airlines.
And it's natural to feel grateful for the things that kept you going.
Does America have a chance to lose our advantage?
Can we get to herd immunity fast enough so that we'll be in good shape?
But really, we were just doing our jobs.
Oxford University is starting a study on patients who've recovered from COVID.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. And then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself, I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm going to make it better. I'm coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
NJIT makes the workforce of the future, and Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output, and how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them, but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Started to feel a little bit of negative pressure. They've come off earlier highs, still into the green. Markets will closely watch a measure of U.S. consumer prices day after tomorrow, after gains in U.S. payrolls last week also showed a jump in average hourly earnings. Let's look at the numbers. The S&P's up 0.2%, up 8. The Dow's up 0.4%, up 138, and the Nasdaq's up 0.2%, up 26. The 10-year is down 9/30 seconds. The yield is 1.48%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 0.6% at 81.75 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.3% at 18.2290 an ounce. The dollar yen 113.17. The euro's $1.1591. The British pound $1.3573. Looking for a pot store? Go no farther than Toronto. Another one. High Street has taken on a new meaning in Toronto, where pot shops are filling up storefronts that other retailers have abandoned during the pandemic. Now the problem may be oversupply. Just over 320 cannabis dispensaries have opened in Canada's largest city since January 2020. This according to a real estate broker there. That makes for a 2,485% increase from 13 before that, at a time when more than 3,500 other kinds of stores closed down. You can still find plenty of another one. Marijuana. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets continues now with Matt Miller, who knows nothing about that, and Ed Ludlow, who's never even smelled the stuff.
Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Greg Jarrett there with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get back to Tesla. We've been talking a lot about what's going on with Elon Musk today, also no stranger to the joint. And he has tweeted over the weekend about selling a 10% stake, put up a poll on Twitter, and said he would abide by the group decision. It was that he should, in fact, sell 10% of his stake. Holly Froom joins us. She is a consumer and industrial litigation analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. So, Holly, what about the legality of this, considering the fact that, you know, we all know Elon Musk has had his run-ins with the SEC, and he's agreed to clear, I guess, any tweet related to the company or the company's business with counsel?
Yes, he's had his brush with the FCC in the past, and as a result of that brush, there was a lawsuit, and he entered into a consent judgment in 2018, which was amended in 2019 to get pre-approval from a securities lawyer regarding various things, including any statements made concerning disposition of the shares. So this appears to fall under that. It's not clear whether he got pre-approval or not.
Holly, what happens if he just doesn't follow through with either scenario? You know, what happens if he doesn't sell the stock? What happens if he does? Where does he stand legally?
Well, I don't think there's he's created a contractual obligation to sell it. I don't think that just asking for a vote would be considered what they call consideration for a contract. You need consideration like a value or fair value in order to have an exchange. So I don't think it would be considered contractually binding, but he may have just bound himself by securities laws, because if he doesn't do it and there's a loss, people may say that, his tweet was misleading. So that could be an issue later on.
Yeah, I mean, he said he's going to do it, and he repeated that he would, stick to whatever the group decided. So, on the other hand, we don't know if he cleared this through counsel, right? If he didn't, and he's agreed that he would clear everything like this through counsel, could the SEC come back and take some sort of enforcement action?
Potentially, yes. I mean, in the past, what they brought was when they thought he had violated it before, they brought a contempt proceeding. But I don't know if that's going to happen again. There have been other tweets that he made where the SEC sort of stood by and didn't really do anything, which were, the tweets for border.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Burden does this, which enables us to offer a wide range of services, including daily bill pay, portfolio review, and complex tax planning to help preserve a family's wealth while making their lives easier. If you're a high net worth individual or head of a family office, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenivek. They keep such a careful eye on business trends and developments. You'd guess there are more than two of them. Nope, they're just that good.
What do you still want to see from the CDC?
Bloomberg Business Week.
They cross different parts of our investment world.
Is that an actual competitor for wireline broadband?
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Lower for longer. We hear that from Fed Chairman Jay Powell.
One of the best ways to watch inflation is with the break-evens.
Let's get a chance to see what's really going on under the hood.
The economy has changed.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
You can't have a narrow slice of the country doing well and everybody else doing poorly.
Are we looking at a more damaging break in the labor market?
We're looking at late 2021, early 2022, where it really feels quote-unquote normal.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we got a lot coming up for you in this hour. Mary Shore joins us, senior equity analyst at Columbia Threadneedle, with her thoughts on retailers as we approach the holiday season, still hampered by supply chain issues. We also have Matthew Roberts, CEO of Vacasa, former CEO of Open Table, on the company's SPAC merger with TPG Pace Solutions. So we'll talk about vacation rentals and the state of travel. First off, let's get over to Greg Jarrett right now. He's got your Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg?
Stocks are continuing to extend their records with the S&P on its longest winning streak since 2017. The NASDAQ has lagged behind on Tesla's slump after Elon Musk asked his Twitter followers if he should sell 10% of his stock. They said yes. Tesla is now down just about 3%. Koku Agboblua of Societe Generale tells Bloomberg FOMO, in his opinion, is what's keeping people on the buy button.
Because you need to generate returns given the very robust performance of asset prices. So I think the stocks are being held not just by the QE environment and low interest rates, etc., even if you have inflation going up. The big elephant in the room when it comes or actually the big factor for equity is the fact that we also have strong earnings.
Let's check those markets. The S&P is up 0.1%, up 6. The Dow's up 0.4%, up 150, and the Nasdaq's up 0.2%, now up 26. The 10-year is currently down 11/32. The yield 1.48%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil's up 0.5% at 81.66 a barrel, with COMEX gold up 0.25% at 18.2150 an ounce. The dollar yen 113.21. The euro $1.15.89. The British pound $1.35.63. Federal Reserve Governor Randall Quarles will step down from the central bank in the last week of December, freeing up another vacancy for President Joe Biden as he considers new leaders for the U.S. Central Bank. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets continues now. Matt Miller and Ed Ludlow.
All right. Greg, thanks very much. Greg Jarrett there with your Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm here with Ed Ludlow, Paul Sweeney taking some well-deserved time off, and we're going to get you more on that story about Randall Quarles submitting his resignation shortly. First off, I want to go over to Dave Wilson to talk quickly about small caps. Dave?
Well, Matt, you got bigger gains for smaller companies in today's trading. The Russell 2000 index up 0.9%, while the S&P 500 is only higher by 0.1%. Now, the two biggest gains in the Russell belong to cryptocurrency stocks. They're higher after the total value of Bitcoin and its peers surpassed $3 trillion. Marathon Digital, ticker MARA, leading the way with a gain of 20%. And Riot Blockchain, ticker Riot, RIOT, is up about 19%. BTRS Holdings, ticker BTRS, has gained 14%. The maker of payment processing software was raised the equivalent of buy from neutral at JP Morgan. And Privia Health, ticker PRVA, is also up 14%. The healthcare software maker raised this year's revenue forecast after third quarter results beat estimates. Now, the Russell's steepest drop belongs to GT Biopharma, ticker GTBP. The cancer drug developer has lost almost 29% after CEO Anthony Cataldo and Chief Financial Officer Michael Handelman both left the company. And eHealth, ticker EHTH, has fallen about 20%. The online health insurer had disappointing third quarter results and cut full-year forecasts.
All right. Yep. Dave. Thank you very much. Dave Wilson there talking to us about small caps. Let's get over to this Fed news now. Federal Reserve Governor Randall Quarles will step down from the central bank at the end of December, freeing up another vacancy for President Joe Biden to fill as he considers new leaders for the U.S. Central Bank. Craig Torres joins us right now, Federal Reserve and U.S. economy reporter. So, Craig, what do we know about this resignation?
Well, it clears the way for President Biden to name another governor. And the vice chair seat for supervision had already expired. So he's looking at vacancies. Vice chair Richard Clarida is going to step down. Of course, Powell's term as chair is up. We have one board vacancy, and now we have another with Quarles. So that's 4 positions, Matt.
Craig, what was Quarles known for during his tenure with the Fed? I mean, he came in for some criticism from pockets of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, so he would call it regulatory efficiency, that we had this gigantic law, the Dodd-Frank Act, and things like the Volcker Rule, which, were hard to implement. He would claim that he made these things more efficient. Progressives would say he oversanded bank regulations and made the financial system more risky. The truth probably lies somewhere in between those two views. But I'd expect the next vice chair, a Democrat, to look at systemic risk issues. They're everywhere you look in the U.S. economy right now.
I think some of the criticism came from Senator Elizabeth Warren, and she has also said that she wouldn't support a second term for Powell. But you know the markets like that kind of consistency. What do you think we're going to see there, Craig?
Matt, I just don't know. Like this, I've been through a number of these processes, and this has been the most hermetically sealed White House I've ever seen. We don't have a lot of alternative names floating out there. I don't really know what they're thinking. I do think Warren's voice matters. Powell would not be a risky choice for Biden because Powell would get a number of Republican votes and a number of votes from Democrats, including those on the Senate Banking Committee. So it really does matter. If it is Powell, it really does matter how Biden shapes those other three positions and what those people think about things like regulation or monetary policy.
Craig, why doesn't the progressive wing of the Democratic Party like Powell? He seems to be so focused on progressive issues.
I think it's so. Let me contrast him with another Fed governor, Lael Brainerd. Governor Brainerd dissented something like 24 times on bank regulation. She was a big advocate during pre-pandemic to raise something called it's a simple idea, raise a capital buffer for banks so they would have more capital to make loans in a downturn. And Powell went along with quarrels almost always. So, I guess Democrats have a problem seeing Jay Powell sort of flipping to a different regulatory agenda. I think that's their main issue with him, not monetary policy.
All right, Craig Torres, economics correspondent for Bloomberg News. Thank you very much. Let's shift gears a little, Matt Miller. Let's talk about the retail sector and bring in Mari Shaw, senior equity analyst at Columbia Threadneedle Investments. And this is interesting because what I hear is a lot of bullishness on the street about the retail sector, and yet these are the same companies, the same industry that are kind of faring the brunt of these higher input costs. So first question, Mari Shaw, what's the good news for Wall Street about retail this coming week?
Well, the good news is that overall sentiment from the companies remains very positive heading into the holidays. And I think we have to remember that these companies have been living with supply chain disruption for the past year and a half, and they have been planning well for it. And the companies have proven to be quite resilient. And I think from the investor standpoint, we really need to give both the companies and the consumer the benefit of the doubt.
So the consumer has saved up a lot during the pandemic, spent off some of that, but still has a ton of savings relative to, the historical average. There won't be any shortage of demand, will there, or cash this holiday season?
Absolutely not. We still feel really positive about the overall health of the consumer. Of course, at the lower end, we've seen stimulus that has driven increased savings, and now the return to work and higher minimum wages is a positive for that consumer. At the higher income level, the wealth effect has been very significant, and that plus still a very strong job market and income potential is really driving strength across the board at all levels for the consumer.
Very quickly, we're thinking about names in the next 10 days like Walmart, like Target. There's all these reports out there about the pull forward of e-commerce spending because of the pandemic. How well positioned are those companies in about 30 seconds to take advantage going into the holiday season?
We feel really good about the companies that can use their scale to manage better through the current situation. And we've seen incredible share gains from both Target and Walmart throughout the pandemic. And we do think that those share gains will stick on the other side of it, especially as they're able to leverage their omni-channel capabilities and their penetration across different categories. And so especially now as companies are dealing with increased disruption in the supply chain, we feel really good about companies like Target and Walmart being able to leverage their scale.
All right, got to bear with me here. what's omni-channel mean again?
Omnichannel is really the ability of the retailers to service the customer both in store and online. And if you look at what some of the, well, really all retailers, but I would use Target as an example, what they've done with their drive up and pick up in store, that has been a huge competitive advantage for them throughout the pandemic.
We kind of touched on this, but I want to dig into the psychology of the consumer. You know, yeah, okay, everyone's flush with cash, but with all these higher input costs, what is the pain threshold for the consumer, in your view, to absorb those higher costs, to accept the level that these companies will pass on the costs to the consumer?
I think it really varies by category. I think there are certain categories like food where the prices are highly visible to the consumer. Think about things like milk and bananas that you're buying week in and week out. You see when the price increases, and it's very easy to substitute and potentially trade down in the food category. But in more discretionary categories, I'm very confident in the company's ability to pass through higher pricing. And the truth is that they have been a lot less promotional throughout the pandemic, and the consumer has still been buying the goods, especially where there is strong brand and strong product innovation to support the higher price. But the companies are all being very strategic and selective about the price increases that they do pass through. And just by being less promotional, they're also, in effect, taking pricing. And again, this is not something new. This is something that the companies have been doing for the past year or so, and I think that that's giving them the confidence to continue to selectively take pricing for some time to come, given that some of these cost pressures they're seeing now are transitory, but others, like wage pressure that they're seeing, are more structural.
And, well, you don't see those prices reverting back either, do you, right? As soon as they get increases, even in milk or bread, those stick.
Absolutely. I think at some point we will see promotions start to normalize a little bit, especially when the supply comes back online. So you will see that happen. But again, I think the companies have really learned throughout the pandemic that they can do more with less and drive full price selling, and that has resulted in higher sales and gross margins, and that is something that the companies do not want to give back, as you said.
Mari, thanks so much for joining us. Real pleasure having your insight today. Mari Shore, their senior equity analyst with Columbia Threadneedle. Let's get over now to John Tucker. He's got your world national news. JT?
All right, Matt, thanks. Investigators in Houston trying to determine why 8 people died during a concert on Friday. A crowd rush caused a deadly crush while rapper Travis Scott was on stage at the Astroworld Music Festival. The first lawsuits have already been filed by injured concertgoers. Attorney Ryan McLeod says the organizers and artists should have known better.
It's happened before. History has repeated itself. And we hope that by filing this lawsuit and the many other lawsuits that are guaranteed to follow, that Travis Scott and other artists like him understand concertgoers want to be safe.
Attorney Ryan McLeod represents Manuel Suoza. Former President Barack Obama helped kick off the second week of COP26 conference in Glasgow today, taking to the stage to deliver brief remarks to the summit on island sustainability.
I am so pleased to be here with all of you for this important discussion about how to support efforts to promote island resilience.
Obama calling on wealthier nations who have a larger responsibility to bear more of the burdens moving ahead. And a company-sponsored study shows Regeneron Pharmaceuticals' antibody cocktail cut the risk of contracting COVID-19 by 82% for up to 8 months. The monoclonal antibody cocktail is available under an emergency use authorization in the U.S. And we have global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm John Tucker. This is Bloomberg. Now over to Greg Jarrett with a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, John. The S&P is now little changed, but it is still just a tad higher for an 8th session and has had only 2 down days in the past 19. Small caps, energy producers, and materials companies are leading the gains today as investors pile into companies that benefit most from a strong economy. Let's take a look at those markets. The S&P is little changed, up 2. The Dow's up 0.3%, up 108. And the Nasdaq's up 0.1%, up 12. The 10-year is now down 9/32. The yield 1.48%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 0.8% at 81.91 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.4% at 18.2460 an ounce. The dollar yen 113.21. The euro $1.15.88. The British pound $1.35.53. Could I get a missed meal penalty and a short turn bump in my check? Those are union terms, in case you were wondering. U.S. workers in Starbucks have authorized strikes in a wide swath of industries and quit jobs in record numbers, but could soon pull off an even more audacious coup, winning a unionization vote at one of the country's signature non-union firms. That would be Starbucks. They're voting on it. It's down. The stock, that is, for Starbucks is down 1%. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets continue now with Ed Ludlow and Matt Miller.
Greg Jarrett, thank you so much for joining us there with the Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Matt Miller. Ed Ludlow with me today as Paul Sweeney is off. He's gone back to college, not for a degree, just to party. Let's get over to Matthew Palazzolo right now. He's a senior analyst for property and casualty insurance from Bloomberg Intelligence, and he's going to talk to us about Warren Buffett signaling a little bit of a wariness with a soaring stock market as he extends a selling streak. What do we know about Berkshire Hathaway, Matt?
Yeah, we know that Berkshire Hathaway's third quarter results were pretty good. They followed the trend of the general economy. Things started picking back up at the end of last year and kind of rolled through, to higher than average pre-pandemic earnings. What I think is kind of a concern for the next couple of quarters is going to be the supply chain's impact on their kind of vast array of businesses going forward.
I do want to touch on that, but let's talk about the big issue, the best issue anyone can possibly have. Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway have too much money. They have so much money that they don't know what to do with it and they can't spend it on anything. Walk me through that one.
So yeah, I mean, because of a consequence of these good earnings, they're just piling up cash, right? And from the beginning of the pandemic, Warren Buffett struck a very cautious tone on the market about the risk inherent in what's coming up. And they pretty much sat on their hands at the beginning of the pandemic. And at their last annual meeting, Buffett expressed remorse about doing that. He said we should have been more active. But then I feel like they kind of got caught in a little bit of a trap because valuations did nothing but go up since then. And it just makes things less attractive if you look at his established philosophy. All that said, though, I do think he could ignore valuation and make a best-in-class business deal if he sees it.
So where do we see those kinds of deals? It's a big size. You can't see these elephants everywhere, can you?
Yeah, no. I mean, so their cash is $149 billion, right? So they could pretty much buy almost anything they want. I wouldn't want to speculate on where they're going to go because it could be anything. Berkshire's businesses, from owning a ton of Apple stock, they make airplane parts, they sell candy, they do pretty much everything under the sun. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something come out of left field that maybe no one's ever heard of, for a couple of $1 billion here and there. But to make a huge dent in that cash pile, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
So let's go back to what you were discussing earlier, Berkshire Buffett view of the world, because the conglomerate touches so many parts of the economy, so many different industries and associated supply chains. What did we learn on that front?
Yeah, the third quarter results were good. I mean, supply chain was mentioned several times in the 10Q. It's affecting all of their businesses. I think what remains to be seen is how much those businesses can pass through costs to the consumer. I think generally businesses are able to do that just because of this kind of strong economy that, people are willing to pay more for things. But I think because of their vast array of businesses, there's going to be some things that they just can't push along. I mean, they're in home building, and I don't know how much higher those prices can go if their materials, keep going up.
In terms of an end, do we get any signal from Buffett or from Berkshire as to how the supply chain crisis is going? You know, how input costs are rising. Is this going to soften anytime soon?
You know, they didn't really speculate on the future or the longevity of it. I think we could see these issues last easily through next year, given all the businesses they're in. One of their biggest businesses is they make airplane parts, precision airplane parts. And, you know, that market, even though travel is coming back, you know, the market has yet to rebound. And even if it does, they're having trouble sourcing the parts for that business.
Precision airplane parts are the best kind, you know, because I hate when people just make rough guesstimates and they're producing pieces for planes. It just doesn't work as well.
One of those.
Precision cast parts. What do they make?
They make that. Those are the precision auto parts that they do make. And that's kind of one of those businesses that frankly you may have never heard of, but has this kind of huge global near monopoly in these kind of. And when I say precision, you know, there probably are parts on the plane that are not exactly precision, right? Like if you're talking about just kind of a piece of metal for the wing, maybe that's not as precision as some of the instruments that go in the cockpit.
No, I know. I was just joking around a little bit, but yeah, no, I've been flying a lot lately. I guess relative to during the lockdown, and I feel like a lot of it is imprecise. But yes, they don't crash. They don't fall out of the sky very often, so they should be put together pretty well. Matt, thanks so much for joining us. Great to get your insight on Berkshire Hathaway. Matthew Palazzola there is a senior analyst, property and casualty insurance, and of course, Berkshire Hathaway is still in the insurance business as well as all of the other stuff that they do. Ed, you know, I talked to a lot of auto CEOs, and they have been signaling a little bit of an improvement in the supply chain crisis. Not that we're out of it yet, not that they are able to get their hands on as many chips as they want, right. And it's really the chips that are the big deal here. But they're saying from Volkswagen to Ford that, you know, the fourth quarter shows a little bit of improvement and they expect it to get better throughout 2022.
I think what's been kind of fun as well is to go back and read the transcripts from the earnings call and who is the best wheeler dealer, sorry for that expression, but who is the best negotiator. And you can see some of the ways the different car makers, including Tesla and GM, Ford, have been able to navigate this, is to basically go to their suppliers and say, okay, guys, we need this as a priority, these parts second, these parts third, and be aggressive about it. And in many cases, they've managed to pull it off.
I wonder about the new EV companies like Rivian. Do you think they're able to get as many of the parts as they wanted? They seem to have been building that truck for like most of your lifetime. So
Rivian, Lucid, those companies have actually been pretty candid about how they haven't been able to. Why? They don't have any power in the market. They're not building at volume enough where they can say to their suppliers, we need this stuff now, because the suppliers turn around to them and say, whoa, little guys, you know, we've got much bigger fish to fry, bigger customers that we're prioritizing. And they have been really honest about that. It has made a slow start to life as a production company even slower.
Well, I mean, honesty is the best policy, obviously.
Always.
Have you seen one in the wild yet? Have you seen a Rivian truck just driving around?
I've seen both. You know, I'm awaiting my opportunity to drive the Rivian truck. But, you know, they built modest numbers, less than 200, right? And they've delivered less than 200. So give it some time.
All right, I'm looking forward to seeing those. I haven't seen one out and about yet. I saw my first Ford Bronco the other day, and I was pretty excited about that. But it's obviously a different level on the technology scale. Ed Ludlow with me out of San Francisco. Paul Sweeney is off. We'll be right back. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
The Disney Plus streaming service turns 2 on Friday, and the entertainment giant is celebrating with new movies, TV shows, and other promotions. Among the benefits is an offer for 1 month of service for new and returning subscribers for just $2. Toy giant Mattel is seeing early shopping in a holiday season jolted by supply chain issues. The company tried to prepare. It sped up the gathering of raw materials and lined up ocean freight capacity and access to additional ports. Employees at 3 Starbucks in New York State will receive ballots this week on whether to unionize. If successful, they would be the first ever company-run stores to recognize unions. The elections involve only around 100 staff, but a vote in favor will be a big victory for the labor movement. Markets will closely watch a measure of consumer prices this Wednesday. The data is expected to show price pressures running at the hottest pace in 3 decades. The S&P 500 little change, the Dow up 100 points. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
If I could be you.
And you could be me for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way
to get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. What's the difference between you and your competition?
What's your vision in this relationship?
We're guessing one thing is that you are better informed.
European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde had this to say.
Actually, we're not guessing.
The realism of this is tangible.
Up-to-the-moment news.
Some of the biggest states could see most of the money.
Expert analysis.
Does that mean you're focusing on banks and other financials?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seizechange.
My Shiro doesn't always wear a cape, but she always has time for a hug, a smile, for going the extra mile. My Shiro stretches every dollar, puts in long hours, puts others first. But now it's your time, Mom. When you're ready to retire, we want you to be able to enjoy it. Get free tips to help boost your retirement savings now at aceyourretirement.org.
A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When unprecedented events are unfolding, it's important to let history teach us.
Do you think it's a different world for the Fed?
Bloomberg Balance of Power with David Weston. Weekdays at noon Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. Matt Miller here in the Interactive Brokers Studio in New York City. Ed Ludlow joins me out of San Francisco. Paul Sweeney is on a well-deserved vacation this week. We got a lot coming up in this program, so you'll definitely be glad that you tuned in. We have coming up Laura Davidson, Bloomberg News tax reporter, to talk to us about the SALT deduction. And as a lot of our listeners, Ed, are from the Northeast or California, they'll be really interested to hear what we're going to get, what the possibilities are, because it's tough. It's not easy living in these high-tax states. Right now, Greg Jarrett joins us with a Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg?
Highly taxed, Greg Jarrett. Stocks have come off earlier gains, though remained higher after a torrid stretch of advances that lifted benchmark indexes nearly 10% since September. Let's look at these numbers. The S&P is up over 0.1%, now up 7. The Dow's up 0.3%, up 108, and the Nasdaq is up 0.25%, up 42. The 10-year is down 9/32 with a yield of 1.48%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up over 1% now at 82.10 per barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.5% at 18.2520 per ounce. The dollar yen 113.20. The euro $1.1588. The British pound $1.3554. Feeling the pinch when you go out and buy a loaf of bread? Inflation expectations among U.S. consumers is up to a new high for the coming year after months of soaring prices. This is according to the latest Federal Reserve Bank of New York survey. Household expectations for inflation in the next 12 months climbed to 5.7% in October from 5.3% the previous month, according to the monthly survey of consumer expectations. A burger that cost me $9.95 with all the fixings just 2 years ago cost me $13.95 yesterday. That is personal inflation, not my burger. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets continues now with Ed Ludlow and Matt Miller.
Where do you get where's the best place in San Francisco to get a burger?
That's Ed, you can chime in on that, but there's this little place in Point Richmond. It doesn't really have a name. It's when you come out of the tunnel leading from the bay. It's one of those you walk in and order it and they hand it to you places. That's really good stuff.
Ed?
Interesting. I'm a Causewell's guy. Causewell's in the Marina, Cow Hollow area. Very nice. Very good.
All right. It's a difficult question here in New York. It's a difficult question in Berlin. There's a lot of competition for the best burgers. Let's get, though, to one of my favorite and least favorite subjects, the SALT tax deduction, state and local tax deductions. Of course, President Trump, when he was in office, almost seemed like a punishment to these blue states for voting against him, limited the deduction to $10,000. Laura Davison is a Bloomberg News tax reporter, and she can talk to us about the possibility of those Trump restrictions being lifted. Oddly enough, Laura, it seems like AOC and Bernie Sanders are making it the most difficult to turn around this Trumpian tax.
Yeah, this has been really one of the most controversial issues as Democrats have been trying to kind of put the finishing touches on this big Biden economic package. You have Democrats, particularly from New York, New Jersey, who say, look, we need to get rid of this $10,000 cap. Where they've landed in the House is to raise it to $80,000, which has basically been described as, we're repealing the cap for about 99% of taxpayers. So that would be a huge help, particularly for kind of upper middle and middle class people in the Northeast and California. However, in the Senate, where the bill will go next, it is likely to undergo a lot of changes. Instead, over there, they're looking at maybe some sort of income threshold, so saying, people who make less than $400,000, $500,000 could claim as many deductions as they want, but over that amount, they'd be limited. This is going to be a really tough thing because Democrats are divided. You have, the Northeastern Democrats who want as much as possible, where you have others, like Bernie Sanders, like AOC, saying, look, this would be a big tax break to billionaires, and we don't want to do that.
There are not that many billionaires, just to be clear.
Yeah. Well, that's my question.
There's only like 700, I think, in America. But
that's my question. When somebody says to you, oh, what do you think about an expansion of the state and local tax deduction? Laura Davison, good morning. I ask myself, who benefits, right? If you're a family somewhere in America, what does this even mean for you?
Yeah, so the thing is that most people don't even itemize their taxes. That means they take the standard deduction, which is about $24,000 for a married couple this year, and so they can't claim any of these special deductions. They can't claim SALT, they can't claim mortgage interest, charitable deductions. There's only really about 5 to 10% of households that even kind of qualify for this to start. So we're talking about a pretty narrow slice. And of that, families that have lots of SALT deductions, lots of income taxes, property taxes, are really relegated to kind of some specific areas in the country where cost of living tends to be higher, housing is higher, wages tend to be on the upper end of the spectrum. So it's really kind of those areas. But generally speaking, when you look at sort of the distribution tables, the people who benefit most from SALT are relatively wealthy people. An analysis from the Congressional Scorekeeper said that about 50% of the SALT benefits go to households making at least $1 million.
I got to tell you something. Me and John Tucker are looking at each other, just shaking our heads. We're not wealthy people. We're not combined times 2 making $1 million. And
wait, how much you? Whoa.
I mean,
slow down there.
It's painful. I just don't understand it. I saw a study saying that middle class people only save $20 a year on taxes with a SALT deduction. I feel like it's a lot more than that.
SALT was painful. The loss of it.
There's a lot of working moms and dads out there who are paying like $30,000 in taxes living in middle-class New Jersey or New York. And I don't want to make this personal. I'm editorializing it. But, Laura, one thing I wonder, and I haven't really asked anybody, but I wonder why taxes are so darn high in New York and New Jersey. Like, schools in Darien, Connecticut are very good. And they're only paying, $10,000, $12,000 a year in property taxes. Schools in Pelham are very good, and there you're paying like $30,000, $40,000 a year in property taxes. Why?
And so this really kind of goes down to the breadth of the services that a specific state offers. So New Jersey, for example, really prides itself on their schools, also that children are insured, health insurance, there's good transit, there are, a lot of public benefits that are there. And this is why you see, representatives like Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey saying, look, we want to have, as big a SALT deduction as possible because this is what makes it possible for the state to offer all of these more progressive tax benefits. We want to make sure that kind of the wealthiest of our citizens stay here and aren't incentivized to move to Florida because they make a big portion of the tax base. And we want to keep people here. We want to keep all the benefits the state has offered for years and years.
All right, Laura, thanks very much for joining us. This is we should have a whole show. We should have a weekly program. John Tucker and I will co-host it. The SALT show until
we can do it broadcast from my mansion, rich mansion.
Exactly, from your castle.
We'll serve caviar and drink champagne.
On the shore of New Jersey. I have it from a good source that John Tucker has a car filled with kitty litter. I won't go into that.
It was
right
to
now.
soak up the gasoline that spilled because I do my own lawn because I can't afford to hire somebody.
All right. Laura Davison, Bloomberg News tax reporter, thanks very much for joining us. Let's get over to JT right now. He's got your world national news.
And flights, Matt, for many international locations being allowed back into the U.S. starting today. Been nearly 2 years for passengers like Dan Godwin at Frankfurt International. The lifting of the U.S. ban couldn't come soon enough.
My wife is American. I'm German, and because of these restrictions, it has affected the family. But now we can move, interact, and we know that business will flow. So we are happy. We're excited about the whole thing.
The travelers heading to the States do have to show proof of vaccination and provide a negative COVID test. President Biden hitting the road to sell Americans on the merits of the $550 billion bipartisan public works bill that won congressional passage on Friday. Bloomberg government reporter Emily Wilkins says the infrastructure bill had to be separated from Mr. Biden's larger economic agenda.
The bills were connected in a way, but after Democrats' crushing loss to last Tuesday in Virginia and in other states, there was just a lot of momentum to get something done, to accomplish something, particularly before this week when lawmakers were out of town.
And a House vote on the bigger spending package has been delayed until lawmakers reconvene and the Congressional Budget Office gives a cost analysis. Puerto Rico this week will begin making its case in bankruptcy court for a plan to slash billions of dollars in debt, an expensive process that has so far racked up nearly $1 billion in legal and professional fees that island residents will pay. Hurricanes, earthquakes, ousting a governor from office, and the coronavirus pandemic have prolonged the Commonwealth's bankruptcy. Global news 24 hours a day on air and a Bloomberg Quick Take powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm John Tucker. This is Bloomberg.
Tech talent is in high.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Demand at Avanade, a joint venture between Microsoft and Accenture. That's why Avanade executive Brett Newton says the company is funding student scholarships at NJIT and earmarking them specifically for women in STEM fields.
What I really like about Avanade's scholarship program with NJIT is it's more than just a financial investment in the students. It's a relationship that we bring them into. We picked NJIT because it's a very different technical university. It's deeply rooted in solving business problems with technology, which is very much like Avanade. They're non-traditional in that they are much more focused and active in marrying technology to solving world problems and society problems. That's not normal of a lot of the engineering schools that we've had relationships with in the past. NJIT is very innovative and very entrepreneurial.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Introducing Bloomberg Quick Take. Our global stories take on tomorrow today. Watch live news on the events changing your business and your world, and go deeper with original shows on business, technology, politics, and culture. Don't settle for a news network built for yesterday. For a global view and an informed take, Bloomberg Quick Take. Now streaming free on Bloomberg.com/QuickTake. Brought to you by Accenture, American Express, and AT&T Business.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Richard Goldstein, Senior Principal and Co-Leader of Burden State and Local Tax Practice.
The COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting state and local government restrictions have caused businesses to close their doors and many employees to work in locations that were not included in their company's original business footprints. The new normal of remote working has created a variety of state and local tax challenges, from tax nexus and multi-state income tax apportionment to income tax withholding filing and tax resident status. Businesses and individuals need to stay ahead of these issues to help reduce the impact they may have on their overall tax liability. If you are a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Jody Schwartz, noted tax attorney, tells us why she recommends Jewish Communal Fund.
I recommend the JCF to my clients, to my colleagues, to really anyone who asks a question about charitable giving because it's convenient. It allows you the maximum tax deductions permitted by law, and it just makes your life easier, organized, and simple. Another aspect for clients and for other colleagues who don't want their identities to be known or don't want to talk about the property that they're giving away to charity, I found JCF's confidentiality, its aggregate reporting to be very attractive to people.
JCF can help you and your clients organize your charitable giving with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a tax-deductible contribution of $5,000 or more. Contributions to JCF qualify for the highest tax deduction allowed by law. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
A Bloomberg Business Flash sponsored by SEI. Asset managers don't get results that are off the charts when their solutions are off the shelf. Learn how SEI's operating platform can turn infrastructure into a competitive advantage at SEIC.com/IMS. The S&P is clinging. Let me take a quick look and make sure I'm accurate here. Yep, the S&P is clinging to an 8th straight climb that would give it the longest winning streak since 2017. Companies whose earnings are most closely tied to the economy led the gains. Meanwhile, the NASDAQ 100 is lagging behind on Tesla's slump after Elon Musk asked his Twitter followers if he should sell 10% of the stake, and they said, yes, sell, Elon, sell. And it was right out of trading places. Right now, let me see if I can find Tesla's down 3.1%. Let's take a look at the markets. The S&P is up 0.1%, up 4. The Dow is up 0.25%, up 85, and the NASDAQ is up 0.2%, up 31. The 10-year is down 8/32. The yield 1.48%. West Texas Intermediate crude is up an even 1% at 82.07 a barrel, while COMEX gold's up 0.5% at 18.2570 per ounce. How about the dollar yen? It's at 113.16. The euro, $1.1593. The British pound, $1.3568. Base metals are climbing higher, led by aluminium, as Ed would say. Investors bank on increasing need for industrial metals to support billions of dollars in U.S. infrastructure spending. U.S. lawmakers passed the country's biggest infrastructure package in decades this past Friday, unleashing $550 billion of fresh spending on roads, bridges, public transit, and other projects in the coming years. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets continues now as we all try to get in our business class seats to fly across the pond for the first time in, 2 years, Ed and Matt?
I thought you were going to tell us for a moment about frozen concentrated orange juice futures.
Buy! Buy!
And just in case you got an early look at the USDA's monthly orange crop report. Ed, that's a Trading Places reference. Have you seen Trading Places?
I have not, and so I don't want to.
Oh, my
origin,
goodness. I feel like I should send you home right now.
I'll take it. It's been a long morning, but...
It is an absolutely classic Wall Street film, although it takes place in Philadelphia. You've got to put that on your list.
It's on, I promise.
All right, we'll revert back to the previous topic of flying back and forth across the Atlantic. I was talking about this with John Farrow this morning, and he was saying that prices are really high. He was saying, round trip tickets, $9,000-$10,000 around Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I just bought a round trip ticket for $700. My buddy Marty Schenker found one for $600, and we realized Farrow's just looking at business and first class travel only.
This is only a surprise to him.
He's not looking in luggage class where we fly. But what do you think now that travel is open? I know some friends from Germany are coming in.
Yeah.
I was able to get my Spanish wife through the border, and you must have loads of family coming in from Wales.
Yeah, we have a really good guest coming to talk about this. But personally, this is a massive day for many British and European citizens that live in America. Like you and I have lived a lot of our lives on either side of the Atlantic, and our options have been really limited, not just for vacation, but just simply because the borders have been closed for the duration of the pandemic. But prior to the pandemic, this route, whether it's JFK to Heathrow or it's SFO to Heathrow, was so important to the US economy and to various carriers. They must be absolutely rubbing their hands with glee that the status quo is kind of resumed.
All right, you mentioned vacation, and I want to bring in our next guest right now. Matt Roberts joins us. He's the CEO of Vacasa, formerly running Open Table. So he has a lot of experience in these businesses. And Matt, I guess Vacasa is a portmanteau. Is that what it's called? Portmanteau? It's a combination of two words, I guess, vacation and casa, right? What do you do?
Yeah, that's right. We are focused on, first, thanks for having me on. We are focused on the supply side of the vacation rental equation. We both have, we have over 30,000 properties. We're the largest in the nation. And what we do is we bring online nights for people to rent at vacation rentals. And so we then retail that on our own site, but we also do it on Vrbo, Booking, Airbnb, et cetera.
Matt, you heard Matt and I just talking about the great reopening of the transatlantic route. What is the demand? What are you seeing November 8 onward from Europeans, from Brits that want to come to the United States for vacation, to visit loved ones, whatever it may be?
Yeah, really excited to see the reopening, and it's going to, in our opinion, just add to the already incredibly strong demand that we're seeing. Our business is booming, and, we just happen to be focusing also on the hottest segment of the entire travel industry right now, which is vacation rentals. What we're seeing is more and more people are going to travel over the holidays, especially folks with young children. I think that's like 65% are planning on traveling. So this incremental demand on top of an already very, very healthy market is a welcome to all of us in this industry.
Healthy and changing, right? I mean, you mentioned you do your own business, but you also work through Vrbo and Airbnb. I had a wedding in Valencia last month, and so many guests were poo-pooing the standard hotel reservation and looking immediately instead for other rentals. So how much has this market changed?
I think it's changed quite a bit. It has changed a lot, not just over the pandemic, but really over the last decade. It's grown at 2 times. Vacation rentals is 2 times the growth rate traditional accommodations. And now that you're seeing post-pandemic or in pandemic changes to the way people are working and traveling, there's more 4-day weekends available. People can work from anywhere. Homes are just the logical choice for that type of flexibility.
Can we talk a little bit quickly about the holiday season? It's really interesting. Is there any sort of geographical split for where the demand is in the United States? Is it literally holiday season traffic that's driving sales?
That's right. Again, a continuation of the strong demand we had all the way through the summer season. 72% of travelers are still opting to drive to their destination, so that part of the pandemic is still really strong.
It's a long way to Napa Valley, Matt. It's a long way to Napa Valley.
Yeah, a long way to Napa Valley, exactly. But we're also seeing just in general confidence level is way up. And before they said, like, if there was a spike in any kind of COVID cases, only 49% said they would change their plans, and that was compared to nearly 75% would change their plans before. So there's just this increased confidence level, not just in the holiday season, but 63% of Americans said that they would plan to take a trip in 22, and 82% of those said they're going to travel more in 22 than 21. Just people are very much excited to get back to a more normalized travel environment.
Everybody wants to get out there. Everybody wants to do a SPAC merger. You have one with TPG Pace Solutions. Why did you choose that instead of a traditional IPO?
Well, look, the end result is the same. We're going to be trading on NASDAQ under VCSA. The approach was really partner-based. TPG Pace Solutions has just been great business partners for us, and Carl Peterson was the co-founder of Hotwire. He's going to be joining our board. It very much looks like a traditional IPO, though. I mean, there's no warrants, there's no selling shareholders, it's relatively low float relative to the overall market cap. So I think it'll perform very much like a traditional IPO in the end.
Matt, thanks so much for joining us. Matt Roberts there, the Chief Executive Officer of Vacasa, talking to us about travel. Ed Ludlow, our intrepid tech reporter, joining me this hour. Thank you very much, out of San Francisco. This is Bloomberg.
Listen to
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
It's an unfolding, ever-changing universe of characters.
Can we get out of the pandemic?
Bloomberg Business Week.
It's the app that made trading hard to resist.
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. With the Bloomberg Small Business Report, I'm John Tucker. A record share of U.S. small business owners said they raised compensation in October, and an unprecedented number are planning to in coming months as they seek to fill vacancies. The National Federation of Independent Business says 44% of firms boosted their pay last month, up 2 percentage points from September, and the largest share in monthly data going back to 1986. A record 32% of small business owners said they plan to raise compensation in the next 3 months. Bill Dunkelberg, the group's chief economist, says the staffing shortage has not eased up for small business, and many are passing those costs on to their customers. A gradual decline in the share of companies with unfilled positions in the month of October does show the increased compensation may be starting to pay off. Some 49% had job openings. That's actually down from a record 51% a month earlier. And that's the Bloomberg Small Business Report.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Markets, you can't predict them.
The Delta variant is ripping up the playbook.
Investors being in a bit of a fog at the moment.
But when you listen to us, you'll come pretty close.
Let's take a look at those small cap stocks.
We're taking a look at some of the sector winners, the sector losers.
Is this bullish or is it bearish?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power with David Weston.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York to our television and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. We begin today at the White House, where President Biden is turning from celebration over the passage of the infrastructure bill really late at night on Friday to selling the plan to the American people. We welcome now Washington correspondent Joe Matthew. He's host of Sound On weekdays on Bloomberg Radio. Joe, thanks so much for being with us. So tell us about this sales job that the president is setting out for himself.
You can think of it as two different sales jobs, actually, David, as the president tries to remind people and in many cases inform them to begin with what happened here on Friday night, passing the biggest investment ever in American infrastructure. Not the kind of thing you want to hide on a Friday at midnight. And he has already begun that process. But also, he needs to also begin making the case to close the deal on his social spending plan, the $1.75 trillion plan that they have promised in the House to vote next week. I will note, David, we haven't received the daily schedule for the president that often goes out on Sunday evening, so there might still be some event planning in the works for this week. But the president is expected to travel to Baltimore on Wednesday to start making the case for what has already happened and the $17 billion inside the bill in money for improving ports. He'll be at the Port of Baltimore. But as they used to say here in the Obama White House, they'll be talking and chewing gum at the same time, or walking, I guess the case may be, for Joe Biden, as he also continues the argument for the reconciliation plan. David, I'll mention to you, this White House sees that as imperative in lifting President Biden's poll numbers. Just this morning, we got the latest approval rating from the folks at Suffolk University and their polling center, showing 38% approval for Joe Biden. That's only 1 point above the low that we saw in October leading into the elections. And the president has some work to do to get that number higher, David. He sees that through legislation.
So if you look at last week, the president had a rough day, I think it's fair to say, on Tuesday with those elections, particularly with the Virginia gubernatorial. On Friday, he had in many ways a heck of a day because he started out with really strong jobs numbers and ended up, as you say, just before midnight with this historic infrastructure bill. Is there a theory at the White House about how they start to get credit for what happened on Friday instead of blame for what happened on Tuesday?
Well, yes, that's the idea here. And a lot of people said going into the election, particularly in Virginia, where we saw Terry McAuliffe lose, that if only they had something to show for Democrats, months and months of debate over this, it could have ended differently. The president is acutely aware of that. And of course, the midterms are officially on now. We've got another year of having this debate. The president wants to show people, David, that Democrats can actually get something done.
Yeah, I'm told a year to the day. A year from today, we'll have the midterms. Thank you so much to Sound On host Joe Matthew. You can hear him every day at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Radio. In Washington, the news today is about the historic infrastructure bill. But in Beijing, they're celebrating a different chapter in history as the sixth plenum of the Chinese Communist Party has begun. And giving President Xi an historic third term is on the agenda. Welcome now Wendy Cutler. She's vice president of the Asia Society, where she is managing director of the Washington office. So, Wendy, thank you for being back with us. Why don't you set the stage on this sixth plenum and why it is particularly important?
Well, this is really the beginning of the process for Xi Jinping to consolidate his power and a year from now to be elected for a unprecedented third term as leader of the Communist Party and leader of China. He's convening about 300 senior party officials. They're going to rewrite the past 100 years of Communist Party history to make it seem like a lot of accomplishments were achieved, and he'll start laying out his vision for his tenure, which could be unlimited going forward.
So, Wendy, the thing we care about a lot here at Bloomberg is the economy and business with China. Do you have any sense about what a third term, if in fact it comes to pass, and right now, at least to me, it looks like it's likely, what that would mean for the Chinese economy and, for that matter, for global growth?
Yeah, I mean, one area of concern is that as Xi consolidates his power, he has more control over the economy, and all decisions are really top down. That can really stifle innovation, discourage bureaucrats from approving licenses, approving mergers for U.S. and other foreign companies. And it could kind of launch a period where bureaucrats are so cautious and choose to do very little, not wanting to stick out or somehow derail their careers.
Do we have a sense, and will we get a better sense out of this sixth plenum, about exactly how President Xi is going about balancing, on the one hand, making sure that he really has firm control, because he's made it clear that particularly the Communist Party should really have a lot to say about private enterprise. Does that, and at the same time, really keeps the growth going, because it seems to be trailing off a bit right now.
It does. I mean, I think that's his dilemma. The more control, the more top down, the less innovation, the less entrepreneurship, and potentially the less economic growth. We did see today the October trade numbers in for China, and exports are up. I mean, analysts have been suggesting that they have to come down at some point, but wow, are they strong, and they are really helping drive the economy right now.
What about American businesses or Western businesses more generally and their willingness to do business with China? Have they been chilled at all by some of the actions taken by the Communist Party and by the leadership over in Beijing?
Yes, there is a chilling effect, but when you look at surveys of U.S. businesses in China, they're still optimistic. They're making money, and they see a growing middle class and economic growth and innovation. So they're willing to put up with a lot of these setbacks and new legislation and regulations that are being put into place. For certain sectors, easier than for other sectors. Financial services firms continue to do well in China as China relaxes its equity restrictions.
Whenever we have you on, Wendy, I want to get a sense of where U.S.-Chinese relations are right now. It wasn't clear for a long time what the Biden administration's policy would be. I suppose that's evolving now. Does a stronger Xi, an entrenched Xi, make it easier for China to work with the United States?
Well, we're expecting a virtual meeting between Presidents Biden and Xi in the coming weeks, and I think that will give us a better sense of how things will move forward. What will be key for improved relations with China, or at least not a deterioration in relations, is that his officials are empowered and agreed to make progress with our officials, and it doesn't all have to be done at the leader to leader level. That's not a recipe for progress or for de-escalation.
Wendy, I'm struck by the fact we've come off the first week of COP26. There are meetings continuing over in Glasgow as we speak. President Xi was not there. President Biden made a point out of that, saying it's a shame that he's not here. How can we make progress? Does President Xi feel any obligation to step up to the plate on COP26?
President Xi is so focused on his internal situation. So to me, it wasn't a surprise that he didn't go to COP26. That said, he knows that climate is an important issue. He made some announcements in the lead up to COP26. He didn't go far enough for most people, but we'll see how this unfolds in the coming months.
Well, I wonder how those two are connected, because there have been some reports that people in China are quite unhappy about the climate. I mean, you can certainly see the air quality in a place like Beijing from time to time. Is President Xi feeling some internal political pressure, as it were, to really make some progress on climate, COP26 or no?
Yes, but he faces a dilemma, because if he moves too quickly, then manufacturing will go down in China. And we're already seeing energy shortages, which are affecting the manufacturing sector. So this is a real balancing act for President Xi going forward.
And what about the energy shortages we've heard of? We've heard him talk about plants shutting down intermittently, and it's really putting pressure on things like manufacturing silicon wafers.
Exactly. And right now, it seems that the balance is tilting towards allowing more coal and other fossil fuels to be used at the expense of renewables. But again, that's not a recipe to help China achieve its COP26 commitments.
Wendy, you know the situation so well. Take a look at that virtual meeting, assuming it does happen in the coming weeks, between President Biden and President Xi. What would be the thing that you would most hope to see come out of that, the constructive development?
A constructive development would be for officials from various ministries to be given the green light to start engaging in meeting and work on specific problems and challenges facing both countries. I'm not expecting any breakthroughs. I think we need to keep expectations low. But again, more engagement, in my view, is positive.
And what about the situation in Taiwan? Do you expect that the two leaders would talk about that at a virtual meeting?
I'm sure they will, but they'll talk past each other.
Yeah, exactly. President Xi's made his position rather clear, I think it's fair to say. Thank you so much.
And so is President Biden.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Thanks so much, Wendy. That's Wendy Cutler of the Asia Society. Coming up, we now have an historic infrastructure package. How are we going to pay for it? We ask Rohit Kumar of PwC. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Carol Massar.
This stock has been...
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks have come off earlier gains to trade flat after a torrid stretch of advances that lifted benchmark indexes nearly 10% since September. The S&P little changed, with gains in energy and losses in utilities. Let's take a look at the numbers. The S&P is little change now. Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 0.1%, up 47, and the Nasdaq's up 0.1%, up 17. The 10-year is down 9/30 seconds. The yield 1.48%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up just about 1% at 82.05 a barrel. COMEX gold is up 0.5% at 18.25 even per ounce. The dollar yen 113.18. The euro $1.15.90, and the British pound $1.35.59. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett. Now more Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. For Bloomberg First Word News, we go now to Mark Crumpton.
David, thank you. The United States is lifting entry restrictions for more than 30 countries, allowing fully vaccinated travelers to fly from places including Europe, China, and India. It will revive some of the world's most lucrative routes for airlines. Analysts expect lower demand as services resume, with flights effectively limited to the fully vaccinated. Israel is set to allow some groups of tourists to enter the country, even if they haven't had booster shots, according to the country's health and tourism ministers. Testing will be required. Each group will remain in a so-called capsule and be kept away from crowded areas. Indonesia is in talks to procure Pfizer's COVID-19 pill along with Merck's drug. A government official says Indonesia wants the drug makers to eventually invest in a local production facility or partner with an Indonesian company to make the pills onshore. The government is also considering whether to extend quarantine requirements to 7 days from 3. U.S. Federal Reserve Governor Randall Quarles will step down from the central bank in the last week of December. That's according to a statement from the Fed. That frees up another vacancy for President Biden to fill as he considers new leaders for the central bank. The president also has an opportunity to pick a new chair as Jerome Powell's tenure expires in February. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David?
Thank you so much, Mark. Late Friday night, the House passed that bipartisan infrastructure bill with $550 billion in new money. Throughout the process, there was much talk about how we were going to pay for it. Take us through how it all ended up. We welcome now Rohit Kumar. He's PwC Washington National Tax Policy Co-Leader. Earlier, Mr. Kumar served as Deputy Chief of Staff to Senator Mitch McConnell. So, Rohit, thank you so much for being back with us. Staying on the infrastructure for a moment here, how are they going to pay for it? Because one of the things I'm not sure I'd figured out was most of the money actually has already been appropriated.
Yeah, so the funding for the infrastructure bill comes from a couple different places. By and large, the single largest source of the road and bridge money comes from the gas tax, right? This is what everyone pays when they buy gas at the pump. Now, the gas tax is no longer supporting the level of funding that is required to keep our roads and bridges in good condition, let alone all the other infrastructure spending like the electrical grid and water systems and things like that, in part because cars are getting more fuel efficient. You've got alternative fuel vehicles, electric vehicles, even hybrids and the like. And so they had to sort of hit the mark on the amount of infrastructure spending that was desired. And remember, this was a bipartisan bill, overwhelmingly bipartisan in the Senate, got 69 votes in the Senate, including by my former boss, Senator McConnell, voted for it. And then a little less bipartisan in the House as it got a little bit more closely tied to the reconciliation bill that I'm sure we'll be talking about. But you've got some highway trust fund money from the gas tax. You've got some COVID relief money that was reallocated as it was clear that the $1.9 trillion bill in March maybe a little bit overshot the mark. And so some reallocation of money there. Some new reporting requirements on cryptocurrency that'll generate some revenue from crypto trading and the like. And then not a lot of new taxes, really very few, because, again, this was bipartisan and generally Republicans are not voting for tax increases. But there was an excise tax on chemical companies, a Superfund tax that was a part of the package that got a little bit of attention. But by and large, it is existing taxes, reallocation of some additional spending. And then, frankly, there is some deficit financing in here. Though the rhetoric was that it would be fully paid for, but if you look at the hard numbers, there is some deficit financing here. Now, a lot of economists will tell you deficit financing, if you're going to deficit finance for anything, hard infrastructure investments are probably the place where it makes the most sense to do so. These are real investments in the economy. They promote economic growth, and they're long-lived investments, so you don't need to pay for them all immediately if this is, these are assets that will have 20, 30, 40-year lifespans.
So, Rohit, you've been through this process up there on Capitol Hill. Should we believe the numbers?
Yeah, I mean, look, the numbers you get from the Congressional Budget Office and the Joint Tax Committee, those numbers are as good as it's going to get. Now, they are projections. They are estimates. They are bound to be wrong. The only question is in which direction. And so, it's an imperfect science, to say the least. And I have a lot of respect and a lot of sympathy for the estimators because they have to make big assumptions about the economy, growth, revenues and the like. And so that's obviously challenging. But those numbers generally, here's what I'll say about the official numbers from Capitol Hill. Those books are not cooked, right? Those are legitimate numbers, good faith assumptions, and they're the best information we have to go on.
Rohit, you mentioned what comes next, or at least what the Democrats would like to have come next, which is that so-called reconciliation package, the Build Back Better part of it, which under the current version, as I understand it, does include some pretty hefty tax increases. What are the ones that are most troublesome, do you think, potentially?
Yeah, so look, on the business side, there's about $800 billion of tax increases on the corporate side of the ledger. And probably the biggest and relatively newest entrant into the equation is this so-called minimum tax based on book income. So this would require companies to pay the greater of their regular tax liability or 15% of their book tax, of their book income. The tax liability associated with a 15% rate against their, as if their book income were their taxable income. This is credited with raising $300 billion of revenue over the next 10 years. That's the equivalent to a 3-point increase in the headline corporate rate. And I think this is, my gut instinct tells me this is likely to survive, not because people universally think it's a good idea, but for the most number of companies, it's the least bad of the bad ideas that are available. Now, it does have some rough edges that need to be sort of dealt with. The treatment of pension liabilities is particularly tricky. Pension liabilities are mark to market at the end of the year. And, a change in the market, a change in the interest rate environment could swing a taxpayer who wasn't planning on being a book minimum tax taxpayer into being one through no fault of their own. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't engage in any planning. It's just the way that their pension is mark to marketed for, book purposes. So I think things like that are, have a chance of being dealt with. But by and large, I think this $300 billion tax increase, I think a significant chunk of this is likely to survive.
So, Rohit, you said it's the least bad of some bad alternatives. Why is it bad at all? I mean, to the ordinary American, and certainly President Biden's made this point, you have some very, very large corporations that make a lot of money who pay no taxes. That doesn't seem quite right.
I get that it doesn't seem right, and it's very politically appealing, which is, I think, partly why it's likely to survive. But if you look under the hood at what is going on in the facts of those individual companies that are the object of so much attention, they're not doing anything wrong. They're engaging in a lot of R&D. They're making significant capital investments, and they're getting immediate expensing, cost recovery for those capital investments. They are engaging in economic behavior that Congress, through other parts of the code, has sought to reward. And so this tax on book income is sort of a backdoor way for Congress to clip the various incentives. And so I think a more straightforward way to deal with this would be to say, look, if if Congress thinks that their R&D credit is too generous, Congress does not actually think that, but if they thought that, they could just take it on, head on. So, a more rational approach would be to go at the various incentives in the code that Congress has voted for, largely on a bipartisan basis over the last 20 or 30 years, and deal with them individually. But, that's hard. That's politically dicey. Taking a blunt instrument and kind of haircutting everything in a somewhat irregular way is, typically the way that Congress deals with these things. And David, to your point, it does scratch the political itch of the company that has a lot of headline book income but little or no federal tax liability. But again, if you look under the hood, you will often find those companies are engaging behaviors that Congress wants them to engage in and is rewarding them with tax incentives in the tax code.
Finally, Rohit, what about the international competitiveness? That's one of the things we hear repeatedly from Republicans in particular, that what you're doing with the tax code is going to put us at a disadvantage compared to overseas competitors.
Yeah, so this is actually, I think, potentially quite troubling, because if you look at the proposal, it would be a substantial increase on the overseas income of U.S. headquartered multinational companies operating in markets where they compete with foreign headquartered multinationals. It's about $160 billion or so of additional revenue taken out of U.S. headquartered multinationals. And I hear a lot from CEOs and CFOs who really worry about the ability of a U.S. headquartered multinational to compete in those foreign markets if the U.S. companies are carrying around a much larger tax burden than their foreign competitors. And that shows up both in competition for market share, competition for acquisitions, just even organic growth. Now, the argument that Treasury is making is, well, the rest of the world is eventually going to do the same thing. We have to show leadership and kind of strike out ahead. I think a lot of lawmakers, Republican lawmakers, even some Democratic lawmakers, you've had about 16 House Democrats write letters expressing some skepticism about whether the rest of the world really will follow us and whether it's really right for the U.S. to leap out ahead of the rest of the world, potentially putting U.S. headquartered companies at a disadvantage at least for a couple years. And that's if everything, goes swimmingly around the rest of the world. And if we've learned anything over the last couple of years, everything going swimmingly in the rest of the world is not a great strategy necessarily. A lot of folks are sort of taking the argument, let's wait and see if the rest of the world actually does this. And then we can join them. And we can make commitments to join them if and when they do. But there's a lot of skepticism about whether the rest of the world will really do this and whether that's Europe or China in particular. That's where the concern comes from.
Sounds like it has some sense to the argument. Thank you so much to Rohit Kumar of PwC. Coming up, the infrastructure trade is on. Caterpillar is our stock of the hour. This is Balanced Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Asset managers who sees change.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
To launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically. Yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/C's change.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
The business and market news of Asia.
China is urging the U.S. to mend ties.
It's more important than ever to global business, to finance, and to your portfolio.
We're seeing mixed markets here in the Asia Pacific.
This is where you get it.
We're still struggling with these worries over the slower growth scenario.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia, tonight at 6 Eastern.
Let's head over to Hong Kong for a market check.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. That infrastructure bill that passed on Friday could have some broad implications for certain companies and stocks, like Caterpillar, for example, which is up on the news. Stocks editor Dave Wilson is here with the story.
Well, David, I mean, this infrastructure package, it covers so many areas that, Caterpillar stands to benefit in multiple ways. You look at it, you see roads and bridges, you see rail, you see the power grid, the whole issue of climate change. And Caterpillar, in one way or another, really kind of has a role to play in all those areas in terms of what they provide. Now, that said, I mean, you're talking about a company that is increasingly dependent on its construction business. It's been about 44% of their revenue so far this year. And you look at it historically, that's the highest percentage that you see in the history of our data anyway. So, you put that all together and it's clear this company is in a position to benefit. And that's how it's playing out. I mean, you had Baird raise its rating on a stock. In essence, they made it a top pick. And, they're looking for the shares to move up more than almost all of the firm's peers in response. And you look at infrastructure more generally, going back to the 2020 election, and you see that an iShares fund that tracks a whole bunch of infrastructure companies has done better than the S&P 500 over that time. Clearly, people looking ahead and anticipating that something was going to happen, and now it's happening.
It's going to happen, and it looks like it may actually happen. Thank you so much, Dave. That's terrific. That's our stocks editor, Dave Wilson, for the report on Caterpillar. Coming up, we talk with former Secretary of Transportation and of Labor, Elaine Chao, about Friday's news on jobs and on infrastructure. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The sizzling hot U.S. housing market is helping encourage a behavior we haven't seen this widespread since before the 2008 big financial meltdown. Data company Black Knight says U.S. homeowners withdrew $63 billion in equity from their properties in more than 1.1 million refinancings in the April to June quarter. Almost 1 in 5 U.S. homeowners say they pulled money out of the properties during the past year. Another almost 1 in 5 say they are considering it. Ongoing growth in cloud computing and a rebound in digital advertising have pushed the company behind Google into the $2 trillion club alongside Apple and Microsoft. Alphabet reporting third quarter sales back on October 26th that beat analyst estimates, reflecting robust advertiser spending. Wall Street's indexes are higher, although moderating from earlier levels. The Dow is up almost 0.25%. NASDAQ and S&P 500 each gaining fractions of a percent. All three, though, trading in all-time high territory. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
NJIT makes innovation happen. It also makes entrepreneurs like Anya O'Dwyer. Founder of Innovate, a tech-driven civil engineering and construction management firm, Anya says NJIT is defining the future.
NJIT is extremely important as a hub of disciplines all in one space with all of these brilliant minds. NJIT's role is huge when it comes to defining the future and how, from an interdisciplinary point of view, they have it all there, whether it's the innovation hub, the maker space. NJIT is already creating that collaboration between the disciplines, and you have civil engineers speaking to programmers, speaking to electrical engineers, and together they're creating advancements that we wouldn't have been able to do without those three minds coming together and solving a problem as one rather than solving it in isolation.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
And Mama, how you feeling?
Great, and I'm ready for you today.
I'm checking in on you. Morning meditation?
Check.
Dressed and ready to work out?
Check.
Check your blood pressure yet?
And check.
Boom! Great job, Mom. And about those gold earrings.
No, ma'am.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other stay motivated. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad Council.
Your business landscape is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
The president's saying that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
Let's bring you some breaking news in terms of earnings.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. For Bloomberg First Word News, we go now to Mark Crumpton.
David, thank you. President Biden is facing pressure to decide how to address a surge in gasoline prices. Officials will be looking at new energy price data tomorrow as a guidepost while weighing a release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. OPEC Plus has ignored requests from some of the world's biggest oil consumers, including the United States, Japan, and India, for producers to increase supply to meet elevated demand. The U.S. power grid is becoming less resilient and reliable, with extreme weather leaving more Americans without electricity more often over the past several years. That's according to analysts for Fitch Ratings. They say weather accounted for 25% of utility company downgrades from 2017 to 2021. And they say power networks in the United States are less reliable than those in other industrialized countries. New York City is taking steps to make it easier for parents to get their kids vaccinated. Mayor Bill de Blasio said today the city is extending additional paid sick leave to city workers and contractors so they can take their children for shots. The mayor said people shouldn't have to choose between a paycheck and the health of their family. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is refusing to apologize for his attempt to protect a ruling UK Conservative Party lawmaker who broke lobbying rules. His government is still dealing with the fallout from the decision last week to tear up Parliament rules rather than accept the suspension of Owen Peterson, who later resigned. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you so much, Mark. Friday was a busy day in Washington with strong jobs numbers in the morning, followed by passage of the bipartisan infrastructure bill late that night. Welcome now someone who has had responsible for both areas. During her career, Elaine Chao served as Secretary of Labor under President George W. Bush and then as Secretary of Transportation under President Donald Trump. And we'll welcome her back now to Bloomberg. Welcome, Madam Secretary. It's good to have you here.
Nice to be here, David.
So let's take them in order.
Yeah.
Jobs numbers, first thing on Friday morning, 531,000 revised up. What do you make of the jobs numbers?
Well, I think it's very welcome news. You know, after a pretty dismal July, August, and September, I think the country was really ready for some good numbers. And it just shows that the economy is coming back. Even with COVID-19 and deviant, people seem to have greater confidence in coming back to work. And so we're seeing that in the resurgence of the numbers. And clearly what happened with the discontinuation of the federal benefits on top of the supplemental, unemployment insurance benefits must have had an impact as well. We're now seeing more and more workers come back into the workforce because obviously they no longer have the cushion that they used to have with the supplemental benefits.
We've got the holidays coming up, and there are various reports about people like UPS and retailers are having to hire a lot of people over the next couple of months. At the same time, we have actually a worker shortage in a lot of places.
We certainly do. Because what's happening now is if you look at the labor participation rate, it is still very, very low. In fact, it's still about 61.6%. I mean, we have to do... we as a country have to encourage people to come back to work, because what we are seeing in the supply chain crisis is basically the lack of workers. People are not there are not enough people to produce goods and services, and that is putting inflationary pressures on our economy, adding to the woes of the supply chain. So we really need these workers to come back. When I was Secretary of Labor, the labor participation rate was about 66.4% over a workforce of 157 million people. So we basically have 5 million people now who have basically left the workforce. And because of COVID, some people have retired early. Some people have decided not to come back. So this is a real issue. As the economy continues to recover, we're going to need these workers to do their patriotic duty to come back and help the economy to come back.
Do you think we're going to see more labor organizing? Because we see various strife. Like UAW John Deere has a dispute. We now have a campaign for Starbucks up around Buffalo. Are we going to see
Starbucks? Can you imagine Starbucks? I mean, Starbucks is Howard Schultz. I mean, you know, he used to be one of the most benevolent and enlightened employers, so he prides himself. So it's really amazing.
So do you think we're going to have more union organizing?
I think we do, for a couple of reasons. One, I think this administration is clearly very, very supportive of organized labor. And we have a president who has unabashedly said on many, many occasions that he will be the strongest organized labor president in history. And so I think that has a psychological impact on the leadership of these international unions and the margin, you know, that they would have in exercising some actions.
Let's turn to your other cabinet position in your career, and that is transportation. What do you make of the infrastructure bill that got passed on Friday?
Well, as a former Secretary of Transportation, you can't expect me not to support something like this. I think our country needs to have infrastructure investments, especially to be competitive overseas. This infrastructure bill, though, is very interesting. It does have some permitting processes, which I really, really think is necessary. Permitting reform. Streamlining permitting reform so that construction of projects can occur quicker. And I'm so glad to see that the one federal decision, which was one of the premier permitting reform processes in the last administration, has been incorporated in this bill. This bill is also very unique in that they have a large component that's discretionary.
So this is very interesting. It's something you pointed out I hadn't focused on, that this actually is structured somewhat differently from other similar bills.
Well, it's a larger amount that's that's discretionary potentially. So we've got about 20%. And so this means that this administration and has a real opportunity to imprint their vision of America into how they describe the criteria for these grants, how they would write them up. Now, even though it's legislatively guided, I mean, how you write these guidances and rules and regulations for the criteria for applications will be very important.
Well, historically, what's the alternative discretionary? It's based on sort of
basically formula. Now, there's always this
and number of miles.
The formulas is an easy way to not have the members argue with one another. So it's a formula basis. Funds are distributed to the states based on a formula, based on the size of the population, the miles of roads in that state, and also the gasoline revenues that are generated every year. So there's always discretionary, but there's a big component part of this. I mean, of $550 billion, over $120 billion is going to be discretionary.
Wow.
So this administration obviously believes in social equity and also climate change, and so they will probably skew. I don't want to use that as a prejudicial word.
No.
They're going to skew their applications criteria much more toward those criteria that they feel important.
Well, and take an example of that. Something that they have talked about repeatedly is they feel that some highways were put through lower income districts in urban centers, and that should be fixed because it divided up communities. That's something that perhaps they could use their discretion to correct.
Well, they're going to have a chance to do that. Now, every state is going to vie for these dollars because this is manna from heaven, and every state should. But they should also take into account what this administration has as its priorities. And then Amtrak is going to get $66 billion as well, and $10 billion is going to go to high-speed rail. There's a very interesting, I think, a pretty impressive project between Dallas and Houston in high-speed rail, and I hope that that will be competitive. But overall, it depends on how this administration will use these high-speed rail dollars. The Obama administration had $10 billion. They gave it to everybody. The impact was dissipated, and not much was affected.
And you point, Madam Secretary, to perhaps a policy shift here, and that is between personal transportation, driving a car on the road, as opposed to mass transportation, because people who are concerned about the climate really want us to have more mass transit. Does this bill shift more money toward the mass transit?
It really does. I mean, there's just generally, this is always a debate. How much to resource urban versus rural America, how much to, resource the transit versus highways. And people to the left are primarily very much enamored with transit because of all the reasons that we know about. But I would also remind them that rural America needs to be resourced as well. You know, rural America is traditionally overlooked, underinvested, and they need 44% of rural roads are actually traversed by urban dwellers. And rural America has a disproportionately high rate of fatalities and injuries on the rural roads. So for the benefit of all of us, we need to make sure that these rural roads are, adequately funded and that they're in good condition.
I don't think I'd focused on that. That's a fascinating fact. Well, one last one here. There was a lot of dispute early on about whether this was really infrastructure or not. Some Republicans said the Democrats are trying to put things in that are not. Are you satisfied that when it got done, no bill is perfect? Nobody, not everyone can agree with it. But do you think we got to what needed to be done in this bill?
Well, what was needed was to get it passed. So it had what was necessary to get passage.
Okay, thank you so much. Really great to have you here.
Thanks a lot.
That is Elaine Chao, former U.S. Transportation and Labor Secretary. Coming up, getting a grip on the supply chain issues. We talk with Bill Wappler of Surge Air. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Your first in-depth.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Sponsored by SEI, with an operating platform designed to support all major asset classes, diverse strategies, and investment vehicles. SEI is redefining wealth management. Learn more at SEIC.com/IMS. Stocks have come off earlier gains to trade flat after a very heavy stretch of advances that lifted benchmark indexes nearly 10% since September. The S&P is little changed, with gains in energy and losses in utilities after closing at a record high this past Friday. Meanwhile, the Nasdaq went lower on Tesla's 2.8% slump after Elon Musk asked his Twitter followers if he should sell 10% of his stake, and they said yes. Dennis Gartman, former publisher of the Gartman Letter, tells Bloomberg the bulls will continue to rule the market for the foreseeable future.
Well, the catalyst will be the Fed completely stopping its expansionary policies. When's that going to happen? It's not going to happen until mid-year next year, so we can continue to move higher. I've tried time after time to pick a top. It's proven incorrect decision on my part. It'll continue. Write this down. It'll continue until it stops, and it won't stop until it stops.
Let's check these markets. The S&P is little changed now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 0.1%, up 43. The Nasdaq is up 0.1%, up 18. The 10-year is down 11/30 seconds. The yield is 1.48%. West Texas Intermediate crude's up 0.75% at 81.88 a barrel, while COMEX gold is up 0.5% at 18.25.30 per ounce. The dollar yen, 113.20. The euro, $1.15.89, and the British pound, $1.35.56. Let's check silver. Let's check Tesla instead. It's currently down 2.4%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now more Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. Supply chain issues aren't getting any better, and they look like they're likely to extend well into next year now. Welcome now someone with his finger on the pulse of this problem. Bill Wappler is CEO of Surge Air, a company that uses the Internet of Things to track shipments across the industries from automotive to aerospace to retail. So, Bill, thank you so much for being with us. I tried to describe your company. I didn't do a good enough job. First of all, start out with what it is exactly you do that gives you such a unique vantage point on the supply chain.
Certainly. Hi, David, and it's great to join you. Thank you. We are a software company, but we generally use a number of very advanced technologies, whether it's satellite positioning, RFID, Bluetooth, a lot of different technologies that support our ability to tell all of our clients what they have and where it is. And that can be on a global basis, on a supply chain basis, or within four walls.
So, Bill, using that rather special way of getting a sense of what's in the supply chain, what is it telling you right now about where the problems are?
Well, it's telling us the problem's pretty big. We do quite a bit of business across many of the automotive manufacturers and a great deal of their suppliers. We're also involved with heavy equipment. We're involved with food. We're involved with pharmaceutical and a lot of other industries. And basically what we're finding is that everyone is working desperately to solve the problem. But the problem is a function of a lot of factors coming together at a single time. You know, I'm often asked the question of, is this a COVID problem? And the answer is certainly it started with COVID, but it is no longer a COVID problem. I'm also asked whether it's a transportation problem. We seem to be talking a lot about ports, trucks, trains, and how those aren't functioning now. But quite frankly, it's much more complex than that.
So are there particular bottlenecks that scream out at you as you look at your dashboard?
Well, there are. Certainly, we're looking at the ports first. And we see that the ability to offload is problematic in several ways. First of all, they've offloaded a number of containers that now are being stacked, in some cases 5 high, and in the past it was only 3 high. We're seeing fewer and fewer chassis on the road that are specialized truck trailers that allow for the cartage of sea containers. There are fewer of those. And the rail, as you might imagine, is fighting the same problem. So really what we're seeing is that the supply chain, which is a lot more than just transportation, right? The supply chain changed dramatically during COVID, where people started to work from home. Our lifestyles changed dramatically. And as a result, so did our purchasing habits. So along with that, we're at home and we say, you know, we have a couch that we think should be replaced. Let's do that now. Then as policy, we brought a lot of into investment by our country into our society. That freed up a lot of available cash. And now the problem starts because the folks that are at home have now increased the amount of volume from Asia into the United States and have completely then changed and converted the what's traveling across the ocean and into the ports.
So Bill, from your perspective, does that all make this something of a one-off? Once we get this thing fixed, will it stay fixed?
Yeah, that's the third question I'm often asked. Here's what I see. I see that we should be very patient coming into the holidays. I don't believe that everything we would like to have on the shelves will be there in time. I see mid-year that we're going to start running back to normal. There are some considerations that could change everything. One of them, as an example, is that we, as everyone knows, we have a longshoreman agreement that is going to be reevaluated and negotiated soon. If that goes well, that will help. If it goes poorly, we're all going to be disadvantaged just simply because of the delay. We have, though, a lot of parts, particularly for automotive, aerospace, and some of those primary industries that are still waiting. And many of those industries function on a just-in-time basis. So for them to ramp up and then all of us get past some of those products that are now past their useful time and they have to be reordered, replenished, It could take a while, and some of the folks that I talked to are expecting really third quarter of next year before we start normalizing again.
Wow. That's getting worse. Longshoremen, do they have just the catbird seat right now?
Yeah, they really do, don't they? And I look, we know that longshoremen are good folks. They work hard, and they've been doing a great service to our country. And we all have to appreciate that we receive our goods basically because there are folks that are helping us through that exchange from the ship to the port to the truck. And it's a wonderful thing. However, clearly we can't allow this to sustain for too long during those negotiations. I hope they go well, but it could delay us another quarter, if not even more.
Wow, that's sobering. Thank you so much, Bill. Really helpful to have you with us, whether it's good news or bad news. That's Bill Wampler. He's Surge Air CEO. Coming up, the Pentagon has the solution to one chip problem. Buy $2 billion worth in one fell swoop. That's next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenevec. They keep such a careful eye on business trends and developments. You'd guess there were more than two of them. Nope, they're just that good.
What do you still want to see from the CDC?
Bloomberg Business Week.
They cross different parts of our investment world.
Is that an actual competitor for wireline broadband?
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
And what you doing with your phone? Taking pictures?
No, I'm asking it questions.
Like what?
Hey, Bobo, do flowers have best friends?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that. Hey, follow me. I want to show you something. Look, flowers do have best friends.
Whoa.
Some answers can only be found in nature. Discover the unsearchable. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a trail near you. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
If you're a high net worth individual with international investments or a business owner with operations overseas, it is essential to have a tax advisor who knows how to protect your assets on a global scale. Owning and investing in foreign corporations comes with certain tax responsibilities. Burden Accountants and Advisors works with clients to ensure that they understand the intricacies of the global market, maximize the tax opportunities available, and reduce the challenges presented by international tax laws.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
When was the last time you felt fully informed on world and economic affairs?
Is GDP catching up with the zeitgeist, or are we going to have to catch up with a boom economy?
That might have been it.
Is that a move that's accompanied by better bank stock performance?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It strikes me the degree of policy uncertainty for economists to factor in.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. The Pentagon needs a special semiconductor for its B-2 bomber, and its supplier is about to go offline. To tell us what they're going to do about all that, we welcome now Tony Capaccio, who covers national security and Defense Department issues for Bloomberg. So, Tony, thanks for being with us. You got a terrific piece on the Bloomberg about this. Explain us what's going on.
What happened was that DoD smartly is trying to get ahead of what's called parts obsolescence. Global Foundries, its provider for a specialized application-specific integrated circuit for GPS-enabled systems like the B-2 bomber or Aegis destroyers. Global Foundries is selling one of its facilities that makes these circuits to ON Semiconductor. ON Semiconductor will no longer make these after they take over the plant in December 2022. So DoD smartly is using incremental orders to get the lines ahead, to get the line going with Global Foundries to basically stockpile these chips, these circuits before the plants transfer.
So once they get this $2 billion worth of chips stockpiled, to use your term, how long will that last the Defense Department?
I'm thinking that's going to be a number of years. They wouldn't tell me this. A lot of it's highly classified. But I'm thinking years because they do forecasts of parts obsolescence and parts replacements in their programs, and they can go out 7 or 8, 9 years. So they're smartly stockpiling. Just to be clear, Global Foundries is not getting these orders directly. The Pentagon is seeding this money with its defense industrial base, who will then order from Global Foundries and other companies, but Global Foundries will get a large portion of the dollars, I'm told.
And what's the theory after they use up these chips? Will they have redesigned the stealth bomber or maybe replaced it with something else so they're not going to need these chips anymore?
Well, I'm thinking that's the issue in terms of more advanced circuitry, because they've got some time. They're building lead time in. The Pentagon is not normally a just-in-time organization on things like this. So it would be, yes, second iteration chips over the years, but they need these to bridge the gap, basically, and get over this end-of-life parts obsolescence challenge they face.
Tony, what does it tell us more broadly about our ability to supply ourselves domestically with the hardware, the software we need for military equipment?
Well, what it tells us is that the DoD, it depends on really good forecasting and cooperation between the military services and the Pentagon's Acquisition and Sustainment Office in terms of the various needs of the services and the projected lifetimes of chips. It shows that interagency and interdepartment cooperation is really key in something like this.
It's a fascinating story. Thank you so much for sharing. That's Tony Capaccio of Bloomberg News. Check out the Balance of Power newsletter and on the terminal and online. Today's top story is on the Communist Party plenary that is beginning in China. Coming up, Balance of Power continues on Bloomberg Radio. In our second hour, we'll talk to former Nebraska Senator Bob Kerrey about the future of his party. And this is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Suits look at luxury. The holiday season has barely begun, and we already have some major philanthropy news. Chef Jose Andres and his World Central Kitchen have announced a $1 billion climate disaster fund, partially using Jeff Bezos' money. The fund's first action is to earmark $50 million of that to feed people impacted by extreme weather. The Amazon founder gave the activist chef a $100 million Courage and Civility Award earlier this year. Ford's plan to spend $30 billion to develop electric vehicles is kicking into high gear thanks to new models like the electric Mustang Mach-E, the revived Bronco SUV, and the F-150 Lightning, the electric version of the top-selling passenger vehicle in the U.S. The automaker plans eventually to issue a green bond of at least $1 billion with a 10-year maturity, with proceeds earmarked to help with the push. Visit BloombergPursuits.com for more. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Why get your financial news of Asia from some second-hand source?
The Asian trading day gets underway.
Business news of Asia, firsthand, direct to you.
The regulatory crackdown has been a very big issue in China here of late.
We do have energy stocks leading the Nikkei higher.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia, tonight at 6 Eastern.
China has vowed to consolidate the country's EV industry.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Hi, it's Olivia Munn with my shelter pets, Frankie and Chance. Say hi, guys. When I adopted them, I discovered that they both have incredible personalities. Chance's sole purpose in life is to love and to be loved. Frankie is a little bit of a scoundrel and always entertaining. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the Humane Society of the United States, and Maddie's Fund.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me, and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Back to work Monday. We're looking at a choppy session for the S&P, the Dow, NASDAQ, both pushing higher right now. They're at records. Right now, the S&P swinging between gains and losses. It is trading virtually flat. It is up by 1 point right now. The Dow higher by 27, up by 0.1%. NASDAQ up 24, a gain of 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 0.1%. Russell 2000 is advancing another 0.4%. Bottom line here, stocks have pared back early gains to trade flat after a torrid stretch of advances that lifted benchmark indexes by nearly 10% since September. 10-year yield 1.49%. 10 years down 12.30 seconds. Spot gold up 0.3%. 18.23 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%. 81.87 a barrel. Well, after last week's surge for stocks, what's ahead for the equity market right through the end of the year? John Stoltzfus is Chief Investment Officer at Oppenheimer.
This week, you will probably get a little bit of testing, and some people take short-term profits in here. But the direction looks up from here to the end of the year. The fundamentals are good. And we are about where we should be based on all that happened in 2020 and since then, both positive and negative.
Tesla shares tumbling by 2.5%. Tesla is lower after Elon Musk's Twitter followers voted in favor of him selling 10% of his stake. This after a poll that was set up over the weekend by the electric car chief. Again, Tesla right now is lower by 2.7%. Recapping, U.S. equities are trading at records once again. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. S&P up by 1 point. It is 1:02 on Wall Street. Time now for the Market Drivers Report with a focus on American depository receipts. Here's Kriti Gupta.
Well, thanks, Charlie. Let's start off with SoftBank. Shares up 9% after a $9 billion buyback after posting a record portfolio loss. SoftBank actually higher despite those pretty weak earnings. And you have H&M downgraded to sell from neutral over at Goldman, saying that the retailer's margins will take a hit from inflation-related cost of goods sold. Volkswagen is the next one on my list. Shares down 5%. Jefferies double downgrades the stock on doubts of reform, saying CEO's countless Tesla references have been, quote, counterproductive. And lastly, Charlie, I want to end with those Chinese education stocks. We know that there's lots of scrutiny for that sector. Beijing reportedly issuing tutoring licenses to resume operations. You have New Oriental Education, ticker EDU, shares up 6%, and Tall Education shares up 7% on that report.
All right, we thank you very much, Kriti Gupta, keeping track of those ADRs. Briefly, Viasat has agreed to purchase Inmarsat Group Holdings for $4 billion, creating the world's biggest geostationary satellite company. Recapping, stocks push higher, trading at records. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
We're back. In other words, the activity levels and what goes on day to day is bigger than it was before the pandemic.
Despite the surge in Delta cases, consumers kept spending.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
We are better than we were since some of these mandates have come into play, but we are nowhere near where we need to be.
Labor prices are up, so I do worry that this will be ongoing inflation.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
COP26 moves into its second week and tries to make up for what it didn't get done last week. The world makes progress on COVID even as hotspots remain and picking up the pieces of the Democratic Party after last week's shellacking. From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York, welcome to the second hour of Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. Democrats suffered a series of defeats last Tuesday, not only in the Virginia gubernatorial race, but also in down-ballot races around the country. So now the soul-searching begins as the party seeks to regroup ahead of the midterm elections to be held 1 year from today. Welcome now a long-term leader in the Democratic Party, Bob Kerrey, who served as senator from Nebraska and is now a Renew Democracy board member. So, Senator, thank you so much for being with us. Before we get started, tell me about Renew Democracy, because I'm not familiar with it, I don't think.
Well, it was put together by a group of us who are concerned about, not just in the United States, but elsewhere, that democracy is losing ground, that the idea, the big liberal idea, which I'm not talking about a liberal Democrat, but the big liberal idea of giving people the opportunity to decide for themselves what they want to do is under assault. People are beginning to wonder, well, maybe there's a better way of doing it. Maybe Xi Jinping is right. Maybe world leaders who are hostile to elections have the right idea. We don't intend to turn the world upside down, but we've brought onto our board people who have participated, people who have been a part of the political process, who understand that it's difficult, that it's never perfect, that you're always going to get setbacks, disappointments, things that happen. You wonder whether or not it's all worthwhile. Just to try calmly and rationally deliver the news to people who become skeptical that it's worth the effort.
So, Senator, let's talk about the part of the political process we saw last Tuesday in this country. And I suspect you've seen this more than once, that when one party or the other suffers defeat, that there are people coming out of the woodwork, including people from the party who didn't do so well, who've got all kinds of ideas about what should be done or shouldn't be done. What is your prescription for what ails the Democratic Party, if you agree it is ailing right now?
Well, first of all, I don't have a prescription for the Democratic Party. I don't have a prescription for the Republican Party. I have a prescription for people who are trying to figure out how to make democracy work. And the first and most important is don't give up on it. You are going to have disappointments. You wanted your candidate to win in Virginia, and he lost. You wanted your candidate to win somewhere else, and they lost. And the biggest one right now is former President Trump. You've got a significant fraction, mostly because he's refused to concede, which is, if you don't think of virtue in politics being bedmates, but they are. Al Gore called George W. Bush and conceded the election. Richard Nixon called John Kennedy and conceded the election. It's a difficult thing to do, and it's a virtuous thing to do, and it's essential. I don't think there's nationwide. I haven't seen any stories about somebody who's refused to concede an election. So when a president does that, it puts a lot of other things at risk because he's persuaded lots of people that he didn't lose, and he did lose. It doesn't make him a bad human being because he lost. It doesn't make those who supported him bad human beings because they supported him. It just means we had an election and their candidate lost. So it's all I'm trying to do is to say to people, this democracy is really hard. And people say, well, it's never been this bad before. I said, wait a minute. We had 700,000 men died in the Civil War from 1861 to 65 because we couldn't resolve the issue of slavery. You go back to the 1930s and look at the way that America was divided about whether or not we should do anything to confront the rise of National Socialism in Germany. You don't have to go back very far. You go back to the 70s, for gosh sake. I was in the Vietnam War in 1969 and 68. We had Martin Luther King killed, Bobby Kennedy was killed, but, we had Malcolm X, there was a horrible time. And people at that time were saying, we're never going to survive this. And we did survive it. And we survived it because we didn't lose hope. And we didn't forget that when you lose, you got to get up and there's always tomorrow. And Democrats in particular know that in off-year elections like that, the mid-year election, the party in power is going to lose. No matter if Biden's numbers were in the 80s, it's likely that there'd be some losses. So, I was in the Senate in 1994. I ran for re-election in 94 and won. That was a bad year the Democrats have run. And we lost the majority in both the House and the Senate. Ann Richards lost in 1994. People who loved Ann Richards just couldn't believe. I think her approval rating was close to 70%, but she lost. So one of the hardest things in democracy is to get back up off the floor after you've lost and go on to fight another day. It can be hard. It's hard in your life in general, let alone in politics.
Yeah, just a small clarification. To say you were in the Vietnam War understates it. I mean, you were a bona fide war hero. You had a major role there. But let me ask you a question about democracy here, because I wonder if there's something else going on. When you talk about former President Trump, how much is he the cause and how much is the effect? And by that I mean this. Do we have a problem in this country because there's an increasing perception, whether Democrat or Republican, that the government in Washington is not their government? It's something that operates on its own according to its own rules.
Well, it certainly operates on rules that the people that are elected write, but that's the Constitution. Madison trusted that Congress could write its own rules, so Madison, in the first Article 1, gave Congress the authority to write the rule. And unfortunately, altogether too often, those who know better don't explain it. As to whether former President Trump is the cause or he's a result of, I don't cut him any slack on that. It is non-virtuous behavior to refuse to concede an election, and it's dangerous to do that. He said, well, don't blame me, blame the public. No, you're the one who made that decision. You're the one that organized an effort to try to overturn the results, in my opinion. Regardless, we need to take this back to RDA. Among the things we're trying to do at Renewed Democracy, explain to people how it works. For example, we don't have a pure democracy. We have a Republican form of government. The whole idea of the Republican form of government is you're supposed to go down to Washington, decide what you think is right, and then tell the people you represent, even though what you've concluded is right might be unpopular.
Yeah, such a powerful point. We don't run this place by plebiscite. Really great to have you with us. I hope you'll come back. That is former Senator Bob Kerrey of Renew Democracy. And this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
When will you be able to?
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Go to a meeting where nobody smells like hand sanitizer? Who knows? But we can give you the latest business and financial news, fragrance-free.
Let's tease out some of what you just said.
Are there tools in the toolbox for the Fed? Does that point to the need for continued monetary support?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
You do realize the mark that this is having on a younger generation.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Would you say it's more important to gather information fast, or to have it first, or to be the most accurate?
They can really move the needle when it comes to programs.
The point in all this surely is the level of support you'll get from companies for this.
What if you don't have to choose?
It also has enormous importance for the labor market.
How do they get ahead of different administrations? We see this move towards digital currencies.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. You see the value in worldwide market news.
The push for a global minimum corporate tax rate is still alive and well.
And you want it first.
The Labor Department has sent an emergency regulation to the White House.
So do we.
Bond yields around the world are tumbling.
Bloomberg Daybreak with Karen Moscow and Nathan Hager.
Straight ahead, your latest local headlines, plus a check of sports.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
COVID-19 has changed how we live and how we feel. But now there are vaccines, and they are the first step that lets us get back to the things we miss most, like spreading the word without spreading concern, girls tripping instead of solo sipping, and talking smack with a side of mac and cheese. It's okay to have questions about COVID-19 vaccines. Now, get the facts. Visit getvaccineanswers.org so you can make an informed decision when COVID-19 vaccines are available to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, past President Noel Spiegel.
People often ask me why it's important to use JCF for their charitable giving. I tell them that JCF has a profound impact on our community. Thanks to the revenue generated from our funds, JCF makes an annual $2 million grant to UJA Federation of New York and makes grants from our endowment, the Special Gifts Fund. This year, we proudly granted more than $800,000 to support a kosher food pantry at Mid-Island YJCC, Jewish daycare at the Ed Alliance, a renovation at Camp Oakhurst, and an intergenerational Holocaust program at Ramaz. I'd like you to hear about our impact from a past Special Gifts Fund recipient.
Plaza Jewish Community Chapel is most grateful to JCF for supplying seed money to start the organization. Almost 10,000 families have relied on Plaza to provide an affordable yet dignified Jewish funeral.
Let JCF maximize your impact. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Economics.
Chairman Powell looks brilliant.
Finance.
Some breaking news for you. A share sale.
Investment.
The narrative of the reopening trade has changed.
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Do you want some volatility, Tom? Please. Do you want me to go there?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University, the laureate.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms, in turn, need to rely on their custodian to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interest and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work with Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks churning near records. Treasuries are falling. We begin with the 10-year down 13.30 seconds. 10-year yield 1.49%. But the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, they're all advancing. Russell 2000 up as well. We're looking at records right now. S&P, choppy session with the S&P up now by 2 points, pairing earlier gains. It is up by less than 0.1%. The Dow is higher by 41, up 0.1%, while NASDAQ is up 35, up by 0.2%. Again, 10-year yield 1.49%. Spot gold up 0.3%, 18.24 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 81.89 a barrel. Again, recapping, equities pushing higher, S&P up 2, now up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
It is time now for Bloomberg Opinion, and welcome today, Executive Editor of Bloomberg Opinion. He is Mr. Tim O'Brien. Tim, thanks for being here. An important column on an important subject today, and that is the challenge to the Biden administration's OSHA rules on vaccine mandates. Explain what happened.
Well, on Saturday, David, a federal appellate court in Louisiana basically upheld petitions filed by a few southern states, some business owners, some workers, and advocacy groups who all said that the Biden administration's requirement that workplaces employing 100 or more people have to become fully vaccinated by January 4th or implement weekly testing. And the argument against this was this amounted to extreme federal intrusion upon the workplace and upon states, and went well beyond any kind of regulatory mandate that the Biden administration was allowed to invoke in order to require vaccinations in the workplace. That's now going to get litigated. The federal government has until the end of today to respond to the appellate court in Louisiana, which essentially said we're going to block enforcement of this in the short term until you give us a better explanation.
Yeah, it struck me as an important point when I saw this on Saturday. The Fifth Circuit granted the temporary injunction to stop this. And usually that requires a determination of likelihood to succeed on the merits as well as irreparable injury. If there is likelihood to succeed on the merits of this claim against the OSHA rule, what's the likelihood? I mean, what's wrong with the OSHA rule?
Well, the OSHA rule is essentially hinges on the idea that there is an emergency, and the emergency being the pandemic. And in order to confront this emergency in the most fulsome way, the federal government is mandating the thing that we have all discovered and now learned to be the most effective weapon against the pandemic is a vaccine. And therefore, in order to secure the safety of workers in workplaces where there might be outbreaks, they must comply with this federal regulation and get vaccinated. I think a lot of the argument will hinge on this notion of whether or not there's an emergency. You know, the legal precedents around all of this, there are many that entitle orders like this to be enforced, but it's not clear-cut case law. And one of the reasons it's not is that we don't have really great definitions in state and legislatures and at the federal level as well about what constitutes a public health emergency. And I think that the COVID pandemic is a lesson for us all that we actually need to pin that down before the next emergency arrives.
Yeah, I believe the federal response is due later today, is it not? And I wonder if there wouldn't be some deep irony here if, in fact, there's less of an emergency today than there was, say, a year, 14, 15 months ago because of the federal response, because so many people have been vaccinated.
Well, and, part of the argument against this, there's, the plaintiffs are essentially saying it's been 2 years now, it's no longer an emergency. On the other hand, let's remember that Delta unsettled everyone when it arrived in full force, and this is a pandemic that is triggered by variants as well as the original outbreak. So we don't know yet that we fully have it under wraps, and we know that we have something in our hand that could affect that.
It also raises, at least in my mind, a question that I know some people in the Supreme Court now are curious about. Should we be asking our independent regulatory agencies, our regulatory agencies, as OSHA actually reports up to the Department of Labor, should we be asking them to determine these really big political questions?
Well, I don't think it's a political question, David. I would say, this is my perspective, I think it's a public health question. And this isn't the first time we've regulated health issues in the workplace. Tobacco for example, has been regulated out of the workplace because smoke endangers the health of coworkers. And COVID obviously is a threat to the health of colleagues in any workplace. So it's not, I think this is historically well within the boundaries of what OSHA is meant to do, and a completely rational approach to the kind of regulation that it's enforced in the past.
It's fascinating. Do we have any expectations, as you talk to legal experts, about the likelihood of this injunction remaining in force? And I guess, obviously, we'll go to the Supreme Court without a doubt.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Remember, each circuit only has purview over the states in its area, so this is not a national case. On the other hand, more than 24 Republican-led states have also filed lawsuits in other jurisdictions contesting this. So I think you're going to see a lot of regional disputes that move upward, undoubtedly, unless they get batted back. A lot of the challenges to the mandates have been batted back in court thus far.
It's fascinating. Is there a constitutional claim, as far as you know, or is this simply statutory? It's outside the statute.
Well, the Biden administration hasn't claimed any extra constitutional powers in this. They're saying we are enforcing regulations in the workplace that are completely within OSHA's purview, and we're going to continue to do so.
Any indication when we might get a ruling from the Fifth Circuit?
Well, we'll see. I don't think they're going to rule right away on whatever the government presents to them. The government has until 5 o'clock at the end of the day today. And then we'll see. But I don't think they're going to sit on it very long, because everyone, I think, recognizes that haste matters here. Yeah,
as I say, it's an excellent column on a really important and fascinating subject. Many thanks to Tim O'Brien. You can read more on this and other stories from Bloomberg Opinion at Bloomberg.com/opinion and on the terminal by typing in OPIN-GO. Coming up, sorting through what COP26 got done last week and what's left to do with Taryn Franzen of the World Resources Institute. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Money Minute. United Airlines is celebrating the turning back of clocks to standard time by rolling back some fares. Travelers can buy one-way basic economy tickets for as little as $39 for travel between November 21st and March 9th. But act fast. The offer ends today. We're heading into the season of giving and goodwill, and it is also, apparently, the season of debt. A new survey finds that 4 in 10 Americans are willing to go into or even deeper into debt to spend on the holidays. Of those, nearly half say they're willing to do so to make themselves happy. Creditcard.com says that's slightly ahead of making their children happy, their spouse or partner happy, or another friend or family member happy. Of those who already have credit card debt, 60% say they'll dig an even deeper hole. Most people expect to spend the same or less on the holidays this year than they did last. Wall Street's heading higher. Any gains will mean fresh record highs today. I'm Elisa Parenti, Bloomberg Radio.
To some, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much, but that's not true. They're testing out vowels and consonants and trying different sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on meaning, especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Learn more at autismspeaks.org. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Where are today's real testing grounds for the latest innovation? Places where advancements in health, transportation, and business happen every day. Cities. Today, cities lead the way, taking local solves and turning them into global solutions. Now, introducing Bloomberg City Lab, a new platform covering the present and future of global cities. Learn more at Bloomberg.com/CityLab. Brought to you in partnership with Hyundai.
Before and after the pandemic.
Is it driven by politics or by science?
That may be how we keep track of our lives from here on out.
What do you think the
political effects of that impatience will be.
And through it all, there's been Bloomberg.
We begin on Capitol Hill.
The most accurate business, world, and healthcare news before and after.
The fundamentals do not justify this price action.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. Why get news of Asia that comes from someplace else?
Did you see a cohesion point between Beijing and Washington?
Weeknights at 6 Eastern.
Maybe it won't be a negative for markets.
On Bloomberg Radio. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston. Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco. Bloomberg 960. To the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, getting ready for the second week of COP26 with Taryn Franzen of the World Resources Institute. But first, we get a market check from Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much, David Weston. Happy Monday. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ continue to advance. Stocks have paired early gains, but they do remain higher after a torrid stretch of advances that lifted benchmark indexes nearly 10% since September. S&P clinging to an eighth straight climb that would give it the longest winning streak since 2017. Right to the numbers, with the S&P up now by 3 points, up 0.1%. Year to date, S&P's up 25.1%. The Dow up 45 points today, up 0.1%. NASDAQ today up 38, higher by 0.2%. 10 years down 10/30 seconds, 10-year yield 1.48%. Spot gold up 0.4%, $18.25 the ounce. while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 0.5%, 81.66 right now for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. America's breakout inflation will be the theme, or is the theme, of this week's major economic indicators. Let's get more from Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Look for the Producer Price Index Tuesday in a red-hot year-over-year reading. An October increase of almost 9%, tying a record high. Chalk it up to the tangled supply chain and elevated commodity costs and renewed demand coming out of the pandemic. Meantime, the Consumer Price Index set for Wednesday could hit an almost 6% pace, the most since 1990. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Federal Reserve Governor Randy Quarles is stepping down from the central bank in the last week of December, freeing up another vacancy for President Biden to fill as he considers new leaders for the central bank. The Fed announced Quarles' upcoming resignation in a statement out today. ExxonMobil is moving forward with a giant petrochemical complex in southern China, underscoring that last year's cash crunch is over and the oil supermajor is confident enough to invest in new large-scale projects. And recapping, stocks are higher right now. We do have the S&P up 3, up 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 4/10%, 81.66 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That, David Weston, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much, Charlie. Happy Monday to you as well. Last week, leaders from around the world gathered in Glasgow for COP26 and made progress on deforestation and stopping funding for cross-border fossil fuel projects, but failed to come up with an agreement to phase out the use of coal altogether, and firm commitments leave the world short of its overall goals on climate warming. To take us through what was and what was not accomplished, we welcome now Taryn Franzen of the World Resources Institute's Global Climate Program, where she is a senior fellow. So thanks so much for being with us. Give us your hits. What were the biggest things positively that came out of last week?
Last week, we saw a number of new pledges and commitments, both made by individual countries as well as by new coalitions and groups of countries working together. So on the country-specific side, we saw India announcing new targets for 2030 to dramatically increase its renewable energy and reduce the emissions intensity of its economy, as well as committing to a target to get to net zero emissions for the first time. And China formalized the targets that it announced last December by submitting its nationally determined contribution, which are the formal commitments under the Paris Agreement. We also saw over 100 countries collectively agree to cut methane emissions, new commitments to stop financing overseas fossil fuel projects, phase out coal, achieve net zero investment portfolios, and protect forests. So a lot of interesting new announcements. And meanwhile, in the negotiating rooms, we saw negotiators kind of getting into the weeds, trying to hammer out issues on transparency and reporting, on market mechanisms under the Paris Agreement, and how to address international climate finance.
So as you say, China, as I understand it, formalized some of the things they'd said already, but they did not move it forward. Is that a fair description on China? We had President Biden calling out President Xi. And by the way, former President Obama, right today over in Glasgow, is saying we need more leadership out of both China and Russia.
That's right. So China formalized a target that it had announced last December by advancing the timing by which they're planning to peak emissions to before 2030. They announced a larger target in reducing the emissions intensity of GDP, increased targets for non-fossil energy. But I think these are generally thought to be fairly incremental and modest improvements, rather than the kinds of transformative changes that we need to limit emissions to the levels that will keep warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Talk about coal. China earlier, I think at the United Nations General Assembly time, had said that they would stop financing coal-fired power plants outside of China, but not domestically. I know that John Kerry, the former Secretary of State, Special Envoy for President Biden, had hoped that China would go further. But on the other hand, I'm not sure the United States has gone as far as people would like it to either on coal, has it?
Well, that's quite fair. So both countries have committed to stop financing coal overseas. and particularly China, given its role in the Belt and Road Initiative. That's a big deal. It's not trivial, but we essentially have to phase out coal everywhere globally quickly, and neither China nor the U.S. has a clear path to do that domestically. It's certainly the case in the U.S. that we don't see new coal being economical anymore, but we do need to replace all the existing coal that we have with clean sources.
So the heads of government may have left Glasgow largely, but they are continuing to meet over there, as I understand it, this week. What do you hope might come out of this week that might tighten things up a bit more?
Well, there are three things that we need the negotiations to deliver this coming week. One, I mentioned earlier that the commitments we've seen so far on emissions reductions, while they are helpful, are still not enough to limit warming to the targets adopted under the Paris Agreement. And so the first thing that we need to see is a commitment to come back to the table soon, within the next couple of years, and step up those commitments further. Under the Paris Agreement, the next big milestone for these pledges would be 2025, but that's really going to be too late given how quickly we need to see these reductions happening. And in particular, for those major emitters that haven't yet stepped up their pledges, there needs to be some kind of decision or milestone that that's going to happen sooner than 2025. So that's point one. Point two, developing countries need more confidence that climate finance pledges are going to be met. So there's a widely recognized shortfall in the commitment that developed countries had made for mobilizing finance for poor countries by 2020. And the negotiations need to do more to address that shortfall and that gap, and also provide confidence for what happens going forward. And then finally, we need robust rules on transparency and reporting on emissions, and also on markets and offsets, to make sure that these pledges that countries are making will be counted properly, that they will drive real reductions, that there won't be double counting of reductions toward multiple targets, and eliminate the potential for loopholes like that. So that's the third thing we need to see.
So I asked this question of you because you're an expert on it. Are we going to get to where we need to go without a carbon price, a global carbon price?
Well, I think there are certainly pricing carbon will help. Absolutely. And we see that emerging in a number of countries. But what we also see is that in countries where we have seen emissions reductions starting, it's not necessarily carbon pricing that is doing all the work. There are other policies that can also play a very supportive role, including renewable energy mandates, incentives and standards, investments in transitioning to electric vehicles and better public transport systems, et cetera. So there's not one policy instrument that is going to solve the whole problem. We need a carbon price, absolutely, but we need a lot of other things as well.
Do you come away from last week encouraged or vaguely discouraged?
Well, I would say the jury is still out, to be honest. A lot of the difficult issues in the negotiations have been pushed forward into the second week for ministers to work out. And that means negotiators didn't reach an agreement. This is not uncommon. That often happens with a challenging issue, with the challenging issues in these negotiations. So, the jury's out.
Fair answer. Really appreciate it. That's Taryn Franzen of the World Resources Institute. Coming up, we have boosters and vaccinations for young children. How are we doing in the war against COVID? We talk with Chris Meekins of Raymond James. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
NJIT makes
the world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
the workforce of the future. And Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output, and how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them, but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
It's a smart business practice to diversify your investment portfolio, and many investors look for opportunities in different countries to achieve this objective. However, investing overseas can be complicated and often requires working with a specialist who has a firm grasp of both domestic and international tax law. At Burden Accountants and Advisors, our experienced team works with clients to help them develop cross-border tax plans that minimize their tax liabilities, ensure compliance, and save them money.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
This is Daniel Blazer. I'm a trustee of the Jewish Communal Fund and chair of the Special Gifts Committee. Back in March, when the world came to a grinding halt with the coronavirus crisis, I turned to the Jewish Communal Fund to make grants to charities that were important to me. Our community of fund holders responded generously, and so did JCF. Through our Special Gifts Fund, which functions like an endowment, JCF made a grant of $1 million to UJA Federation of New York and the Metropolitan Council on Jewish Poverty to fight food insecurity and provide much-needed assistance to Holocaust survivors and single parents who have been impacted by the crisis. If you are not using a donor-advised fund for your giving, now is the time. Working with the Jewish Communal Fund is easy. It's convenient, it's efficient, and it enables you to focus on your charitable giving, especially in difficult moments like these. To find out how JCF can maximize your charitable impact and reduce your tax burden, visit jcfny.org.
I taught for 20 years, until I started forgetting my lectures.
Eventually, he had to quit. Getting his early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard, but it gave us time to take control of the situation together.
I can't imagine going through this without him.
If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. For more information, visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around, and every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships.
Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got stocks trading at records with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 Index, and Russell 2000 all moving higher. Dow Transport's up now by just about 0.1%. Russell 2000 up 0.3. NASDAQ 100 up 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up by 0.2%. Today, higher by 37 points on NASDAQ. The S&P's up 4, up 0.1, and the Dow up 53, up by 0.1%. Stocks have paired earlier gains, but they do remain higher across the board after a stretch of advances that have lifted benchmark indexes nearly 10% since September. S&P 500 clinging to an 8th straight climb that would give the longest winning streak since 2017. So again, recapping, stocks higher, 10-year yield 1.48% now. Spot gold up 0.4%, $18.26 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $81.65 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that, David Weston, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. This is Balance of Power coming from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Vaccination rates are up. People are getting their boosters, and now we have a vaccine for young children. We even have a COVID pill in the works. So does that mean that we are winning the war against COVID? Welcome now Chris Meekins of Raymond James, where he is Health Policy Research Analyst. So Chris, thanks so much for being with us. Give us the status right now of the war against COVID in the United States and around the world.
Yeah, thanks for having me, David. And I think we're really on the cusp of turning the corner. You know, when I worked at the Department of Health and Human Services as a Deputy Assistant Secretary in the area of public health emergencies, one of the things we would always try to plan out, and the planning purposes, is when can you finally encourage the public that it's okay, we're finally turning the corner when these types of really bad events happen, whether it's a pandemic or biological, chemical, or nuclear attack or others. And what we're seeing is we have multiple positive data points. We have the vaccine, but we knew that there were a portion of the population that just wasn't going to get it. So what do we do with that portion of the population to ensure that you don't see a dramatic increase in hospitalizations and deaths? And that's where the news from both Merck with Ridgeback Pharma's pill as well as the Pfizer data from the end of last week, that if we can get FDA approval of those, now we have a second backup option to the vaccine for those that are just going to refuse to get that. And what we're seeing is even when things got significantly colder currently in, for example, the Midwest, we're still seeing a nationwide kind of plateau of cases with hospitalizations and deaths dropping. So I think we're seeing improvements. There are some increases in Europe we need to watch, but in the U.S., I've never been more encouraged about where we are with the pandemic than I am today.
Yeah, I want to make sure we come back to Europe, but first, what is the risk that, in fact, having the pill, once it's approved, will actually affect the willingness of people to get vaccinated? That is to say, if you're inclined not to, it gives you an excuse to say, well, I don't have to worry about that much because I can always take a pill and at least I won't end up hospitalized.
Yeah, I think it's going to decrease the likelihood of some people to get vaccinated, no question about it. But I think we're at a point now where we've had vaccinations for multiple months, where people were open to getting vaccinated, they were probably going to do it. Yes, with some mandates if they get upheld, which I'm very skeptical of, despite the opinion of your previous guest, that OSHA is going to be able to actually have this implemented when all is said and done. You know, unless you force people's hands, I think we're at a point where we know who's going to get vaccinated and who's not. And what we know most importantly really is that 65 individuals over age 65 have more than a 95% vaccination rate of at least one dose. And that's really an encouraging number. And hopefully the rest of the population follows suit, especially with kids now being able to have access to it. But for those that don't, this is a good backup option for those that have just allowed the virus to become too politicized.
So I'm glad you raised the issue about the challenge to the OSHA regulation and the fact that you have a somewhat different view from Tim O'Brien, our colleague, who, by the way, is not a lawyer, but he's an opinion guy. But what do you think about the OSHA rule, and why do you think that it is more vulnerable than Tim did?
So I'm fortunate in that my wife actually is a Yale-educated lawyer that specializes in labor and employment and advises companies across the country in this regard. And so when I have conversations with her, former individuals from the Department of Labor, senior officials there, I just believe that we have never seen this type of authority exercised by OSHA. There's a legitimate argument that if this is really an emergency, why didn't you do this 18 months ago when this first became an issue, or even initially when vaccines became available through emergency use authorization? So I think the delay is going to be problematic. And finally, I think that now that you have these pills that could be so effective, you can decrease the need potentially for this type of emergency temporary standard from OSHA. So I'm a little more skeptical based on the legal experts I've been talking to than he is. But regardless, I think it's important that people should get vaccinated if they can, and they should. And if for those that aren't, for the rest of us that are worried about those that aren't being vaccinated, at least we know that there's this other pill that could be really effective coming.
And what about vaccination of small children?
You know, I'm waiting for it. I've got a 1-year-old at home, and I would love nothing more than to be able to have him go out with us to restaurants and other places and feel perfectly safe about that indoors. But the reality is we're not there yet. Hopefully by the end of the year we'll have additional data for individuals, you know, for kids age 2, maybe even 6 months based on what Dr. Fauci has said. So hopefully by end of first quarter of 22 we can have them for them. But my hope is really that with the high numbers of individuals vaccinated, with the high numbers of people, regrettably, that have gotten COVID already, with these pills that are now available going forward, I think that we could see a notable decrease once we get through this initial winter rush of cases in the U.S. back to pre-Delta. And if that happens, I will feel more comfortable at least taking him some places with us.
You mentioned earlier Europe, and I said let's come back to that. What is going on in Europe, particularly Northern Europe, Benelux countries, and Germany? It seems to be having quite a struggle right at the moment.
Yeah, what we're seeing is just an increase in cases, right? So individuals go indoors, they feel more comfortable, they're not as worried about the virus, and you still have a decent number, though they're highly vaccinated, you still have a decent number that are not, and we're seeing it spread there. That's just the reality of what we've seen in a lot of places across the globe, and no different in Europe, similar to what we saw some places here. So that's what we're seeing. I think one data point that is encouraging to me, and my colleague Pavel Molchanov, who's one of our energy analysts, has been tracking the global vaccination rates. You know, we actually have more than half of the global population has had at least one shot, and that's a huge step forward globally. We still have a long way to go. We have a lot of, you know, second and third world countries that we need to help and provide additional resources to, but progress is being made, and that's why, as I said, I've never been more encouraged than where we are today.
Well, I'm so glad you raised that, because when this whole started, I thought, and I talked to people who were experts who thought that whatever you saw in the United States, it was going to be much worse in things like sub-Saharan Africa, some of the low and middle income countries. And yet it doesn't seem to have been nearly as bad as we thought. The United States in some ways has had it just about as bad as anybody. Why is that?
I think it's a multifactorial discussion. I think, not to oversimplify it, but you don't have air conditioning. You don't have people congregating indoors in large crowds necessarily in some of those areas. There's a lot of outdoor interaction going forward, and you don't see as much flow of external individuals that may have the viruses and different variants flowing into those areas. So I think there's a lot of different reasons for it, but obviously the U.S. has made a lot of wrong decisions throughout this pandemic response, and as a result, we ended up bearing the cost of hundreds of thousands of people passed away.
Let me sneak in one more. How concerned should we be about whatever comes after Delta as a variant?
I think we need to watch it. I'm always worried about future variants. I'm always worried about will we have effective manufacturing of these new treatments that could work. So we're watching those. CDC is watching those, and others globally are paying attention to that. So is it something we should worry about? It's something we should watch. It shouldn't limit your activities now, but with the increases in genetic sequencing we've seen of the different variants, I think we're moving forward, and I think we'll be able to see the early warning signs.
Chris, this has been great. Thank you so much. That's Chris Meekins of Raymond James. That does it for Balance of Power for today. I'm David Weston, and this is Bloomberg.
It's not just work.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up. Connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
It's an unfolding, ever-changing universe of characters.
Can we get out of the pandemic?
Bloomberg Business Week.
It's the app that made trading hard to resist.
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Green Business Report. Aboard a 100-foot yacht named the Manhattan II, a group of scientists, engineers, and politicians spent a recent morning contemplating whether giant sea gates could protect the city from the kind of epic flooding caused by Superstorm Sandy and Hurricane Ida as the climate changes. There's also concern that by the time the project may be completed, at least 2 decades from now, the walls won't be high enough to accommodate the rapidly rising seas. Gas and coal, 2 of the key commodities used to keep people warm in winter, are in the shortest supply and at the highest prices since the winter of 2014. That, according to Duke Energy Corporation Chief Financial Officer Steve Young, who also says the company will pass along those higher costs to consumers. Regions that rely more on gas or coal for heat and electricity will see rates increase more than regions where a greater proportion of power comes from nuclear, hydropower, or renewable energy. And the global supply chain slowdown has also delayed the company's development of solar farms. Karen Chase, Bloomberg Radio.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential and change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
With 3 bright minds thinking of questions.
How far apart are the 2 Americas right now?
Someone's bound to ask the one you most want answered.
What defines that as the year goes on?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
How do you explain the fact that you have not seen a cheer from equity traders?
Bloomberg Surveillance.
Will that occur within market stability?
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Back to work Monday, and we are looking at another day of records, with the S&P clinging to an 8th straight climb that will give it the longest winning streak since 2017. S&P right now higher by 5 points, up 0.1%, extending its year-to-date gain now to 25.2%. We've got the Dow up 65, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 35, up 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 index up up less than 0.1%, and the Russell 2000 up by 0.4%. Stocks have paired earlier gains, but they do remain higher across the board after a stretch of advances that lifted benchmark indexes nearly 10% since September. Well, as for the market outlook, Oksana Aronoff is client portfolio manager at JP Morgan Investment Management.
Equities, of course, represent the relatively better option still, because bonds are simply in bubble territory, and there's really no justifiable reason to be in anything fixed income right now at these valuations, or very, very few opportunities there. So on a relative basis, equities still look better, and investors are voting with their funds, with their money.
And indeed, right now, the S&P up another 0.1%. 10-year down 11/30 seconds, 10-year yield 1.48%. Spot gold up 0.4%, 18.25 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.5%, 81.66 a barrel. Tesla tumbling after Elon Musk's Twitter followers voted in favor of him selling 10% of his stake in a poll that he set up over the weekend. Tesla shares, they're down now by 3%. Regeneron Pharmaceuticals antibody cocktail cut the risk of contracting COVID-19 by 82%. Regeneron shares, they're up 1.7%. Recapping, S&P up 6, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
Definitely feels like a Monday.
It does. And it is.
It is a Monday. It's, in fact, Monday, November 8th, 2021. We are live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming on YouTube. We got a lot going on. Stocks dropping back from earlier gains, Tim. To be fair, we've been on such a run. Benchmark index is up nearly 10% since September. So, every once in a while, we're going to take a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, well,
that's the way it works.
Definitely still not a breather today. Even though stocks are down from their highs, we're looking at an 8th day of gains in a row for the S&P 500. I know.
It just keeps going higher. All right, we're going to talk about that. Coming up, though, not necessarily, though, a bullish day for Tesla. Shares tumbling following Elon Musk's Twitter poll asking, should he sell 10% of his stock? Thank you, Elon, for reaching out to the masses.
Yeah, thank you for making my Saturday a little more exciting.
It was a lot of news over the weekend. Talk about that. We're going to talk about Berkshire and its massive mountain of cash growing. We're also going to check in with the president and CEO of Mercedes-Benz USA on EVs, evolution, and the auto economy.
We're also going to hear a little bit of your conversation with Jeff Jones, president and CEO at H&R Block, talking about the Uberization of the financial world. He was for a short time an executive at Uber.
Yeah, it's not your grandfather's tax preparer. That's what I'm going to say. And we're also going to check in, get an update on the real life succession story that's coming down for now. But folks, get ready for the sequel, season 2 coming your way. First up, though, let's get to the Market Drivers Report. And let's set the Business Week agenda on this. Yes, it is Monday in the house, in our Interactive Broker Studio with Dave Wilson. He's our stocks editor here at Bloomberg News. Also with us is Preeti Gupta. She's Bloomberg Markets correspondent here at Bloomberg News. And where shall we begin? All right, Dave, let's start with you, because we were up, we were lower, we're now bouncing off our lows of the session. And as Tim mentioned, we're looking for what? An 8th day of gains on the S&P 500.
Absolutely. And another record. First close above 4,700 it would be if we kind of stay where we are right now.
Remember when it was like 1,000?
Yeah.
I know you
Does
do.
it get to...
But then again, I'm old. So.
But it's not so long ago. It's like just amazing, the momentum that we're seeing.
Oh, absolutely. and if you want momentum today, try looking at AMD.
It's on my list. Yeah.
Advanced Micro Devices, they got a deal to supply server processors to that company formerly known as Facebook.
I saw that.
Yeah, now the parent Meta Platforms.
Big move for AMD now, because they're, I think, supplying all of the companies that are involved in the internet. And so they continue to kind of really move in deeper.
Absolutely. And then, you see Xilinx doing relatively well. So, technology helping to provide some support to the market. But where you're really seeing the biggest gains on the day is in the materials group, and that's all about the infrastructure plan that passed the House. I mean, you look at companies like Martin Marietta Materials and Vulcan Materials, and then you look at the steel makers, Nucor, U.S. Steel, all doing relatively well today. So the government coming to the support of industry yet again.
I'm glad you brought up the infrastructure bill because I want to talk about its effect on the bond market, Creedy, and how you're seeing what happened late Friday. I woke up to it Saturday morning. I was saying, wait a second, they agreed to something? They did. How are you seeing it play out in the bond market?
You know, not too exciting.
Really?
Which is unfortunate because this is something it's been built up for so long, and there's a much more clear read through into the stock market than there is into the bond market. And if you actually pay attention to what the bond market is going to watch, it's the CPI report on Wednesday. That's what all the positioning is about. I mean, look, 148 on the 10-year. We've been kind of hovering-ish between.
But we saw yields move down. I thought this was interesting. I did a lot of reading over the week. Like, I was trying to understand what happened after the jobs report and why we've seen yields tick lower.
You know, I've heard several different versions of this story. First, that the payrolls beat. Some people were expecting it, so it was just kind of a turnaround of the move that they were expecting.
Okay.
Gets into some weird, wonky, essentially, if you price in higher yields, and then you get a report that would substantiate the higher yields, and you reverse your trade.
Like check. Okay, got it.
Essentially. So then, right. But then you also had this idea that you were going into kind of a Friday, into a risk off kind of vibe, and going into the weekend. You saw that in stocks too, selling off in the last hour of trading. Pretty normal on a payrolls Friday, actually. So pretty run of the mill. But the CPI report is going to be the really big deal because we have so many sources of inflation. We have wage inflation, we have food inflation, we have what's the other one? Commodity inflation. And actually, fun fact, you guys may not know this, but in the last CPI report, two of the most year-over-year expensive price increases in food was eggs and peanut butter.
I did not know that.
Yes, fun fact. I might have nerded out over the table.
It's okay. Good to nerd out.
So that's going to be something to watch because food prices, for example, and this is going to be something in the CPI report you really want to pay attention to because food prices are at their record levels all the way going back to 2013 when there was actually crop issues and a drought globally. So this is going to be what actually is feeding those inflation increases. If you take energy out of the picture, that's the question the bond market is going to be asking.
All right, on our radar. Anything else on your radar, Dave Wilson?
I don't know. When Critty talks about food makers, I go right to the consumer staples group in the S&P 500. That's where you find them. It's only up about a third as much of the index this year. And what we saw as third quarter results played out, a lot of these companies have bigger challenges than others when it comes to being able to pass along their cost increases. I mean, that very much a theme of third quarter results, which are essentially done at this point. We haven't gotten the retailers. We haven't gotten a few other stragglers, but we kind of know how things have played out. So, put it all together and it's clear that costs are very much front and center, especially in the food industry.
I like eggs and peanut butter. How about you guys?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Count me in.
Not necessarily together, though.
No, definitely not together. All right, Dave Wilson, stocks editor with Bloomberg News. He's going to be back with his chart and stock of the day. Kriti Gupta, our Bloomberg Markets correspondent at Bloomberg News.
Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week bite of the day. It's one number that tells us a lot, and it's brought to you by GEP. GEP helps businesses transform supply chains with strategy, managed services, and AI-based cloud-native software. Learn more at GEP.com.
All right, today's number, it's a big one, $84.5 billion. China posted a record $84.5 billion trade surplus in the month of October, so last month, as exports topped estimates on rising demand for goods globally, cushioning the economy from weakening domestic consumption and giving policymakers some room to delay stimulus. Strong demand meant exporters were able to raise prices by 10 to 20% from a year ago. But that China economy, something I'm watching really closely. We did see China stocks, some of them at education stocks that trade here in the U.S. pop a little bit higher on moves over in Beijing when it comes to offering more education.
It also makes me think of the ships that we have lined up off the coast of California with a lot of those goods that were exported.
Exactly. All right, let's get to world and national news. For that, it is over to Nancy Lyons. She's in our D.C. newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Former President Barack Obama is warning time is running out in the fight against climate change.
We are nowhere near where we need to be yet. Last month, a study found that 85% of the global population has experienced weather events that were more severe because of climate change.
Obama spoke at the International Climate Summit in Scotland and called this a decisive decade to avoid a climate disaster and said the world needs to catch up. He specifically cited China, Russia, and India as countries that need to take an active leadership role. Well, today is a landmark day for those wanting to travel to the U.S. As Bloomberg's Ann Cates reports, border restrictions are being eased.
The U.S. is loosening up constraints on travel from a long list of countries, including Mexico, Canada, and most of Europe. The move allows tourists to make long-delayed trips and family members to reconnect with loved ones after more than a year and a half apart because of the pandemic. New rules go into effect today that allow non-essential travel across America's land borders for vaccinated visitors. U.S. towns on the southern border are hoping the reopening will bring a flood of visitors to the businesses that rely on them. In Washington, Ann Cates, Bloomberg Radio.
Two suspected hackers accused of ransomware attacks resulting in 5,000 infections have been arrested as part of a global cyber crime crackdown. That's according to Europol and the Department of Justice. The two individuals were not identified by name, but Europol says they were arrested last week by Romanian authorities. Russians have gone back to work today after a 9-day hiatus ordered by the authorities to tame a record-breaking surge of coronavirus cases. Officials say it's too early to say if the break reduced infections. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts.
When was the last time you...
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Felt fully informed on world and economic affairs.
Is GDP catching up with the zeitgeist, or are we going to have to catch up with a boom economy?
That might have been it.
Is that a move that's accompanied by better bank stock performance?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It strikes me the degree of policy uncertainty for economists to factor in.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
When will you be able to go to a meeting where nobody smells like hand sanitizer? Who knows? But we can give you the latest business and financial news, fragrance-free.
Let's tease out some of what you just said.
Are there tools in the toolbox for the Fed? Does that point to the need for continued monetary support?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
You do realize the mark that this is having on a younger generation.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Economics.
Chairman Powell looks brilliant.
Finance.
Some breaking news for you. A share sale.
Investment.
The narrative of the reopening trade has changed.
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Do you want some volatility, Tom?
Please.
Do you want me to go there?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University, the laureate.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. You see the value in worldwide market news.
The push for a global minimum corporate tax rate is still alive and well.
And you want it first.
The Labor Department has sent an emergency regulation to the White House.
So do we.
Bond yields around the world are tumbling.
Bloomberg Daybreak with Karen Moscow and Nathan Hager.
Straight ahead, your latest local headlines, plus a check of sports.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
As a research university, NJIT makes smart technologies even smarter. That's why NJIT graduate and civil engineer Anya O'Dwyer says the university is so important for her industry.
Construction and civil engineering is always going to have cranes and, people and movement, but how we're designing and implementing things, that's what's changing. We have millions of data points now that we never had before, and that's allowed us to think about planning and design in a way that we haven't done so before. NJIT is very much at the forefront of that. Collecting data, understanding data, manipulating data, having access to a facility like NJIT, which is constantly focused on research and innovation, is so important for the industry and what it means to be designing for smarter systems.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work.
Sorry, I'm late.
Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working. Who, me? Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ continuing to advance. They are off session highs after a stretch of advances that have lifted benchmark indexes nearly 10% since September. The S&P today clinging to an 8th straight advance that would give it the longest winning streak since 2017. S&P up now by 8, a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 85, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 48, higher by 0.3%. 10-years down 11/32. 10-year yield now 1.48%. Gold up 0.4, $18.25 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 81.54 for a barrel of WTI. Deal news: Viasat has agreed to purchase Inmarsat Group Holdings for $4 billion, creating the world's biggest geostationary satellite company. Viasat shares, they are down now by 12.7%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, a lot of headlines involving COVID right now. The U.S., this is the big one, Tim, I feel like today. The U.S. lifting entry restrictions for more than 30 countries, allowing fully vaccinated travelers to fly from places including Europe, China, and India. Move coming as nations across Europe are considering strategies to confront a new wave of cases, right? That the 2 step forward, 1 step back, depending on where you are.
Yeah, the international travel was absolutely huge. I don't know if you saw the planes taking off from Heathrow this morning, left at the exact same time. Symbolic, absolutely, after so many months of
kind of getting
international-
shivers because it's everything's been shut down. We see it in the skies over here. I see it in the streets on New York. It's usually you're hearing lots of different languages because it's such a tourism or a place of tourism.
Now you're just hearing people swear in English.
That's so true. Right. All right. So let's get to it. And another stat that was interesting, I thought, was almost 6% of hospital beds in U.S. hospitals were occupied by COVID-19 patients on November 7th, the least, though, since July of 28. Let's get to it. Dr. David Kim is with us, Chief Executive of Physician Enterprise at Providence Health. The first known U.S. case of the virus was confirmed in Washington State at Providence Regional Medical Center in Everett back in January of 2020. So this is a hospital system that has seen COVID since day one. Dr. Kim, nice to have you here with Tim and myself. You're coming to us on the phone from Anaheim, California right now. We continue to look around the country. How do you feel when you look around the country when it comes to how the U.S. is doing with COVID?
I think there's a cautious optimism. We're seeing decreases in rates, I think, with the vaccination rates going up and with the children and adolescent vaccinations finally being approved. There's a path of hope forward for sure.
Is there anything that concerns you that derails this path of hope looking forward?
Nothing would surprise me with COVID these days, but I think that, as long as we move forward, the vaccinations have been proven very effective in preventing hospitalizations and serious complications from COVID. And so as we get progress in that space, I think we're going to continue to see improvement and society really start thinking about what a post-COVID surge world can look like.
It is really remarkable, Carol, because as we get closer and closer to Thanksgiving, I keep hearing experts such as Dr. Kim say it's okay to get together this year, which is such a refreshing thing to hear
and different
after
from last year, right?
So many months.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking I was away a long weekend and around lots of people, and you saw some people wearing masks, some people not, especially in stores. Some stores still requiring masks, but it does feel very different from where we were a year ago.
Yeah. So, Dr. Kim, does it mean that we can get to that maskless future in a few months where we're going into the grocery store and not worrying about wearing masks anymore?
So again, I think it depends on some variables, some of which we can control and some of which we can't.
Okay.
I think as long as we continue to get people vaccinated and people are, and especially with the children 5 to 11 getting vaccinated, it's a pocket of COVID that we haven't been able to prevent with the vaccine. I think it's going to go a long way, not just toward preventing infection in kids, but really preventing the infection of COVID overall in society.
Hey, what do you think about one of the things that we're also tracking, Dr. Kim, on this Monday is Regeneron Pharmaceuticals, the antibody cocktail. Coming out, they said it was a company-sponsored study by Regeneron, and they said that their cocktail cut the risk of contracting COVID-19 by 82% for up to 8 months. This monoclonal antibody cocktail, it's known as RegenCov. Is this something, I don't know, what do you think about something like this?
I think we're seeing a lot of novel breakthroughs, whether it's oral antivirals for, COVID to something like this that's being announced. It brings a lot of additional hope and optimism for us being able to treat people who get COVID or have been exposed to COVID. But again, I think the number one way for us to get our arms around this pandemic is vaccination and making sure people don't get the infection in the first place.
Yeah. What's a realistic way for me to think about when kids under the age of 5 will be able to get a vaccine?
I don't know the answer to that. I think we're just so excited about the fact that the 5 to 11-year-olds have been approved. I have a 8-year-old.
Yeah.
I have a 15, 12, and 8-year-old, and she's the one that's been feeling left out. And so she has her first dose scheduled for this Wednesday, and it's very much. I never thought I would have my 5-year-old or 8-year-old tell me she's looking forward to a shot, but she's very much looking forward to being able to get vaccinated.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. And I do, it's interesting as all of us think about boosters and stuff, kind of waiting for our turn to get it. Do you feel like you have visibility, whether it's 6 months from now or a year from now? A year from now, are we back to normal? Are there random COVID cases? Are we continuing to get a vaccine every year, just like we get a flu vaccine? How does this play out longer term? Do we know, and even just your best guess? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone knows for sure. What I do think is a reasonable expectation is that with continued vaccination and us being living in this new world, COVID won't go away, but it'll become part of our it'll become endemic. It'll really become part of our day-to-day life, much like the flu is every year. And I think just like we get a flu shot every year, my anticipation is we'll probably be thinking about getting regular COVID shots at some interval and thinking through how we live with COVID as a society, and then living normally, right? Not feeling bound by it or suppressed by it, but being able to live our lives. Going back to meeting with family, you forget how wonderful it is to be able to see people in person and to give a hug and to shake hands and be able to sit next to somebody that you haven't seen in a long time. And I think the sooner we can get to that state, the better. And I think, again, the opening up of these vaccines really allows us to see a way there, in a very tangible way.
Dr. Kim, just in 10 seconds that we have left with you, what is the sign that it becomes endemic? What's the official way that happens?
I think we start seeing less people in the hospital, less people dying, on a regular basis.
All right, there we are. Dr. David Kim, Chief Executive of Physician Enterprise at Providence Health System. He joins us on the phone from Anaheim, California.
Just a way of life.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be.
That's what it feels like. All right, coming up, we're going to talk about that infrastructure bill passed.
This is a Bloomberg.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Money Minute. Disney Plus is 2 years old on Friday, and Disney is throwing a birthday party. Offers include a month of Disney Plus for $2, special $5 screenings next weekend of 4 surprise Disney films at AMC theaters. And on Friday, 13 Marvel films on Disney Plus will be available in the IMAX format, which means 26% more of the action will be on screen. The Marvel film that opened in theaters last Friday didn't attract the same audience as other superhero epics this year, but The Eternals still led the box office with a $71 million opening. Shang-Chi and The Legend of the Ten Rings opened to $95 million 2 months ago. Black Widow, which debuted simultaneously on Disney Plus, made $80 million in its opening weekend. Gains on Wall Street, all 3 of the main averages heading slightly higher, poised to finish at new record highs. I'm Elisa Parenti, Bloomberg Radio.
These are the sounds of a dinner that almost didn't happen. A dinner now served, thanks to people like you. Due to COVID-19, 17 million more Americans may face hunger. Feeding America is helping our neighbors in need. And if you're able, you can too. Donations are being accepted at feedingamerica.org/coronavirus. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Your business landscape is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
The president's saying that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
Let me bring you some breaking news in terms of earnings.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Ashiro's work is never done. You care for the house, the kids, and our future. We're so grateful for all you do. Now it's time to care for yourself and save a little more for retirement. A free 3-minute online chat can give you the personalized tips you need to boost your retirement savings now. Visit aceyourretirement.org today.
A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Richard Goldstein, Senior Principal and Co-Leader of Burden State and Local Tax Practice.
COVID-19 pandemic state and local government restrictions have caused many people to shelter in place outside their primary state of residence. The new normal of remote working has proliferated potentially costly state and local tax residency issues. For example, if you live in Manhattan but have been residing and working in Connecticut because of the pandemic, you may be a resident of one or both states and potentially taxed twice on the same income. At Burden, we help clients develop a plan to address double residency concerns and non-resident income allocation to minimize their overall tax liability. If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Accounting professional Liam Cohen, CPA, a trustee of the Jewish Communal Fund, and Sephardic Beaker Holem, talks about why he uses JCF's donor-advised fund and recommends JCF to his clients.
JCF is an organization that I've worked with for many years, both personally and in my accounting practice. The ease of giving and managing my donations through their website is very effective. Using it for tax planning and managing all of my charitable giving through one place. JCF's endowment helps support Jewish organizations throughout the tri-state area, and that's very important to me and my clients.
JCF's donor-advised fund is the smarter way to give back. Let Jewish Communal Fund maximize your clients' charitable deductions and streamline their charitable giving. Since JCF handles all the administration, get started now at jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277. We have a gift for giving.
Know that feeling? Like every door is closing and you just can't see a way out? Being unemployed, underemployed, or just out of school can feel like that. But when you find the right tools, suddenly everything just clicks. FindSomethingNew.org offers resources that help develop new skills. Skills that can position you for careers in today's growing industries, from healthcare and manufacturing to cybersecurity and alternative energy. Find your path to a new career at FindSomethingNew.org. A message from the Ad Council.
When we say Bloomberg brings you the latest financial and business news anywhere, we've actually given the matter quite a bit of thought.
Let's get now to our guest joining us from Bangkok.
She joins us on the phone from the Hudson Valley.
Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 1061 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, you're smart. I consider myself relatively smart. And we're still
thank you, Carol.
Did we really pass infrastructure? Did it wait, we're not quite done yet.
We're definitely not done, but I was going to say...
I haven't seen a signing ceremony, have you?
No, I haven't seen a signing ceremony, but I was going to say, Carol, you leave for a couple days, you take a long weekend, you come back, and there's a $550 billion fresh infrastructure bill that we'll be spending on roads, bridges, public transit, and more.
So much happening this
weekend. So I guess you got to go on vacation more?
I guess so. Maybe we'll get that other leg done. All right, we're going to get to that in just a moment. First up, let's get back to your top business stories. I'll look at that trading day. Here is Charlie.
I thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Green on the screen across the board here. Another day of records. 8 in a row for the S&P 500 index. And it's only had 2 down days in the past 19. Right now, the S&P up another 6, up 0.1%, extending the year-to-date gain now to 25.2%. The Dow higher by 96, up 0.3. NASDAQ up at 29, also higher by 0.2%. Lots of reasons for the gains today. Corporate earnings, strong hiring data last week, and a COVID treatment breakthrough that is all bolstering optimism in the U.S. economy. Pfizer does say it plans to submit its COVID pill test findings to regulators as soon as possible. Last week, Pfizer said its COVID pill reduced hospitalizations and deaths in high-risk patients by 89%. Dr. Joshua Sharfstein is Vice Dean at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
Result in a very controlled clinical trial. So what's going to happen is the FDA will review it really carefully, and then if it is authorized, which I think is a pretty fair bet, then we'll see how it performs in the real world. A really important thing to keep in mind is it does have to be given in the first few days of illness, and so that really means people need to get to care to know it exists.
Dr. Sharfstein with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Pfizer shares today lower, little change, down less than 0.1%. Its German partner BioNTech is surging 11%. AstraZeneca down 0.1%. Moderna shares up by 2.5%. Johnson & Johnson down 0.4%. 10-year yield right now 1.49%. Spot gold up 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%. 81.99 a barrel. Again, recapping, S&P up 7, up 1/10. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. So the U.S. House of Representatives, Tim was talking about this, they passed a $550 billion infrastructure bill finally. So we're done, right, Tim?
Oh, totally done. Yeah, Emily Wilkins is definitely just taking a break, not doing anything.
On vacation in the Caribbean.
She probably didn't work at all this weekend.
Calling from?
Yeah. Well, she's with us now, so we're pretty lucky to have her. She's political reporter for Bloomberg Government. She's joining us on the phone from Washington, D.C. Okay, Emily, we spent a lot of time over the weekend reading up on this, understanding it. Carol has a perfect question. What's next? Are we done?
Absolutely not. So if you remember, one of the big things that was a part of this debate was this two-track process. It was that bipartisan infrastructure bill, and then it was the social welfare and tax bill, also known as reconciliation, also known as Build Back Better, many names, but the social welfare and tax, that's really what is in the package. And Democrats initially said that both needed to move at the same time. President Biden said both needed to move at the same time, but the calculation really changed last week, in part because of Democratic losses in Virginia and elsewhere, and also because there was a sense that something simply needed to get done. Democrats needed to notch a win for themselves and for the president. And so what happened was that around 11:30 on Friday night, they took the vote on that infrastructure bill, and then they also took a procedural vote on the other bill that sort of sets up the groundwork and the foundation for the eventual vote on the House floor. Obviously, that social welfare and tax bill, it still has a long way left to go. Even if the House doesn't vote on it until, say, 2 weeks from now, that's when we're expecting to get more details on what the bill spends and how much it raises. That's a key component for moderates. Let's say that comes in, they vote on the bill about 2 weeks from now when those scores come in. Then it has to go to the Senate, where it's expected to be changed further by Senators Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema. And then it has to come back to the House so the House can approve those Senate changes. So we might be very well dealing with this bill until the end of the year, given how much Democrats still have left to do with it.
So initially, progressives, certainly in the Democratic Party, were holding off because they wanted to make sure that the social welfare and tax bill, and especially the social welfare, right, they were really concerned about getting that through. Did they kind of show their hand or give something away by signing off on the infrastructure, the hard infrastructure part of this? I guess what I'm wondering is, Emily, is at risk still passage of the social welfare and passage of it all?
The progressives did give away some of their leverage here in going forward on that infrastructure bill. And the reason they did that is because they did get a signed agreement from some key moderates who said, look, we do want to vote on this social welfare bill. We want this to pass, but we just need to see these scores about how much the bill is raising and spending. And we, the undersigned lawmakers, once we have those numbers, we promise to vote for passage of this bill. Moderates also kept saying that they really wanted to make sure that the bill was going to pass. And at this point, you've seen Democrats negotiate so much of it that you have a top-line number, you have a lot of ideas on what the provisions are going to be, even the things that are still unclear, like those state and local deductions, the SALT cap. We don't quite know what the end proposal is going to look like, but we know there's a proposal in the House and one in the Senate. Those are much more fleshed out than they were a week or two ago. And so progressives have seen progress. They have seen the social welfare and tax bill push forward. Okay. And part of this was that at a certain point, progressives have lost some of what they wanted. Moderates have lost some of what they wanted. This is how negotiations work when your margins in Congress are so thin.
So win for Republicans, win for more conservative Democrats. Like, can we think about it that way, or is it kind of a win for everybody?
I think this is definitely a win for President Biden. It's definitely a win for Democrats. For Republicans, it's interesting because you saw 13 House Republicans go ahead and join Democrats on this bill. And that's really going to remove the ability for Republicans to fully attack Democrats on this package, knowing that so many of their own members voted for it. But for Republicans, we don't expect any of them to support on that social welfare bill. And that's definitely expected to be a flashpoint for Republicans and Democrats as we move into midterms next year.
Emily, 30 seconds. Speaking of midterms, when do we start to actually see this infrastructure bill go into effect? Like, when do Americans start to see the results of it?
So I was talking with Chairman of Transportation and Infrastructure, Peter DeFazio, and he said next spring. When construction season starts again, when all the orange traffic cones start getting out there, that's when you're really going to start seeing this bill go into effect. States have been planning for the money, and now that it's coming their way, they've got a number of projects that they're prepared to get started on.
All right. Emily Wilkins, thank you so much. Political reporter at Bloomberg Government on the phone from D.C. I ran into former Labor and Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao, who we talked to at Milkins, and she said a lot of it's going to be discretionary and up to the federal government, and that a lot of states are going to be vying for grants for projects, but it puts a lot of power in the government.
Let the vying begin.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get to world and national news. Back over to our 99.1 newsroom in the nation's capital and Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Carol. The Justice Department says it has arrested the Ukrainian perpetrator of a ransomware attack on the American IT company Kaseya. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman with details.
Yaroslav Osinski was nabbed by Polish police when he entered Poland from Ukraine. In addition, Yevgeny Polanin is still hiding out in Russia, but the Federal Bureau of Investigation has recovered some of his extorted money. Director Christopher Wray said,
"We're going to pursue them, disrupt them, and hold them accountable. And we've got ways of disrupting those sheltering in places like Russia, as Polyanin discovered when he woke up and found 6.1 million that he'd extorted from his victims missing."
Ransomware gang members have also been nabbed in recent days in Romania and in South Korea. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Former President Barack Obama is pleading with the nations attending the COP26 conference they must follow through on their promises regarding the planet.
We are nowhere near where we need to be yet. For starters, despite the progress that Paris represented, most countries have failed to meet the action plans that they set 6 years ago.
Obama's comments came as conference leaders acknowledged today many key sticking points still exist after a week of talks. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is touting the infrastructure bill that passed the House Friday night and will soon be signed by President Biden. He told a White House briefing today every community in the U.S. will benefit. He said the measure will also create many new good jobs across the country. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Why do
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience. Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
When was the moment you discovered that you were meant for the business world?
Have you been getting a lot of inquiries from employers?
And then you started looking for the best sources of information.
Technology is challenging the regulators.
Doctors use kind of a virtual reality look.
I feel like the world is courting Elon Musk.
Which is how you got here.
How are other bankers restricted now?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SCI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SCI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SCI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SCI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Greg Sauter is president of WGI, which provides engineering solutions for public infrastructure and real estate development projects. He's also on the board of overseers for New Jersey Institute of Technology and sees firsthand the intense demand by companies to hire NJIT graduates.
It's become almost cliche to say, but a large percentage of the jobs required in the not too distant future have not even been identified yet. What that means is we need graduates with problem-solving skills and an understanding of technology, technological dexterity, to be the leaders and innovators of the future. NJIT is rising to that challenge. It's not just about the engineering and the science, but it's also about the application of those in problem solving. Understanding how to apply is something that NJIT is outstanding at. And that's one of the reasons that their student body, that their graduates are sought after.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Mayor Mintz, partner and co-leader of Burden's real estate practice.
Whether it's because of the COVID-19 pandemic or not, it is essential for anyone negotiating a deal to understand the underlying economic assumptions and the current market. From buying or selling assets to forming a joint venture, it's important to work with a sophisticated tax advisor who understands how the changing tax law may impact the structure of the deal. At Burden, we leverage our more than 100 years of transactional experience to help guide clients through the complexities of these structures and ensure that they understand any potential tax impact. If you're a high net worth individual or business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all continuing to move higher. We are looking at records today. The S&P is on its longest winning streak since 2017. Corporate earnings, strong hiring data, and a COVID treatment breakthrough bolstering optimism in the U.S. economy. S&P at a record, up 8 right now, 47.05, higher by 0.2%. The Dow's up 103, up 0.3%, while NASDAQ is up 39, higher by 0.3%. 10-year's down 11.30 seconds, 10-year yield 1.49%. Spot gold right now up 0.4%, 18.26 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.1%, 82.16 a barrel. Lots of earnings after the closing bell today. PayPal up now by 1.5%. Zynga also reporting after the bell, up 0.5. Virgin Galactic Holdings up by 1.5%. And one of those meme stocks, AMC Entertainment Holdings, also reporting after the bell. Right now, it is up by 6.7% ahead of earnings. Again, recapping, stocks at a record. S&P up 7, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. This is among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. It's also a Business Week story. It's about the real-life succession drama playing out, kind of rivaling the HBO series, right?
Yeah, it's a good thing that we're doing this on Monday after everyone had a chance to watch the most recent episode of Succession. Joining us now is Joel Weber, editor at Bloomberg Business Week. He's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Natalie Obiko-Pearson is Vancouver bureau chief with Bloomberg News. She joins us on the phone from Vancouver. There's a quote in this story, Joel, that really helped me understand as an American the size and scope of Rogers. It was from a profile in Toronto Life. You can't swing an old corded telephone in this town without hitting something owned by the Rogers family.
Yeah, which was about more than a decade ago now, back when there were probably a few more corded telephones around. But yeah, this has unfolded over the past weeks and months, and if you're watching it closely, you just can't stop watching. And that was sort of the goal with this story. Was there was a court decision on Friday. No matter what that outcome was, we talked about it ahead of time, and we said, like, this is the chance to kind of, like, if you haven't been watching Succession, like, now's the time to tune in. So Natalie, talk to us about that backstory at Rogers and what transpired on Friday.
Sure. So, I mean, just to preface, if anybody ever calls Canada boring again after this, I want them to go read the story.
Well said.
It all came to Friday. We had this court decision, which essentially backed the family scion's argument that he is in control of this company and he has the ability to essentially pick its board. But it all started about 2 months earlier when he had gone in and he'd unilaterally tried to fire the CEO of Rogers Communications. And this is one of the biggest publicly traded companies in Canada. He tried to do this, and it turned out that his family didn't support this. Much of the management at the company did not support this, so they fired back and they blocked his move. So then he went around and he said, okay, well, I'm going to fire the board. And so we had this crazy situation where the Rogers chairman fires the board for firing him, for firing the CEO. I mean, our heads were just spinning, and for almost 2 weeks, no one knew who controlled one of the country's largest public companies, because Edward had his own hand-picked board that he said was in control, and the company, backed by his two sisters and his mother, said the original board was still in control. But that uncertainty came to an end on Friday. The judge said, she actually said, like, this is more like a Shakespearean drama, but it's actually a distraction. The legal question is very narrow. For whatever, flaws it may have, like the articles of incorporation of the company and Canada's provincial business laws say that he is allowed to go in and overhaul the board if he chooses. So his board stands.
Well, we were kidding before we got going. Tim and I were talking before we got on air and just saying we kind of need a whiteboard constantly to kind of figure out what's going on here. The thing is, it's a critical time, right? Because they're in the midst of a major acquisition.
It is. I mean, despite the entertainment value of this saga over the last 6 weeks, there are some very grave issues underpinning it. And one of them is that we are about to have one of the they have proposed one of the biggest mergers in this country's history. Rogers wants to basically take over Shaw Communications, another multi-billion-dollar company, and the Edward, the family scion, is wanting to take out the CEO right before that transaction. This deal was going to come under the scrutiny of regulators and politicians anyway because it's so massive, and it essentially will lock in what we call the big three telecom companies here. It will take out their biggest competitor. So what does that mean now? Some of Rogers' rivals have already been arguing that it doesn't have the ability to sort of carry out this transaction and manage such a huge company, and this sort of lends credence to those arguments.
So what does it mean for Canada as a whole? Because, Natalie, there's a part of the story that I thought was fascinating, which is there's already not that many big companies, publicly traded companies, and the fact that if this goes through, this merger goes through, I mean, we're taking another one off the board, right? And what concerns did Canadians have about that?
I think this story has actually been a real window into the concentration of power in this country that often goes unacknowledged, I think, outside of it. There are an incredible, key sectors of the economy are controlled by family dynasties, by state-protected behemoths. We have 5 banks that are a near oligopoly, and then, of course, the big 3 telecoms, Rogers Communications, TELUS, and BCE, that are about to lose the 4th biggest, Shaw, if this deal goes through. And so, it's really thrust that problem of how much industry power is concentrated into the hands of a few elite. And in this particular case, a member of that ruling elite has literally gone in and decided he wants to get rid of the CEO. And when the board, tried to block him, he says, well, I can just get rid of you if you disagree with me and name my own board. So, that's not the way public companies are supposed to work or public markets are supposed to work.
Natalie, how's this story playing out in Canada beyond the business press?
It was big enough that it transfixed the nation. It filtered over into general news as well. And you would sort of open up the newspapers every morning, and on the front page, that would be the latest in the sagas of the Rogers drama.
What was your favorite moment in the drama? I have my own favorite, but what was yours, Natalie?
One really funny thing was initially sort of these hints filtered out that the CEO of Rogers Communications that was being ousted, Joe Natale, they said that he found out about the plot to unseat him through some sort of a phone call. Well, it turns out that the person who was supposed to replacement accidentally picked up a call from Natale, so he pressed accept instead of decline. He opened the line for 21 minutes so that Natale could listen in on the plot to oust him, which, I mean, it's just insane. It's, this sort of hapless person that opened the line couldn't figure out the difference between accept and decline, was supposed to be taking over the company from him.
I think one of our colleagues a few weeks ago referred to this as a butt dial.
Yeah, it's like the corporate world's worst butt dial ever, maybe. Yeah,
Did I say that?
Yeah, well, you did. So, and I said it too. That was my favorite too.
I think it was Scott DeVoe.
You cannot make that up.
All right, so Canada is not boring, Natalie. We'll give you that, hands down. Look forward to the sequel of this, because we know it ain't over. Natalie Obiko-Pearson, she's Vancouver bureau chief here at Bloomberg News, on the phone from Vancouver, and of course, Joel Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week, here in our Interactive Brokers studio. That is nuts. Don't you think the writers of Succession are jotting this down? Yeah, exactly.
Copy paste.
Canadian Netflix, HBO Max. We'll see.
It's coming. It's coming. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
It's not just 4 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Monday, November 8th. We're looking at records once again. S&P edging higher for an 8th straight session. It's only had 2 down days in the past 19. Stocks are extending records. S&P on its longest winning streak since 2017. Corporate earnings, strong hiring data, and a COVID treatment breakthrough all part of the mix today, with the S&P up 9 right now, up 0.2%. The Dow higher by 126, up 0.4%. Nasdaq higher by 40, higher by about 0.3%. 10-year yield 1.49%. 10 years down 12.30 seconds. Gold up 7.94 the ounce to 18.26. Spot gold up 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, higher by 85 cents a barrel. 82.12 right now for WTI. So an update across the board. Records in addition to the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ, also for the NASDAQ 100 index and the Russell 2000. So what about the market outlook? Emily Hill is a partner at Bowersock Capital Advisors.
The returns we've captured in the last year are absolutely not repeatable. We've captured 5 to 6 years of returns in 1 year, and I think we'll see reversion to the mean. There's a question about when that's going to happen. I wouldn't be at all surprised, and in fact, I expect equity markets to continue rallying through the end of the year, simply because the momentum is unbelievable.
On Wednesday, the National Labor Relations Board will mail ballots to employees at 3 Starbucks coffee shops in and around Buffalo, New York, who'll be voting over the next 4 weeks on whether to establish the first ever unionized locations in Starbucks. Starbucks shares today, they are trading lower. Starbucks down now by 1.4%. And journalists at the New York Times Wirecutter unit plan to strike during the product review website's peak traffic period around Black Friday. New York Times shares down 1.8%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
So looking at shares of Tesla at their low today, down about 7.3%. Right now they're down still lower, but just off about 3%.
I was thinking about doing a poll on Twitter. Should I come to work, okay? Yes?
Wait, did Elon Musk get in your ear?
No,
And
I will
something?
abide by the results of this poll.
Oh my God. Well, that's exactly what Elon Musk did. He asked his followers, should he basically sell 10% of his stake? He did it over the weekend. I have to say, I was listening to this over the weekend. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah. You like your Twitter polls.
I love my Twitter polls, but I'm not asking, should I sell something in my portfolio? Anyway, let's get more on what the heck is going on. Bloomberg News technology reporter Dana Hull is with us. She's on the phone from our San Francisco bureau. Dana, what's he up to?
Okay, I'm going to sound very cynical, but he's up to getting publicity because he's very sensitive about being the world's richest billionaire, and he's now, because he is the world's richest person, he has a target on his back from politicians like Senator Ron Wyden, who think that there should be a billionaire tax. And he has mused about the need to sell stocks for quite some time. I mean, he spoke at the Code Conference with Kara Swisher in the fall, and he said he's going to have to sell some shares in the fourth quarter because he has options that are expiring and he's facing a huge tax bill. So the fact that he's musing a sale is not a surprise. The fact that he did a Twitter poll over the weekend when the markets were closed was classic Elon trying to hijack a news cycle. Mission accomplished. But to be clear, there's been no filing. I mean, it's just a Twitter poll. I mean, it's just like everyone is acting like this is a done deal. Like, until there is a Form 4, it is just speculation. So, and I think he just wants cover from his fanboys that, like, if he does it, they're not going to freak out.
Investors are thinking it's a done deal. At least maybe earlier today they were. The Tesla shares are down just about 3% right now. Is that kind of, I don't know, how are you reading into investor reaction here, Dana?
I mean, it's sort of all over the map. Like, I mean, obviously retail investors are a big part of the float, and some people are mad because years ago Elon said that his money was going to be the last, first in, last out. Other like he deserves it. Why not? Like, some people are excited that he could have cash and fund, give more money to SpaceX. I mean, I don't know. I would love to know what institutional investors are thinking about all of this, because they've been very quiet today about it. They usually are pretty quiet. I could see him selling and then buying back, selling and then buying back. Buy on the dip. Who knows what he's up to?
That's exactly.
This could be a bid to drive down the stock, pay his taxes before the end of the year, and then load back up. The one thing I will say is that, Musk has always maintained roughly 20%. He does not like to be diluted. So it's hard for me to imagine him all of a sudden being like, okay, I'm just going to be happy now with 10%.
It's interesting. It is so interesting. And I'm just looking at about 3.5 million votes have been, were cast, when all is said and done. 58% said yes, they support it. 42% said no. When it comes to Tesla and Elon Musk, first of all, I do wonder about regulators too, Dana, right? He's gotten into trouble before. Is it okay for him to do this?
It's hard to say because, under the agreement with the Securities and Exchange Commission, he's supposed to get tweets about material information pre-approved by, what we call the Twitter sitter, the designated securities counsel. However, this is just a poll. This isn't actually selling the stock. So did that require pre-approval or not? Does the SEC care? Is this the type of thing that the SEC is going to start sending inquiries about? Potentially, but I don't think it quite rises to the level of the funding secured tweet. Yeah. And part of it is because this also happened over the weekend, not during market hours.
I think you're right, though. Institutional investors, I wonder what Vanguard feels, or BlackRock, or State Street, who are among the top holders of Tesla shares, how they feel about this.
Yep.
Hey, Dan, I wonder, Tesla stock higher last year by more than 740%. This year, it's higher by close to 70%. We're talking all-time highs here for Tesla. Okay, maybe a little bit of good time to sell the company's stock if you have 17% ownership?
Right. Why not sell at an all-time? It's at an all-time high. Why not sell? He has to pay taxes regardless on his options that are expiring. So, sell at an all-time high. He'd still have billions of dollars to pour into his foundation, or maybe he'll make good on his pledge to potentially solve world hunger. Maybe he'll give all the money to SpaceX. I think a lot of people feel like he's earned the right to do whatever he wants to do with his earnings. And to his point, he's not cash rich. His wealth is largely in Tesla and SpaceX stock. He sold most of his houses. So if he's got a tax bill, he's got to pay it somehow.
Okay, well, he's also taunting, I guess is a good way to say it, lawmakers, Senator Ron Wyden, over Twitter. Help us understand where Musk is when it comes to being in the crosshairs of politicians in Washington, and to what extent they actually have power to, raise taxes on people like him.
I think Musk feels pretty emboldened because he's the richest person on the planet. He's also a government contractor who has a national security clearance. SpaceX, the biggest customers are the U.S. military and NASA. So, they need him to, get our astronauts to the space station. And
and he needs them.
And he needs them. And, he's broken the mold of what it means to be a CEO for so long that, I thought that tweet personally, I thought it was very offensive and kind of beyond the pale. And yet, is there going to be a repercussion for that? I don't see what the repercussion is. The last I checked, the billionaire tax was not part of the Build Back Better plan. I thought it got axed. Right. I think there's still a desire by some members of Congress to enact a billionaire tax, but I thought that was out of the last draft version of the bill. So, yeah, he will be a target of politicians who think that billionaires need to pay their fair share, absolutely. And you're seeing, not just Ron Wyden, but Elizabeth Warren and Robert Reich. There are plenty of people who feel like he should pay more in taxes. But I think his counter-argument would be, listen, I've generated thousands of jobs across my companies, and tons of people have also gotten wealthy from the shares of my companies, including several employees, untold numbers of employees.
Pretty emboldened, that's for sure. All right, Dana, thanks so much. Dana Hall, she's technology reporter at Bloomberg News from our San Francisco bureau.
Well, let's get a check on the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks.
Thanks, Tim. Democrats are hitting the road this week to talk up the $550 billion infrastructure package that the House cleared for President Biden late Friday night. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern says they reached the agreement after promises that the bigger social spending bill will be addressed later this month.
Progressive says that they'll go along with this agreement as of now, which is the moderates saying that as of the week, November 15th, Congress is out of session right now, they will pick up that Build Back Better agenda. This is the larger tax and social spending agreement.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern says the final social spending bill is far from decided. The Texas border with Mexico is open for shoppers and tourists for the first time since the COVID pandemic began. Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar says this is a big deal for the border district.
I've had a lot of constituents, small business owners that have suffered.
Cuellar predicts opening the border will translate into a good Christmas for retailers. Today, the U.S. lifted COVID-19 travel restrictions from Mexico and more than 30 other nations. The Justice Department says it has charged a Russian and a Ukrainian for allegedly deploying ransomware infecting companies and organizations around the globe. Attorney General Merrick Garland, in making the announcement, says they're determined to catch bad actors.
The United States, together with our allies, will do everything in our power to identify the perpetrators of ransomware attacks, to bring them to justice, and to recover the funds they have stolen from the American people.
Again, Attorney General Merrick Garland. Global news 24 hours a day, on air, and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Time when almost nothing is easy. One thing has been effortless.
And now our most important stories of the morning.
Accessing the world's latest financial and political news.
You see some strength around the European equity story.
Russia very much in focus here in the UK.
A positive move between the US and the EU.
European businesses are still investing heavily in China.
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Weekdays at 1 a.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Introducing Bloomberg Quick Take. Our global stories take on tomorrow today. Watch live news on the events changing your business and your world, and go deeper with original shows on business, technology, politics, and culture. Don't settle for a news network built for yesterday. For a global view and an informed take, Bloomberg Quick Take. Now streaming free on Bloomberg.com/QuickTake. Brought to you by Accenture, American Express, and AT&T Business.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
Where are today's real testing grounds for the latest innovation? Places where advancements in health, transportation, and business happen every day. Cities. Today, cities lead the way, taking local solves and turning them into global solutions. Now, introducing Bloomberg City Lab, a new platform covering the present and future of global cities. Learn more at Bloomberg.com/CityLab. Brought to you in partnership with Hyundai.
with three bright minds thinking of questions.
How far apart are the two Americas right now?
Someone's bound to ask the one you most want answered.
What defines that as the year goes on?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
How do you explain the fact that you have not seen a cheer from equity traders?
Bloomberg Surveillance.
Will that occur within market stability?
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Okay, man, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're going to go out there and be an all-star caregiver. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You got to dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Show the world that you're tougher than tough.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, Barbara Novick, investment professional and philanthropist.
I think JCF has one of the best funds out there. It's very reasonable in its pricing, it's very flexible in its investments, and I give them an A+ for client service.
A fund may be opened with a $5,000 contribution of cash or appreciated securities and can be used as an alternative to a private foundation. At any time, you may suggest which charities you would like to support and in what amounts. Choose from the menu of high-rated investment options, and your charitable fund can earn tax-free income.
It's a very client-centric organization. They have a very user-friendly website, and I find they make my life easier.
Let the Jewish Communal Fund be your personal connection to charitable giving. Open a JCF fund now to lock in this year's tax deduction. Call 212-752-8277, 212-752-8277, or visit jcfny.org.
We used to take our freedom of movement for granted. Not anymore.
It's not just the people who work for the airlines.
And it's natural to feel grateful for the things that kept you going.
Does America have a chance to lose our advantage?
Can we get to herd immunity fast enough so that we'll be in good shape?
But really, we were just doing our jobs.
Oxford University is starting a study on patients who've recovered from COVID.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms, in turn, need to rely on their custodian to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interest and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work with Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. U.S. 30-year inflation-linked yield falling to a record low 0.508%. Now, right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks in the green today with the Dow currently up 103 points. S&P's gained 7.5. NASDAQ rises by 40. The U.S. 10-year yield at 1.5%. Gold is up 7 points. Bitcoin gains 4.4%. And among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were materials, energy, and tech. Utilities were under pressure. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Caterpillar and UNH, while Nike fell 3.2% and led to the downside. And in deal news, McAfee to be acquired by an investor group for $26 a share in cash. In other news, Pepsi expects delivery of the first Tesla semis in Q4 and Facebook to use AMD chips in its data centers. And that news sent AMD surging to an all-time high. Wrapping things up, PayPal reports after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, really appreciate that update. So we talked about Tesla. That is certainly on our radar. So, too, is Berkshire Hathaway, because got an update on that company's business over the weekend. I'm just taking a look at shares of Berkshire. They're a little bit higher in today's session. But what's really impressive, Tim, is their mountain of cash just continues to grow.
Yeah, the company also, Warren Buffett signaling caution with Berkshire on a stock-selling streak. Let's get into it with Kat Chiklinski, finance reporter for Bloomberg News, on the phone from New York City. Kat, you have a lot written in recent days about Warren Buffett and about what's been going on with Berkshire Hathaway. But what's the big takeaway from what you learned over the weekend with the company's most recent earnings report?
Yeah, it does seem to be a thing of Buffett still has too much cash, and he can't really find great ways to put it to work. I mean, we saw his cash pile reach a record. It's $149.2 billion, and yet he still spent a lot of money on buybacks. He spent $7.6 billion buying back his own stock in the quarter. But when you really look at it, that didn't make much of a dent, and it's partially because not only is he not finding big acquisitions to really put that money to work, but he's also a net seller of stocks. I mean, we saw that, he's on a 4-quarter streak now of selling stocks, and that's actually a trend we haven't seen in data going back to 2008. Obviously, he's not dumping stocks. It's not like he did with the airlines in 2020, but he is consistently trimming stocks more so than he is actually buying them. And I think that just really signals that he's kind of stuck with a lot of money and not many places he wants to put it to work. And that could be good. Maybe he's steering clear of some high valuations, but obviously people would love to see him work his magic again.
All right. So, I mean, Kat, he could buy Delta. It's just about $28 billion. He could buy Ford. It's about $80 billion. He could even buy GM. It's about $87 billion. But it's not what he wants to do. What is the Berkshire Hathaway of today? We know it for its iconic names. We know, some of its kind of tried and true investments. In some ways, Warren Buffett better than most here at Bloomberg. He tends to be kind of old school, but he's also got, a younger team that have moved into technology and some other areas. I mean, what is Berkshire Hathaway today?
It's really an industrial giant with opportunities to have some stock market upside. I mean, you have the underlying businesses of Berkshire, like the railroad and the energy units, those are really cranking out earnings. I mean, operating profit for the whole conglomerate was up 18% in the quarter. The railroad hit a record. The energy business actually hit the highest level we've seen in many years. So those are good and steady businesses. And I think that's a key testament to obviously how Buffett has built the company. But I think to your point, we are starting to see them have to venture into different areas to actually try and find good deals and attractive options. I mean, we can see actually, recently, Berkshire had invested in Nubank, that Brazilian fintech, which is seeking to go public. And obviously, some of that I think is the influence of the deputies that are trying to say, okay, we need to start expanding the horizon of Berkshire.
What do we know about how Warren Buffett feels about the economy right now?
So we didn't get too much of an update, but what we can do in these quarterly releases, since Buffett doesn't have an earnings call, what we can do is we can actually dig into how the company's doing. And, yes, the businesses actually fared pretty well. Like BNSF really hit it out of the ballpark despite sort of really pressures in the supply chain affecting rail traffic volumes. But a lot of the companies are facing higher prices. Inflation has been a real issue for the operations, and he warned in his earnings release that a lot of the companies are facing higher prices overall. So I think that kind of gives us a sense of what Buffett himself is seeing.
All right, Kat, since you know this company, you've covered it well. What was missing? What did you want to know more about?
Well, obviously I wish in these earnings we could get a little bit from the man himself in terms of, his outlook. And I think, often we see these new record figures, the record cash pile and, a high number of buybacks, but still, no major options for them to deploy that cash. And I think investors would love to be able to get that perspective of, what is on the horizon for Berkshire. Are they actually talking to companies about potential deals? We hope so. And And given his obviously renowned investor status in the world, you'd think so. But I think obviously some of that would be something we want to know. Is Berkshire's phone still ringing these days?
Should investors who are listening right now, should our audience who's listening right now, see this as a signal that there truly is a difficult place to deploy money because things are expensive right now, and Warren Buffett thinks that things are expensive right now?
Yeah, I think the consistency of the net selling is definitely a sign that valuations are pretty high. I mean, Buffett is pretty price sensitive, and the fact that it's not huge net selling, again, he's not dumping stocks, but he's kind of consistent with it. I think shows more of an impetus to sell than to buy, obviously. But I do think one thing is important is Berkshire's working with a huge amount of money. I mean, their stock portfolio is over $300 billion. So, while many investment managers would obviously love to work with those sums, it does restrict sort of Berkshire's universe of companies that it can easily get in and out of in the stock market. So, so there is some limited, there's some limits to being that big.
No Dogecoin or anything coming up, Kat?
No Dogecoin, but we are loving those fintech investments, obviously pushing some of the horizon.
All right. Always appreciate all that you report on this company and on the individual. Kat Chiglinski, finance reporter at Bloomberg News, covers Berkshire Hathaway, covers Warren Buffett, joining us on the phone from New York City. As we mentioned, Berkshire shares a little bit of movement in today's session.
Nice getting Doge in there, Carol.
Hey, we'd love to ask him about that. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg. If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional. Money Minute. A sale on airfare is underway for travel between November 21st and March 9th. United is tying the deal to daylight saving time and offering some flights for just $39. The deal ends today. Investors are buying up airline stocks now that the U.S. is once again allowing foreign travelers into the country. For the first time in almost 2 years, fully vaccinated visitors from most of Europe, China, Mexico, Canada, India, and Brazil are being allowed to travel here. The gains for stocks are slight, but enough to push the main benchmarks to new record highs. Any advance today will do the trick. Walmart may be on the cutting edge when it comes to the future of transportation. The retailer has thrown its weight behind 5 driverless startups, and now in its hometown of Bentonville, Arkansas, Walmart is working with Gatic, which owns and operates self-driving trucks that are making deliveries to customers who order stuff from Walmart online. I'm Elisa Parenti, Bloomberg Radio.
If you love them enough to listen to them practice the same song on tuba,
please be done.
Over and over and over and over and over, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Sounds good, honey.
Check today at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Economics.
Chairman Powell looks brilliant.
Finance.
Some breaking news for you. A share sale.
Investment.
The narrative of the reopening trade has changed.
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Do you want some volatility, Tom? Please. Do you want me to go there?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University, the laureate.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies. Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
I heard the COVID-19 vaccine.
And the thing I heard about the vaccine...
Sure,
but do we really know about the long-term effects?
Did you read that thing on the internet?
He heard
from
his cousin that they don't...
Okay, you're hearing a lot of talk about the COVID-19 vaccines these days. So how do you find out if getting vaccinated is right for you? By talking to someone you already trust, your doctor or healthcare provider. They'll answer your questions so you can decide what's best for you and your family. Go to GetVaccineAnswers.org to find out more. That's GetVaccineAnswers.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. And then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself. I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm going to make it better. Coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
The finest financial minds on and off Wall Street seem to like it here.
How do you convince the United States Senate?
We don't think it's the coffee.
I'll go with it.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. You and I are reading up on tips.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Inflation concerns dragging the 30-year tips yield down to a record low.
We're not going to talk about that, though, coming
We're not. We're also chatting with Dave Wilson, who's already in the studio preparing for the song of the day, the chart of the day, and the stock of the day.
We're going to get to him in just a moment. First up, though, let's get back to your top stories of the day, and that with Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, and here's what's going on. We've got 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P edging higher at a record, up for an 8th session. It has only had 2 down days in the past. 19 small caps, energy producers, and materials companies all leading today's gains. Let's begin with the Russell 2000 at a record, up by 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 index just dipping lower, down now by 1 point, but the NASDAQ Composite Index up 29. That is a record, up 0.2%. The S&P higher by 5 now, up 0.1%, also a record, and the Dow at a record as well, up 93 now, up by 0.3%. 10-year down 13.30 seconds. 10-year yield 1.49%. Spot gold up 0.4%. 18.25 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%. 82.12 for a barrel of WTI. Pfizer says it plans to submit its COVID pill test findings to regulatory authorities as soon as possible. Last week, Pfizer said its COVID pill reduced hospitalizations and deaths in high-risk patients by 89%. Now, many have called this pill a potential game changer in keeping people out of hospitals, but Dr. Joshua Sharfstein, Vice Dean at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, reminds us you've got to get tested before you can get the pill.
Here's, I think, one of the big challenges. That the same population of people in many places, not in all places, who are reluctant to get vaccinated may be reluctant to go and get tested for COVID in the first place and find out that they need the pill until it's too late. So, the best thing by far is to get vaccinated. The other thing to keep in mind is that viruses can adapt and can actually escape from some of these antiviral treatments.
Dr. Sharfstein with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Pfizer shares, they are down 0.5%. ADRs of its German partner BioNTech, they're up 11.5%. AstraZeneca's ADRs down 0.1%. Moderna rallying today by 3%. Johnson & Johnson down 0.4%. Lots of earnings after the bell today. PayPal, we'll also be hearing from shares of Virgin Galactic Holdings, Zynga reporting, and AMC Entertainment also reporting. It's up now by 7.1%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. This is Bloomberg. Nice. Should we play the whole thing? How many minutes? We should go, 7 minutes, 9 minutes?
I think it's like 7 minutes and 58 seconds.
It's like when the disc jockey goes to the bathroom. They get a bathroom break because it's a long song. Although it's not as long as like Alice's Restaurant or something, right?
No, not even close.
So Stairway to Heaven, Led Zeppelin.
50 years ago today, the album came out featuring Stairway to Heaven.
Wow. Wow, those dudes are old, man.
That's your takeaway?
They're also incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about it around the table. I mean, they were Kennedy Center Honors a few years ago, and it was really cool because they really just are an incredible sound.
We also can't forget
Great
the classic
musicians.
reference in Wayne's World when Wayne wants to play at the guitar store with his new Fender Stratocaster, and he starts with a couple bars from it, and the salesperson points to the sign and says, "No stairway."
All right, Dave Wilson.
It's all in our frame of reference, I guess.
All right, he's like, come on, kids.
Absolutely.
I got a chart of the day. So take it away.
Well, and the chart kind of looks like a stairway to heaven, so it fits. It's kind of a thought exercise. Now, we know the other day Microsoft passed Apple, became the world's largest company by market value. I remember, that's happened before. In fact, you go all the way back to 1998. That was the first time that Microsoft was at #1 in terms of market value. And then I kind of pushed things forward and thought to myself, well, what does that mean? And what's very different about now versus 1998 is the effect on the wealth of former CEO, chairman, co-founder Bill Gates. Once the richest man in the world, he's been eclipsed by Tesla's Elon Musk, by Amazon's Jeff Bezos. So what I did, with a little help from the Bloomberg Billionaires Index and some old documents, is figure out, okay, what was Gates' stake back in September 1998 when, indeed, Microsoft became #1 the first time? And if he had held on to his shares, how much would they be worth now? Yeah, a lot.
Wow.
End of last week, it was almost $700 billion.
Wow.
And to put that in context, I mean, that's about double, a little bit more than double Elon Musk's net worth, more than 3 times Jeff Bezos' net worth. But of course, Gates took a very different approach. He diversified. He set up the foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So, over time, I mean, that stake shrank to the point where when he stepped off the board last year, it was the most recent filing that we know about, 1.3%. So most of it was gone. But it just goes to show you how the last few years specifically have affected this company when it comes to its value and what might have been for Bill Gates If you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
Never have sold that Microsoft steak.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah.
Ifs and buts were candy nuts, we'd all have fun at Christmas.
Absolutely.
It's interesting, though. It's on a day where we saw Google hit $2 trillion, joining Microsoft and Apple of being companies above a $2 trillion market cap. They're back down below it, but earlier in the day they hit $2 trillion.
Right, and if you think about the founders, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, they have a pretty substantial stake in the company. Also true with Bezos at Amazon, and true with Elon Musk for sure.
That's a good point.
At Tesla.
Dave, stock of the day.
Trade Desk. It's a relatively large company for stock of the day, but it's one that gets skipped over a lot of times because it's not in the S&P 500. And I'll tell you, if it were, it would be the best performer by far. And you're talking about a company now that's about $43 billion in market value. It's all about advertising technology. So if you want to place digital ads, you can go through Trade Desk Network and do that. Third quarter results, earnings and revenue beating analysts' average estimates in the Bloomberg survey rather handily. And fourth quarter forecast doing the same. Business is going well. And so you've got Trade Desk headed for its biggest gain since February 2019. The shares are up more than 30%.
$43 billion market cap. Yeah, it's not a company we talk about, but an interesting one, it sounds like. Very cool. Very cool.
All right, thank you, Dave Wilson. To check out the latest world and national news, Nancy Lyons is standing by in D.C. Hey there, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden is planning a victory lap this week on his newly approved bipartisan public works bill.
The president hopes to sell Americans on the merits of the $550 billion in new spending, even as they face rising prices for fuel, food, and housing. President Biden will hit the road for the next several weeks, including a stop at the Port of Baltimore Wednesday. Ports around the country have been dealing with log jams in the supply chain. Cabinet secretaries will also be fanning out to both red and blue states and making local and national TV appearances to explain the infrastructure measures benefits. President Biden is also considering a response to the highest gasoline prices for U.S. motors since 2014. In Washington, Ann Cates, Bloomberg Radio.
A man allegedly shot by Kyle Rittenhouse during racial justice protests last year in Wisconsin took the stand today in Rittenhouse's murder trial. Rittenhouse allegedly killed two of Gage Grosskreutz' friends. Grosskreutz was questioned by Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger about their confrontation.
What was going through your mind at this particular moment? That I was going to die?
Grosskreutz admits he was armed but couldn't bring himself to fire back. The U.S. has fully reopened its borders with Mexico and Canada and lifted restrictions on travel that covered most of Europe. But the State Department's Ned Price says the policy does come with a proviso.
Foreign national air travelers to the United States will be required, with only limited exceptions, to be fully vaccinated and to provide proof of vaccination status prior to boarding an airplane to the United States.
The new rules are providing a much-needed boost for the travel industry. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
NJIT makes...
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
The workforce of the future. And Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output. And how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them, but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Mark Boswick, managing partner and leader of Burden's Family Office Services practice.
Every family office is different and needs an advisor who takes the time to ask the right questions to develop a clear understanding of the goals and needs of the family. When choosing an advisor, it is important to select one that will invest the time to understand the desires of each family member, as well as the dynamics and economic realities facing the family as a whole. Burden does this, which enables us to offer a wide range of services, including daily bill pay, portfolio review, and complex tax planning to help preserve a family's wealth while making their lives easier. If you're a high net worth individual or head of a family office, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
There are a lot of ways to look at the world right now.
Interesting that you've got an overweight on Hong Kong.
And the more of them you can access, the better.
What has to be his strategy?
Perspective.
Who's doing school best?
Clarity.
How do we get it so that the benefits get to everybody?
Expertise.
He seems to have exactly the right combination. It's character plus policy.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg. The world is listening.
President of the Jewish Communal Fund, Zoya Raines, and her husband Robert Friedman, Jewish activists and philanthropists, talk about why they chose the Jewish Communal Fund for their charitable giving.
As very busy working parents, we wanted to focus more on the charity part of it and wanted to focus more on our children and less on the administration.
The Jewish Communal Fund is one of the oldest and largest donor-advised funds, but at the same time, they're totally up to date and have state-of-the-art systems for us to access and manage our contributions online. The assets in our fund at the JCF grow tax-free, so we can generate more charitable dollars to support the charities that we care about most.
Let JCF minimize your taxes and maximize your charitable giving.
We're incredibly passionate about our charity, and the JCF allows us to focus more on the charity and less on the administration and the headaches.
For more information about Jewish Communal Fund, visit our website at jcfny.org and request a new fund kit.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around, and every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at storycorpsconnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Looking at a late day fade right now with the S&P 500 index right now is up by less than 1 point, up by about half a point. We've got the Dow up 84, higher by 0.2%. NASDAQ lower by 6, a drop there of 0.1%. 10 years down 13.30 seconds, 10-year yield 1.49%. Spot gold up 0.3%, 18.24 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 82.20 for a barrel of WTI. So again, recapping, we've got the S&P holding at a record for now. Little change. Late day fade up by 1 point. NASDAQ on the minus side down 5. We've got the Dow up 89, higher by 0.3%. If we do see a higher close, it'll be the 8th straight session on the S&P. It's only had 2 down days in the past 19. Lots of earnings after the bell, including PayPal, Zynga, Virgin Galactic Holdings, and AMC Entertainment. AMC, by the way, up now by 7.6%. And that's Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. It's 3:48 on Wall Street.
The following is an editorial from Bloomberg Opinion.
For the third time this year, Senate Democrats have failed to push through a voting rights bill. One thing they haven't tried, advancing a measure with a chance of winning Republican support. If they narrow their focus, they might actually get somewhere. For example, several states have recently passed laws undermining the independence of local election boards. That could leave results open to partisan manipulation. It's a truly worrisome prospect, and it should have been Democrats' focus from the start. Had it been, they may well have found some Republican support. Narrowly targeted measures reining in this sort of activity, for example, by prohibiting the firing of local election officials without cause, could potentially succeed in a standalone bill. President Biden and the Democrats should focus on the essential and try again. This issue is too important to shelve. This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Opinion Editorial Board. I'm David Shipley. For more Bloomberg Opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPI and go on the Bloomberg Terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Just got about 10 minutes left in today's trading session. What I know.
Time flies, Carol. When you're having fun.
Let's just get Monday over with.
Oh, it's a good one. Okay.
And I'm looking at, in particular, the NASDAQ taking another leg down, still in the green, just up by about 3 points, but near its lows of the session. Let's get to it with our market guest.
Yeah, Dan Genter is Chief Executive Officer and Chief Investment Officer at RNC Genter Capital Management. There's approximately $5 billion in assets under management. He joins us on the phone from Los Angeles. Dan, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing great. It's another update in the market, Tim.
Okay,
so
well,
it's
yeah, I mean,
making sunshine.
Well, there have been a lot of updates.
Unless you're short the market.
Yeah.
Well, there have been a lot of updates. Let's just go through some technicals here. So 8 days higher for the S&P 500. If it holds today, it'll be the longest winning streak since 2017. Dan, how much power does that to go higher as we get into 2022?
Well, I think the important thing is that, right now, despite a lot of the things that we're dealing with in the economy and the marketplace, this is just still an earnings-driven market. And frankly, that earnings are just carrying a significant amount of momentum with regards to new investment dollars that are available. And so the good news is that earnings are up 60%. The market is reflecting that. We've had certainly some multiple expansion, but, assuming we come in at 200 on the S&P this year, about a 220 next year, we're sitting at about a 22.1 PE. So we're not cheap by any means, but we're certainly not radically overvalued, especially when you consider you've got a long bond, or a 10-year that's trading at about 1.5%. So I think we're going to get constrained, and it's going to be difficult to expand multiples further from here. but I don't see any reason why we can't continue to track earnings and at least see, upper single digits, maybe very low single digits as we go into 2022.
So does that mean then the market just kind of marks, time, if you will, rather than continuing to move higher? I mean, it's been pretty astronomical what we've seen in terms of returns for the equity markets this year.
Well, Carol, that's what I hope we see.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing this for 42 years, and when it starts to get ahead of itself, and you're just seeing so much momentum, then any kind of shock or when you're priced to perfection, tends to get accentuated on the downside, and I think that's going to scare a lot of the new generation of investors that we have that really haven't been through that. So, I mean, for me, I would hope that it would slow down. Let's consolidate. Let's the earnings continue to come in and support it. Maybe a little bit of PE pullback, and then see more liquidity come into the market. It tends to slow down this time of year in many cases. We see more liquidity come into the market, in the beginning of the year, because I think it's going to have to go there. I mean, as I mentioned, I've been doing this for 4 decades, and there's just not a lot of options for investors right now.
Well, let's talk about some of the options that you're considering, some of the stocks that you like. Let's start with CVS.
Well, I think the nice thing about CVS is that it's a company that to some degree is remaking itself, but it's also remaking itself as an option. It doesn't have to do it. They have a very good core business, but what we're seeing is that they are really becoming a completely integrated healthcare provider. As they move more and more over to where they're not just a pharmacy anymore, they're filling a very, very critical gap, if you will, with regards to non-critical care. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something we're going to see in this country. They're profitable at it. Frankly, they're one of the entities that really benefited from COVID. And so that's helping them really to jumpstart this. And, we're in a position to where you've got a nice yield on it. It's about 2.1%, so it's a little above market yield. And where it's trading right now, somewhere in the mid-90s. We feel that, we can be in a situation to where we can actually see some multiple expansion.
Right.
And actually, see some nice appreciation on this stock, with fairly limited downside at the current valuation.
Well, it's interesting. Stock's been on a tear. It's up about 37% this year. But what's interesting, too, Dan, is you look at it, and I was looking at the kind of product segment breakdown, according at least to Bloomberg. I mean, pharmacy services, obviously, they're the big bulk of their business, about 141, almost 142 billion in revenue for 2020. But retail, which is about 91, that healthcare benefit side, which I think, is kind of an outgrowth, as you said, maybe because of COVID. Like, we go there now for services. Right. It's about a $76 billion business, but it's really moving in on the retail side. And you could see that that's where you could get an awful lot of growth going forward.
Yeah, and we have to realize, too, I mean, even despite the fact that the movement it's had, it's still only trading at about a 12 PE, based upon some, an 835 estimate for 2022. And it's so we look at it, we don't have a super upside on it, but we certainly think within the near term it can push to 100. And they're just going to continue to really take advantage of this. I mean, people are beginning to realize, look, instead of me waiting 3 weeks to get an appointment at my doctor and I sit in the waiting room, what I have is not that bad, and I'll go there and get a few stitches, and I'm on my way.
The urgent care model, like, it makes sense, and people are increasingly using that. Hey, another name that you like, let's get to it, is, let me just look at my notes here, Phillips 66, so the energy market. But why Phillips 66?
Well, I think right now that compared to some of the other majors, which we also own, is that it's just undervalued. I mean, the overall gasoline demand declined almost 40%. I mean, that's back with the exception of jet fuel only. All of the other demand is really back to where it was pre-COVID, yet the stock's still down 20% from where it was pre-COVID. The major concern is the refining business, and the refining business has been a little bit soft, but that's picking up. I mean, it's picking up dramatically. So the only soft place they have is rapidly improving.